Hey y'all, it's Meteorologist Erica Lopez. We are bringing you live coverage because we have several tornado warnings issued right now across portions of the south where we have a moderate risk of severe weather. That's a level 4 out of 5 of severe weather. No surprise that the Storm Prediction Center has issued this over these areas. We also have a new tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This is an extremely rare tornado watch, especially for the month of December. And so we're going to bring you updates throughout the afternoon. But I want to give you a quick update on what's going on now. We do have, it looks like, a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now, and this is near Newton, Mississippi. So we're going to zoom into this area. I have the velocity layer turned on here on the MyRadar app, and this is really giving us a good picture of where exactly this tornado is at the moment. So if we pause our radar, you can kind of see where the greens and the reds are coming together. That's indicating to us meteorologists there's rotation on the ground, and this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Wouldn't be surprised if we did see in the correlation coefficient that it is picking up some sort of debris. So this is our debris tracker that we're watching here, and you can see where those colors are a little bit more brighter and a little bit not consistent. That's where we're seeing some debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And this is a dangerous situation. Again, this is for portions of, it's coming to you guys in Hickory, Mississippi. This is a dangerous situation once again. So let's read the latest stats on this. You need to be taking shelter right now if you're in this area. This is for counties, near Newton, again, near Newton, Mississippi. It'll be around Decatur, Mississippi, around 12:35 p.m. Central Standard Time, and then around Duffy, around 12:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this is for areas in Hickory and even there in Chunky, Mississippi. So we're watching this storm very closely. There are several other tornado warnings with, looks like earlier in the afternoon, there was a confirmed tornado too, but this is the most dangerous storm that we're watching right now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. This is a dangerous situation that's ongoing across portions of Mississippi. And you can see it there just outside of Meridian, Mississippi. So this is along I-20. This is a very populated highway here and a very large interstate. So it's going to cross over I-20 here over any second. And you can see it there, the center of the storm coming over I-20, very near Hickory, Mississippi. You need to be taking shelter over this area. If you're watching us, thank you so much for tuning in. Let us know what questions or concerns you have. I will try to answer them as best as I can. And I know there's so many tornado warnings issued right now. A very active afternoon across portions of Mississippi. And again, that's that tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So I'm going to put on the layer here a little bit more color so you can see where exactly this tornado watch is located. Again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That means the ingredients are there. We're already seeing several tornado warnings, and this goes at least until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time over these areas across Mississippi. So if you're in New Orleans as well, I know a huge populated area, you're going to get in on these storms. You're already starting to see just a couple miles to the west of you tornado warnings and even severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of individualized cells of these storms that are really starting to generate this activity, a lot of rotation within these storms. So you can see there just south of where that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is right now. We are watching another tornado warning that's coming into portions of Sanderville. Let's zoom in here, Heldenberg, and even portions of Quitman, Mississippi. Again, these are all tornado warnings. This is radar indicated tornado warning. The one that has a confirmed tornado looks like still on the ground here in portions of Mississippi. So let me give a couple of quick stats on this and see if the National Weather Service has updated this tornado. They just issued that new one just a couple of moments ago for portions of Laurel, Quitman, and Sharon, Mississippi. This goes until 1:30 p.m. The dangerous situation tornado warning, this is a damaging tornado on the ground, goes until 1 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still have another 30 minutes on this storm. Again, a large population, at least 14,000 people are within this zone, this tornado warning that's causing there. Well, of course, we're going to have to see once we get reports to see if there's any damage being reported already within the storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that here within the next couple of minutes. And so you definitely need to be taking shelter. If you know anybody who lives in Decatur, Newton, Hickory, and even Chunky, Mississippi, make sure they're aware of the storm. This is a pretty dangerous storm that's on the ground right now and could be creating damage as we speak. Several other tornado warnings have been issued as well ahead of a line of storms. And this is a pretty robust system that's moving over this area. We've been tracking this since last week. We knew the ingredients were there favorable for this to produce these types of storms. And especially after an active morning yesterday in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, this is the same system that is now pushed into portions of the Gulf Coast here and including areas of Louisiana that are also seeing several tornado warnings and all across portions of Mississippi. So this is a zone that we're really going to be focusing on here over the next several hours. And let's see if we got any new reports here of that tornado that's on the ground. So it looks like they still have this tornado warning as a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We have several new tornado warnings that are being issued right now in and around portions of Mississippi. It looks like a severe thunderstorm near Mount Herman, about 16 miles southeast of Macomb, and moving at 45 miles per hour. So we're just going to focus on the app here right now, Matt, and then I'll let you know when we have WSI up here in a bit. So let's put this here. And we'll also time out the storms for anybody who's concerned about where they could be over the next several hours. I'll show you that timing in just a couple of moments. But make sure to ask your questions in the chat. I know a very dangerous afternoon across portions of Mississippi. It's been a pretty active week across a lot of the South, and hang in there. Some of these areas you saw severe weather just about 2 weeks ago. So I know it's still very new in your minds. Just know where to go when a severe when a tornado warning is issued. And so I'll be monitoring the chat here. So ask your questions. Let us know where you're watching from, any concerns. And again, if you have friends or family that are in these areas, make sure they are aware of these storms. So right now we have at least a couple of tornado warnings being issued. You can see here in the big picture that wide shot of what's going on the MyRadar app. And if you're maybe watching us, happen to find our stream, you live in this area, you don't have the MyRadar app, make sure to download it. It will give you alerts ahead of time when the storm is going to arrive, when you're under a tornado warning or even a tornado watch, when the risk of severe weather is there as well. It'll help you navigate the storm. And not only that, but if you live anywhere in Florida or portions of, let's say, Georgia and the Carolinas, the severe risk pushes into your areas heading into tomorrow. So we're still in the thick of severe weather, at least for this week. And I know a little bit odd to see this in the month of December, even for me. I think, what month are we in? It's so active. We've seen already, looks like 2 weeks of severe weather. Even just a couple 2 weeks ago, we saw another severe weather outbreak over at portions of the plain. So definitely not uncommon, but we're tracking this very closely. So let me get the latest stats on this tornado warning and see if the National Weather Service has updated it. Just looks like they're issuing new tornado warnings, a new one that has been issued over portions of Louisiana. And this does include Mite, Louisiana, Kentwood, and Roseland, Louisiana until 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. And that's a storm that's just on the edge of Mississippi there in Louisiana. So we're talking about this storm right here. And let's take a look at what's going on with the velocity. Again, this is radar indicated, nothing on the ground just yet over that area. And that's a new tornado warning that's issued over portions of Louisiana. So let's go back to this storm. And looks like we still have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. Let's see if the National Weather Service has updated it. Still PDS tornado warning. And, you know, we're still seeing that very evident rotation within this storm. And of course, our debris tracker. Let's get an update on that as this radar starts to update. So not too evident there, but you're still seeing some of those colors that are not so consistent within this storm. It was a little bit more evident earlier in the radar loop, but looks like we still have very strong rotation within this. So you need to be seeking shelter here. And of course, I'm going to wait to see if the National Weather Service extends this tornado warning. Looks like it's coming out of that polygon. So it'll be very interesting. Now, areas, let's say Meridian, Mississippi, you might be warned just north of that area. And it might cross over, looks like State Road 19 there, or Highway 19 in portions of Mississippi. So this is, again, coming over portions. So let's put on that velocity tracker back here and time it out. So it looks like it might be over just to the northeast of Hickory, Mississippi, coming to the north of Chunky. If you're in Chunky, you still need to be seeking shelter, but out of that area and areas to the north of it. So let's see if there's any cities. So it looks like it might be between Decatur and Hickory, Mississippi. Again, waiting to see if the National Weather Service will extend this tornado warning, as it looks like the storm is moving a little bit more quickly than the polygon is showing here. And of course, waiting to see if they're gonna extend it. But several new tornado warnings have been issued, like the one I mentioned earlier in Louisiana, several of them still in Mississippi as we speak. You can see another tornado warning just to the south, and looks like the rotation is becoming a little bit more tight over this area. This is coming over Highway 59 in Mississippi, very close to Heidelberg, Mississippi here. So you guys need to be seeking shelter right now, and eventually down the line, if you're in Pachuta, Mississippi, Enterprise, and even Stonewall, Quitman, again, you're under the threat of this storm that's coming over that area. Right now, I'm not seeing that there's any official report of a tornado on the ground. This is radar indicated once again, and then just a couple more storms. And you know what's crazy to see here is we have the velocity layer. All of these storms are showing indications of tight rotation within these storms. So that means they can drop a tornado at any moment, and that's why it's important that if you live in these areas, if you're under a tornado warning, receive that alert on your phone. You need to be seeking shelter immediately, as of course the atmosphere is conducive for this type of storms to start over these regions. So let's go over some more tornado warnings here, and then we'll go back and give you updates on that PDS tornado warning. So it looks like they did update it here. According to the National Weather Service, I think they extended this warning. So just like we were saying just a couple of moments ago, the National Weather Service has officially extended the tornado warning now to the north of Meridian, Mississippi here and Marion. So it might come over Highway 45 there, and of course 19. So this is the extension of the tornado warning. Again, this is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Now includes areas like Collinsville, Neelyburg, Bailey, and even Tomola, Mississippi, Lauderdale, Mississippi. About 27,000 people are under this tornado warning. So we're going to be watching this very closely. I'm happy to see that they extended that tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter immediately if you live in any of these cities I just read off. So let's go over also the counties. So Kemper County is under this tornado warning. This is a PDS tornado warning, and even Lauderdale County in East Central Mississippi until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you have an hour to be under this tornado warning. Of course, this is still a tornado on the ground confirmed by the National Weather Service, 7 miles west of Meehan, Mississippi, and 10 miles east of Newton, moving at 30 miles per hour. So that's that new extension of the tornado warning with the PDS tag on that is moving over these regions. Of course, you can see where the tight velocity and the tight rotation is within this storm. So let's take a look at a couple new tornado warnings. So a lot of them popping up pretty quickly. And this is what we were talking about. The atmosphere can change pretty quickly, and you can get these tornado warnings to pop up really quickly. So if you're under this tornado watch, you need to know where to go during a tornado warning. You need to be prepared to seek shelter as soon as you are under this tornado warning. Like I said earlier, the atmosphere is conducive for these types of storms that at any moment you can get a tornado warning, especially or even a tornado on the ground, just because of how conducive the atmosphere is. So watching this system very closely, and I'm gonna get a couple more updates on these new tornado warnings that are issued. Follow me along here. I know it's a lot of information, a lot of new information also coming into me, but if you have any questions or concerns, I'll try to get to them as fast as I can. So a lot of you talking about some school closures happening over this area. Some of you are watching us from Alabama and Mississippi as well. So thank you for joining us. I hope this information is helpful for you guys this afternoon. We're going to try our best here. Matt is in the back helping us cover this storm. And I know a lot of questions may be coming in with this severe weather. You know, the atmosphere was there. We were forecasting this days in advance. They just pulled the trigger with this moderate risk of severe weather. Of course, no surprise with the amount of tornado warnings that are being issued over portions of Mississippi. It looks like we've got a couple new ones coming into areas of Louisiana, as well as these storms. This line of storms continues to push over this area. And so I'm going to put on this new radar. This is the New Orleans radar here. And you can see all of that activity, all those individualized storms. We got about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tornado warnings currently, and that is just looking at the radar. So that's a lot of the population in Mississippi under a tornado warning. And so let's see if we have any new updates on any of these tornado warnings. So right now, as I'm seeing it, the only confirmed tornado that we have is that PDS tornado that is just 7 miles west of Meehan, Mississippi. And that's with the extension of that tornado warning. I'm going to read a couple stats here. So it looks like Jasper County, Smith County, and Covington County, you're under that tornado warning as well until 1:45. So you have another hour on that or so for that tornado warning. And yeah, that's in central Mississippi here. You know, I have my tornado, I'm tracking the tornado warnings here, and it just keeps updating and updating. That's how fast the National Weather Service is issuing these tornado warnings. They always do a great job at doing that, keeping you guys ahead. And of course, we're going to let you know what areas are under tornado warning. Or maybe you have family members that live in this area and you're not aware that they're under tornado warnings. This is very important information that they need to know heading into the next several hours here. And of course, I have the tornado watch outlined here because this goes until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And of course, this is a dangerous situation tornado watch. This is including New Orleans, Mobile, areas in western Alabama, Meridian, Hattiesburg, Gulfport. Some of you guys are already under tornado warnings. So the National Weather Service is highlighting, or the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting numerous strong tornadoes that are expected. Not only that, but we can also have some pretty significant wind gusts over this area, or winds that move over that area with 70+ mph winds also possible within these storms. So on top of the wind risk and even the tornado risk, we also have a ping pong sized hail possible over this area. And about 4 million of you guys are under this tornado watch. So this is why it's very important to pay attention to what's going on in Mississippi. I know it's the early afternoon there, just barely turned noon, and we're seeing several tornado warnings. So this is going to be a very long afternoon and even evening over those areas. And then tomorrow we're going to have those severe risks move into portions of the Gulf Coast in Florida and over the plains. So let's see. It looks like we just got a new tornado warning issued over Raleigh, Sylvania, and Burns, Mississippi. So let's zoom into that area. And so this is over just to the south of I-20 here. Let's see. So we have a couple here, actually. They're kind of overlapping just because of the individualized storms and just the amount of activity that we're seeing over that area. So let's see if they actually give an update on this tornado warning here. So we still have a very active storm, confirmed large tornado. I haven't seen any new updates on where exactly the position of this storm is, but it looks like it has crossed. So let's turn on another radar to get a better picture here. So yeah, it looks like it's just to the north of Chunky, Mississippi. The velocity is still there, still very evident. And we still got a pretty good debris ball signature there. So it's still on the ground. And of course, it's crossing into that area that's newly warned. So if you're in that area, you really need to be seeking shelter right now. And again, this is north of Meridian, Mississippi, just to the, now has crossed over Interstate 20 and is just over to the north of Interstate 20. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody got any footage on social media, as that's a very trafficated highway there, one of the major highways in Mississippi. And let's actually turn on our storm chasers layer and see if there's any of them, any storm chasers out there. So it looks like we got a couple. Maybe one video here. So this is for the tornado warning in Jefferson Davis County in Mississippi. This is just located near Melba, 12 miles southwest of Collins. So let's see if there's any. So Jordan Hall, this is courtesy of Severe Live Studios here. Very grainy, of course. Very hard to chase in this area, as it's very rural sometimes and you don't really get the best signal coverage. And of course, the amount of trees and vegetation there could block the sky sometimes. It looks like nothing on the ground there. I'm not seeing very much activity with this storm chaser feed. Again, that was just in central Mississippi, and waiting to see some new updates on what's going on with this tornado warning here. I'm going to look on social media and see if we can find video. So yeah, a lot of activity there in Mississippi. And I'm also going to see if you have any questions here. A lot of you chatting within each other. A lot of you from Louisiana and Mississippi. Yeah, and definitely Mobile, you're under this moderate risk. Also in this tornado watch, it'll probably come closer to, let's see how far these storms are. Probably between 5 or 6, maybe even earlier. Looks like there is a little bit of storm activity just ahead of the line there. And we'll show you that timing here in just a couple of moments. But I'm just waiting to see if we can get any footage of the storm. See what it's doing there. Looks like a couple wall clouds coming into some of these tornado warnings. But nothing has been confirmed. Just that one tornado that's on the ground right now. Looks like damage already being reported in portions of Mississippi. In Anguilla, Mississippi, or where there was an earlier tornado on the ground there. You know, this has been a very crazy week. We've had several confirmed tornadoes already, especially in Texas, and even yesterday afternoon in portions of Louisiana. And as a storm, you know, very robust system that continues to push to the east. And this is not really stuff that I like to see, especially in the month of December, but it definitely can happen, especially when you get such warm air. You know, all the ingredients were there. Abundant moisture from the Gulf, of course, wind shear. You had the energy in the atmosphere for this to occur, and this is why, you know, even the Storm Prediction Center, they had outlooks a week in advance ahead of this outbreak. So definitely incredible stuff that the Storm Prediction Center is doing there, especially keeping you guys informed even a week out on this potential tornado outbreak. Yeah, so not really seeing much footage, and you know, it might be really hard over this area, especially because, you know, there's so many tornado warnings, and they're all happening so quickly over this area. But I'm definitely seeing a lot of damage photos on social media here that are coming into portions of Mississippi. Okay, so let's get another update on these new tornado warnings. Looks like we have several still coming in, and as of right now, we have dozens of tornado warnings. So looks like they have extended the tornado warning. So we're just going to start from the bottom and kind of work our way up. There's just so many of them, and I'll try to point out, of course, the most important ones, but you know, all of these are very important. They're all rotating, at least in some form, shape, or fashion. We're putting on, of course, a velocity tracker here, and you can see if we do this radar, maybe it'll show up a little better for you guys at home. But so let's put on this radar. So yeah, you can kind of see where some of those bright colors are popping up on your screen there. So I'll kind of leave it there. All of these have some sort of rotation, and they're all very evident. So this is very concerning for me to see, especially over these areas. So several of you, you know, these tornadoes can drop at any moment, and that's just how conducive the atmosphere is for this. So let's go over some of these tornado warnings, and this is a new one that was issued. This has been an extension of a tornado warning for Central Livingston Parish, Tanapoa Parish, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. Feel free to tell me how to say these parishes in the chat. But if you live anywhere in these areas, so let's read off some of these towns. So French Settlement, 14 miles northeast of Gonzales. The storm is moving at 40 miles per hour. Looks like the storm also had the history of producing tornadoes earlier this afternoon. So this is definitely one to watch over this area. You need to be seeking shelter. This is over areas of French Settlement. So it looks like it just passed over that area, coming just to the north of Springfield, Louisiana, and it's on that border of Mississippi and Louisiana. So it's going to cross over into Mississippi here within the next couple of moments. And this is a storm down the line, just to the north of that, another tornado warning. So these same areas, I don't want you to let your guard down. If you've been under a tornado warning already today, stay on alert because you might be under another tornado warning later this afternoon, as some of you guys, as these storms kind of push into portions of eastern Mississippi. Don't let your guard down over those areas, as some of these counties have 2 tornado warnings over them right now. So I'm talking about you guys in Tanaboga Parish, in central Washington Parish in Louisiana, in Waltlock County in southern Mississippi. So that's on that border right there. And it's coming into these areas where a severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado was over this area earlier. Looks like it did have a tornado warning earlier, but they've also have a severe thunderstorm warning on top of this tornado warning. So that storm has pushed to the north. Another storm has formed south of this one, and looks like that's where they have that severe thunderstorm warning. But don't let your guard down. Of course, these storms are pretty robust over this region. So let's go over the tornado warning that's just to the west of these two. And this is another one. This is in effect for southeastern St. Helena County, Livingston County, and Tanapoga Parish. So this is on that border of Louisiana and Mississippi. And nothing confirmed with this storm, but of course, this could drop a tornado at any moment. Looks like it's just to the south or to the north of Monte Pilar, coming into Tanapoga there in Louisiana, and then eventually possibly pushing to the north here. But several of these tornado warnings, again, same areas: Hattiesburg, Mississippi, a populous area in Mississippi. For Forest County, southeastern Lamar County, you're also under a tornado warning. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but this goes until 1:30, so you have at least another 45 minutes on this tornado warning, and looks like it's just to the south of Hattiesburg. You need to be seeking shelter if you live in this region. So let's get a quick update on the PDS tornado warning. It looks like there's still confirmed tornado on the ground here. So let's track it out and put that velocity tracker on it. And so let's change the radar here. As we are moving quickly on the radar, there's so many tornado warnings, we got to shift between the different radars. And so not seeing the rotation as evident as earlier. And if you look at the feedback, which is pretty incredible. So we'll start here. This storm, that tornado warning to the south, it was warned, and then they re-warned this storm. And you can definitely see how strong and tight that velocity is, but looks like it's not as strong as tight, which is a good thing to see here on radar, as maybe potentially the storm might be weakening over that area. And so we'll have to see what the National Weather Service latest update is with this storm. Not as much of a debris signature there, which is some good news. It might be weakening over this area and not really seeing a very strong indication that it's rotating. So we'll have to see what the NW National Weather Service updates this tornado warning to. They might extend it. So if you're anywhere in Geiger, Scuba, Gainesville, and those areas, you might be tornado warned, but we'll see if this weakens any further. So you guys are down the line from this tornado warning. And this is also coming into that Alabama-Mississippi border. So that's already 3 states that are under the threat of tornadoes as we speak right now. So we'll wait and see what the latest updates with the National Weather Service are for these storms. But yeah, issuing, they're busy down there for the New Orleans National Weather Service and the Jackson, Mississippi, with the amount of tornado warnings that are being issued. And so it's like they've issued a new one for Central Lawrence County in central Mississippi and Jefferson Davis County. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near JS, Kokomo, moving at 40. So that one's moving a little bit quicker over portions of Mississippi. So let's get some new updates on here. So Clifton and Franklinton. So that's coming into that border of Louisiana, and that's the same. Looks like they just updated it. That's that same severe or tornado warning that we're watching here. It looks like they did extend it into portions of Mississippi here. That's just to the west of Hattiesburg. So Columbia, you're under a tornado warning now, and this goes at least until 2 p.m. So you have an hour under this tornado warning. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but that's the newest tornado warning that they have issued there from the National Weather Service in, I think, New Orleans there. So 1:30, and then we have this new tornado warning that's just to the west of that area too, that was issued in Mississippi. So Silver Creek, Monticello, just to the, I would say, west of Highway 49 there, and it's crossing Highway 84 right now. This is a tornado warning. I haven't seen any newest updates with that PDS tornado warning. That's in north central Mississippi. Okay, so a lot of you asking questions, so let me go back to the chat and give you a quick update on those. Hey, y'all from Jackson, Mississippi. It's been a pretty active month of December, I would say, for you guys there. So Collins in Covington, Mississippi. So if I recall, there's a new tornado warning issued right now over Collins, Mississippi. That's the newest one that they've issued from the National Weather Service. If you live in that area, you need to be seeking shelter. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but either way, you need to be in your safe zone, because again, just the atmosphere is so conducive. We've already seen several tornadoes being confirmed, damage being confirmed across portions of Mississippi. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. So this is a new tornado warning. So that's for Collins. And so that's this tornado warning right here. You can see right over Collins. So let's put on that velocity tracker for the one asking, and it's right over you guys. That's a very clear indication that that tornado is rotating. Let's see if we can get any sort of debris signature on there. Not really seeing a clear evident one. And what this tracks is, right now I'm not seeing a clear indication, maybe some scattering there. And this also, it tells us as well if there's water droplets in the air, some sort of indication like that. And right now I'm not seeing a clear indication, but I wouldn't be surprised, again, just with what we're seeing in velocity, that it could drop a tornado at any moment. That's a very clear indication there, just from the velocity tracker, and even just to the east of that, for the tornado warning that's coming to the east, or I should say the northwest of Laurel, Mississippi right now. None of these are confirmed. That's just what I'm seeing on radar. These are all dangerous storms that are being warned by the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. And these all have another hour or so on them. But it's just so crazy to see how all of these storms, so just seeing on your screen where you're seeing those reds and pinks, or I should say reds and greens coming together, you can just tell, with the amount of rotation with all these storms, it's just it's astonishing to see here over portions of Mississippi. All of these storms are rotating. They all have clear indication of that. And let's get an update from here. Haven't seen any new updates from National Weather Service with this tornado warning. And just from earlier velocity, can see it's still rotating. Not a clear indication that debris are still being lofted, or debris still being lofted into the atmosphere, but they still have that PDS tornado warning. You still need to be seeking shelter if you're in this area, if you're under this, just to the north of Meridian, Mississippi. So we're talking about you guys in Kemper County, Lauderdale County, Newton, Mississippi, Meehan, Mississippi. All of you guys need to be taking shelter right now. So I see a lot of chatter on the chat. So by Halia, and I'm assuming that's in Mississippi. Let's see. So let me get an update on that. A very small town there in North Mississippi. So you're way up there. You're by Memphis. So most of these storms, you're actually not under this PDS tornado warning. You're going to get a lot of rainfall. I would still be on alert, even though this specific area is under a moderate risk of severe weather. Even if you're not necessarily under the moderate risk, you might be under the enhanced or even slight risk. You still have the potential of seeing tornadoes. But I think now that the line is pushed through your area, I don't think you'll see much of a tornado risk in North Mississippi there. Most of this is in areas to the central and south Mississippi, including Louisiana and even portions of Alabama. So for the person that was asking about Bayahalia, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, you are fine in that region. So let's see. I'll actually put the tracker here in a bit. Once we get more updates on this, I want to make sure that we get updates on this storm that is on the ground per the National Weather Service. Seeing if we get any new updates here. Just a couple new tornado warnings. Looks like a new one was issued for portions of Louisiana, Albany, not Albany, and Tickfall. Interesting name, but that's in Louisiana. About 31,000 of you are under that tornado warning. So it looks like we have a new update. So this is an observed tornado, and I think that's for the one that we were tracking earlier. So that's just north of Meridian. So it looks like they have officially taken off the PDS tag with it, which is some good news, but they have put that it's been observed here. And again, this was that tornado warning that produced a tornado, a really large and extremely dangerous tornado. Looks like right now they just have it observed. It might have lifted. I'm not really sure. And they might be just watching this very closely just because it already dropped that dangerous tornado. So again, that's that same tornado warning that we were talking about here earlier. And that is just to the north of Meridian, Mississippi. So we're talking about you guys in Collinsville, Bailey, Prismatic, Tamola, just north of Interstate 20. And looks like this storm might cross the Mississippi-Alabama border here at any moment. So that's what we're going to track here closely. If you live just to the northeast of the system, so we're talking about you guys in Scuba, Mississippi, and then eventually into Gainesville, Geiger, Alabama. And even just to the north of Livingston, that's the area that we're watching for the potential of them extending this tornado warning here. So that's the new update with that tornado warning, which is some good news. Looks like the storm has weakened, and I was seeing that on velocity here just a couple of moments ago. So we still got a couple of radar indicated tornado warnings. Still a pretty active afternoon. Let's see. Nothing confirmed, just a couple of tornado warnings still coming in into areas of Mississippi and even Louisiana. Hope you guys are hanging in there. I know it's been a pretty crazy afternoon and evening. So somebody asking about Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So you guys are... Earlier, y'all did have a tornado warning, and nothing's confirmed on the ground, but if you're in Hattiesburg, you need to be in your shelter. You're still under this tornado warning at least until, let's see, 1:30 p.m. So you still have about another 13 minutes on this, or I should say 23 minutes on this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm, so it already produced a tornado earlier in this afternoon. If these storms, if they have produced a tornado earlier in the afternoon, they tend to be able to produce tornadoes down the line from wherever they're going. So this is why they have mentioned that in this tornado warning. And Hattiesburg, you're still under that tornado warning. This also includes areas around it. So this is northeastern Forest County here in Mississippi. So let's take a look at what it's doing on this velocity tracker. And looks like that tight velocity is just to the northeast of Hattiesburg there, right over Petal. Again, this is radar indicated. Nothing is confirmed on the ground, but with just the signature that we're seeing here, it could drop a tornado at any moment. Of course, always checking the debris tracker here because this gives us a clear indication if there is something on the ground. Not giving us that just yet, but it is rotating. There's a tornado warning. You should be in your safe zone if you live in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And I wouldn't be surprised if they actually extended this tornado warning to the northeast of this area, as it still looks like it's rotating. It's pretty evident over that area. So let's go back here and zoom out a little bit. We'll leave this like here. And continue to ask your questions in the chat. I love answering them. And if you're joining us this afternoon, thank you so much. I know it's been a crazy, hectic past couple of weeks with the end of hurricane season. And now we went from hurricane season to severe weather season in the month of December. We even had a disturbance last week in the Atlantic, and now we're jumping into severe weather mode once again. And this is the second time in at least December that we've seen this type of atmosphere here, with just how robust these systems have moved in over this area, especially this region. I know you constantly see severe weather over this area, and I think I saw something earlier just a couple weeks ago when we were talking about the same area, the same severe weather threat, that Jackson, Mississippi actually has issued the most tornado warnings this year. And again, it's no surprise. Your severe weather season, it seems like it's year round. And we're ending the year like this. And this is, a couple weeks before Christmas. So definitely something that y'all need to be paying attention to here. And we had several tornadoes confirmed in portions of North Texas. So it's been an active week. And we're already at Wednesday. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any more confirmed tornadoes. So let's go back here. And we'll give a quick little synopsis of what's going on, just to give a quick update on that. So let me update these graphics first, Matt, before you put them on there, because I want to update the timing on here. We'll leave the radar here playing on the side, but I really want to time out these storms, especially for those who live in this area, because this atmosphere is just so volatile right now. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait, Matt. And then we'll just keep the radar playing here. And that's just crazy to see all these tornado warnings. Let's do that. So this line of storms will actually push through pretty quickly here. So I think after 8 p.m. Central Time, the tornadic at least activity will diminish, but doesn't mean it'll be zero. I still think we could get some of these storms to rotate heading into even tomorrow. Like, we're in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to get in on the severe weather as well. Not as robust as this afternoon, but we could still see some of these storms rotating. And that's the thing with being on the Gulf, all the moisture that comes in, pretty conducive for these storms to spin. And I think we have seen this in the month of December last year, even in the Sunshine States. Water spouts, tornadoes, definitely possible as this line of storms pushes through. And then after this is out of your way, that cold air is going to start to filter in. So that's how crazy this setup is. You've been seeing humid air, warm air, and then once this line of storms pushes through, once these tornado warnings are officially diminishing, it's going to feel like winter over these areas. So I know maybe some of you are looking forward to that. It's been pretty active, pretty much a roller coaster with weather over the past several weeks, just because we keep seeing these types of storm systems moving through this area. And of course, in moderate risk of severe weather today, a pretty crazy setup coming into areas of the Gulf Coast. And we can actually show you here. So let's actually put on the storm outlook. And so that's where the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted that moderate risk of severe weather. So this is a level 4 out of 5. This is pretty rare to see in the month of December. Doesn't mean that hasn't happened before. But when you see this type of outlook, especially from the Storm Prediction Center, they triggered this at least around lunchtime, and then shortly after, all these tornado warnings started to be issued. This is a pretty rare event to see. And of course, we did see this last year. It was a little bit more northward of this area, but just because of the location, the amount of wind shear that's in the atmosphere, the amount of energy, and all the moisture that's really contributing to this instability, this is why we've seen this type of setup. Of course, all those tornado warnings are within this enhanced risk of severe weather. You still may see it just outside of this enhanced risk. You can even see right now in portions of Florida, there's a severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Destin. So we're still going to get some of this active weather, even if you're not necessarily in this enhanced or this moderate risk of severe weather. But this is really the area that needs to watch out for tornadoes. Some of them could be strong like we've already seen earlier. And of course, waiting to see if we get any damage reports coming out of that area that we were watching that PDS tornado warning. So definitely watching these storms very closely. So continue to ask your questions in the chat. I'll go back over them. Somebody's saying the sirens keep going off in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Yeah, it could be pretty scary, but you need to be in your shelter if you can hear them. Of course, have those alerts turned on your phone. It'll help you throughout the rest of the afternoon. So let's actually show. I love showing this graphic, especially for maybe some of you that are new to the area. I know earlier in the month when I was streaming, somebody was saying that, you know, they're completely new to Mississippi. They haven't really experienced anything like this. So I always like to talk about this because I think this is helpful for those of you who are new, or maybe you've lived in Mississippi and you can maybe relay this information or share this information to your neighbors that are new, friends that you know that are new to the area that haven't really experienced this type of scenario. So what I like to say about this is the basement is the best place. I know some of you guys across the southeast don't necessarily have a basement. So some of the best areas to seek shelter are the stairs, if you have some, a hallway, a bathroom that has no windows, and a closet that's in the most interior portion of your home. If you know there's a tornado warning being issued, or maybe the tornado warning they have like earlier PDS tag that there's a confirmed tornado on the ground, cover yourself with blankets or mattress for protection. Make sure you're in the most interior portion of your home and avoid those windows, any doors, walls to the outside. You want to be putting as many walls between you and the outside during a tornado warning. So hopefully this information is helpful. If you can screenshot it, you're watching us, screenshot it, send it to your friends, your family that's new to the area, if they don't know where to seek shelter. This is very important information that could possibly save lives, especially if you know where to go during a tornado warning. Yeah, so we can go ahead and use those, Matt, because I think it's important to talk about just some safety with tornado warnings and even when you're under a tornado watch. So even right now, some of the best places, so let's show that one, Matt, the places to shelter. So we know mobile homes are not the best place to seek shelter. Those are the worst places, even in vehicles or underneath an overpass. Something that's a little bit dangerous with storms. Maybe you didn't even know that these storms were coming in. You're just happen to pass through or drive through this area and you can't really get to shelter that quickly. The best place to go if you happen to be driving, do not go under an overpass. Try to find a ditch, the most low-lying area, and that'll be your safest zone, at least during a tornado warning. So there it is playing again. You can see it there on my side. Gymnasiums, manufactured homes, interior rooms, like I said earlier, or if you know a well-constructed building or home is your best bet for seeking shelter. FEMA safe room, above or below ground storm shelter. Maybe some of you guys have that in Mississippi. I know I lived in Oklahoma, and Oklahoma probably has some of the best underground tornado shelters. So if you have some of those in Mississippi, that is the best area to seek shelter. And I also saw a really great tweet from the MyRadar account as well, where you can seek shelter. There's a lot of information on where you can seek or where there are tornado shelters in portions of Mississippi. So let me try to find that, because I think that'll be helpful for anybody who doesn't necessarily know, or maybe you're down the line of these storms later on this afternoon. Some of the best tornado shelters, if you happen to not live in an area that is protective during a tornado warning. So I'll look for that information, but I hope that's a little bit helpful for you guys to know where to seek shelter. We went through the most interior home of your room. And so, yeah, let's put that one. If you live in mobile homes, of course, you guys in Mississippi are resilient to severe weather, but you need to be making a plan before the storm arrives. You know, the Storm Prediction Center is pretty good at forecasting this way in advance, like we mentioned earlier, 7 days in advance. So you really by then need to start thinking about where to go. I know some of you already know where to go during tornado warnings, but this is just maybe helpful information for friends or families that may be in Florida or maybe even Alabama that are down the line from these storms. So when a tornado watch is issued, which we've already seen, that's when you need to, even before that, start making a plan for when these storms arrive. And so let's go back to the MyRadar app there and give a quick update. So it looks like we don't have any confirmed tornadoes right now on the ground. Let me get some updates here. So some of these I think were from earlier. And that was the only confirmed one that we had was from that PDS tornado warning. Not sure if they're going to extend that tornado warning down the line for those cities that are to the northeast. They're still saying a damaging tornado. Looks like radar confirmed tornado is still on the ground. So that's what we were seeing earlier with that velocity. So it looks like some zones just to the, let's say to the east of that area or the northeast have been out of that tornado warning. So I'm not seeing any extension right now from the National Weather Service on that tornado warning. Of course, we're going to have to see what they decide to do with that tornado warning. It's still rotating. They're still saying it's a radar indicated confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks like I'm not seeing any, at least footage right now on social media of these tornadoes. And a lot of you chatting with each other. So, you know, keep each other company, ask questions in the chat. I'll try to answer them, and we'll time out the storms here in a bit. You know, down the line, yes, this will arrive in portions of Georgia into the overnight, a big populous area like Atlanta. So let's go over that timing of the storms. Some of you maybe not necessarily watching us from Mississippi, but maybe are in other parts of the Southeast. And you guys in the Southeast, you know, this happens time and time again, but I know it's the month of December, so this is a pretty rare event. So let's time it out. So you can see there, this is looking an hour into the future, so this is Central Time. You start getting a lot of those storms bubbling up, so then you can see some of them already starting to come into portions of the southern tip of Mississippi, maybe even New Orleans. And I think New Orleans, your activity will just start to pick up here over the next hour or so. And I wouldn't be surprised if you did see tornado warnings in and around this area. It looks about 4:30 p.m. You can see where that line of storms is starting to set up, and then eventually it pushes. It congeals a little bit more, but we could still get some embedded rotation within these storms about 6 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon. And then as we progress into the evening hour, so this is early evening, all of that storm activity, even in portions of Nashville, Atlanta, you're already starting to get in on that rain by 9 o'clock, and then all the way down into Mobile, Alabama by about 9 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, maybe even an hour earlier. So I would say between 8 and 9, that's when the storms will arrive over this area, and then eventually pushing into portions of Georgia, Florida Panhandle in the overnight hours. And of course, in Florida, let's say from Destin to Panama City, even Tallahassee, I would still have those weather alerts turned on in the evening and into the overnight, because you may get some quick spin ups within these storms. I'm seeing that a little bit more evident, especially heading into the overnight hours. And with what this storm system already produced, don't let your guard down, especially if you happen to be sleeping. So when you're getting ready for bed tonight, make sure you have your phone turned on, those alerts, so you can hear the sound, just in case you do happen to be under a tornado warning over this area. And then eventually this pushes into portions of Florida here, and you can see that line still a little bit robust into Jacksonville by 8 o'clock in the morning, and then into the west coast of Florida. And then eventually this comes into along Interstate 4, so I-4 here, Daytona Beach by the early afternoon. That activity will really start to ramp up in the early afternoon there. So it'll be a pretty soggy and stormy early afternoon there from Daytona Beach to Orlando to even Tampa. And that's where we have this possibility, although right now it's a slight risk, we could still see some of these quick spin ups within these storms. And eventually this pushes into portions of the southern tip of Florida, where it starts to diminish a little bit. And then after that, conditions will be cold heading into early Friday. You'll definitely feel that chill over those regions. So that's what we're expecting. And here's a look at that severe weather risk outlook. So let me actually update this so you can see what we're watching for Florida heading into tomorrow. So that's where we're seeing that slight risk of severe weather. So that does include areas like Savannah, even portions of South Carolina, all the way down into Jacksonville, Gainesville, Daytona Beach, Orlando, Florida, where we're located, and even into Tampa, and possibly into Fort Myers. So we still have another day of severe weather left with this storm system after pretty much it started on Monday. And even before that, it was in the West Coast where it was bringing in a lot of snowfall, very much needed in portions of the West and even across the Sierra Nevada, where some of those areas have been dealing with drought. So, very much needed rain over there, but not a very much needed severe weather outbreak across portions of the Southeast. So let me get some new updates with these tornado warnings. They're continuing to warn these. It looks like they're still continuing with that. So that tornado warning that we have on our screen right now on the MyRadar app looks like they have dropped the tornado on the ground confirmed tag, and looks like right now it's just for Prismatic, Tamola, and DeKalb. And let's look at the velocity here. So this is the one that had the confirmed tornado earlier. We still have some rotation there, but looks like it's no longer radar indicated per the National Weather Service, which is some good news. Right now, we just have, let's see, a confirmed tornado over. So it looks like we have a new confirmed tornado warning, and this is for Ovette, Ellisville, moving at 35 miles per hour. This is for eastern Jones County in Mississippi. So let's get a quick update on that. So this is a confirmed tornado, and let me find it on here. Okay, so that is in South Mississippi here, and that's just to the east of Laurel. So it's this storm right here. And so let's turn on that velocity tracker. So yeah, very clearly rotating there. Not a significant indication of debris. This is our debris tracker that we're putting on the screen, but the National Weather Service is confirming that this is a tornado on the ground. Just to the east of Laurel. About 16,000 of you are under this tornado warning. So that does include the city of Tucker's Crossing, Ovette, Sandersville, and this is crossing, looks like Highway 59 there. Highway 59 just north of Laurel is under this tornado warning. It's just to the south of this polygon here. So that's where we're tracking that storm. If you're in this area, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is a confirmed tornado. Could be possibly damaging over that area. And right now, this is our only confirmed tornado on the ground. We have 6, 7 tornado warnings still issued right now. And yeah, so this is our one observed tornado. This is again close to Interstate 59, just to the east of that. Another major highway running from Mississippi all the way down into Louisiana here. And let me know if you're just now tuning in, let me know where you're watching from. I'm curious to see where all of you are right now. If you're in Mississippi, let me know. If you have any questions about your city, what the tornado warning is doing, or how long you should be in your shelter, put them in the comment section there. I am watching you guys talk within each other, which is, I love seeing that, especially during these types of events. So the Storm Prediction Center, they're still saying the threat for strong long track tornadoes continues. So the atmosphere very conducive for that continues into this area. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation watch, which is a very rare type of tornado watch that they only issue a handful of times, especially in the month of December, a very rare event. And of course, we already saw the damage that could be done with these storms. So definitely watching this closely. And again, this is a frontal system that's moving through portions of Mississippi, of Louisiana right now, ahead of this line. And this is what's producing all of that storm activity, all this moisture, shear. So that's just the changing winds and direction with height there across portions of the Gulf Coast. And with all that instability, of course, this is the atmosphere that's just conducive for these types of storms. And this is a very powerful cold front that's moving in that area. And I'm trying to see if on social media we have any footage of that tornado that touched the ground earlier. That was huge, large, and extremely dangerous. I'm seeing some for, let's see, it's a tornado earlier in Louisiana, some video there. in areas of Caddo Parish and Iberia Parish. Yeah, these tornadoes are pretty big from what I'm seeing here with footage. Yeah, so pretty active afternoon. So let's actually go and let's go in here and see if we can get any updates. So I'll put, let's see, WSI here on the screen. Looks like we got a new tornado warning also being issued just to the west of Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg, you're still under that tornado warning. Look, there's a storm just to the south of you that's coming into that area. And you know what's crazy is I had these radars turned on the system, and this is the same area, so I haven't had to change that because we just covered this 2 weeks ago, the same area 2 weeks ago with tornadoes possible, and we're definitely seeing that. So I'm just using another radar here just to see what we're getting. So let's zoom into this area, and this is that new tornado warning that's been issued just to the north of Columbia, Mississippi. This is along Highway 98. So this is a tornado warning for northeastern Marion County. So right now, nothing on the ground, northeast of Columbia. So of course you need to be seeking shelter if you live in this region. Zoom in further to see if any of these cities pop up. So over Improve, Hickory Grove, looks like it just moved over that area, and it's coming over that region. So they did extend, so it looks like they officially dropped that tornado warning in Hattiesburg, which is some good news. I know somebody in the comment section was saying that they were seeking shelter, which is really good to see that. But looks like right now, at least, you're not under a tornado warning. But there's a storm just to the south. You're still going to get some pretty heavy rain coming into your region. But just to the north of that, this is a tornado warning just to the east of Laurel. This is the one that had that tornado confirmed with it. So let's get some updates to see if they're still confirming that tornado. So it's located near Ovette, 8 miles southeast of Ellisville. And this is for eastern Jones County there. So let's put on the velocity tracker here. Yep, still very evidently rotating over that area. And again, this is already in, so where you see that rotation, that's in the southern portion of where that polygon is on your screen. So that's right over, let's see if we can zoom in. If there's a city there, maybe a small city. This looks like just over maybe State Road 29, Highway 29 there. Yeah, so Highway 29, crossing over Highway 29, coming into Highway 15 there, and then that's where the storm is, in between those regions. But I wanted to come on here and see if there are any reports. So let's go back and move this camera. So look how active it's already been. And, you know, all of this is from the past 24 hours. So this was looking yesterday around this time. And you're already seeing reports of tornadoes and even funnel clouds across portions of Louisiana. A lot of flooding as well. And we also can't disregard the flooding risk because it is there. Flooding is also really dangerous. So on top of the tornado risk, we also have a flooding risk just because of the amount of rainfall that's going to be coming to you guys across this region. But I'll take those off so you can see a little bit more of those reports. And then look at this. Now, this is just from the last 48 hours now. And this also is from North Texas. So, you know, this storm has been going for about 2 days, 2 to 3 days now. And it's going to continue to produce these tornadoes heading into the rest of the afternoon. So this is why, you know, we're here live bringing you these updates. And it looks like right now, at least from the National Weather Service, there are no tornado warnings in Louisiana. Of course, this line of storms getting really close to New Orleans, passing Baton Rouge right now. But most of these tornado warnings are all in Mississippi, just to the east of Jackson along Interstate 20. Meridian, Mississippi, looks like they just extended this tornado warning, and looks like you're under a tornado warning officially, and looks like they have warned the storm just to the south of Bay Springs. Looks like they're still seeing rotation in that storm. So a confirmed tornado, or not a confirmed tornado, a tornado warning for southeastern Smith and northeastern Jones County. And they warned this storm just to the north of it. And this is now for Jasper County, Newton County, and Lauderdale County. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. So nothing has been confirmed, at least on the ground, but that is a new tornado warning. So now it includes Chunky again. Chunky, Mississippi, just to the east of Newton along Interstate 20. Interstate 20, that storm will cross over that region in the next couple minutes. So let's actually put a tracker on here. And that's what I wanted to do with these storms, so we can give you the timing. So this is moving at about, let's see, 45 miles per hour. So if we put a tracker on it, and let's put it at the center of where this is rotating, just to give you an idea of the timing of the storm if you happen to live in this area. So there's the, I guess, center where the velocity or the rotation of the storm is. It's moving at 40, so it is moving pretty quickly for these types of storms. And let's put, let's do the whole box. So I actually need to update. So let's do that again. So it's moving at 45 miles per hour. Or is it 40? I think it was 40. Yeah, or 45. So 45 miles per hour. We'll put that tracker on there, and then we'll track this out. So there it is. If you live in Chunky, Decatur, it'll be there within the next, so Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Central Time in Fuke. Baxter at 1:58, Newton at 2:08 p.m. Central Standard Time, and at 2:19 in Decatur. So all of these areas, if you are under this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter. This is the arrival time of when that storm will be right over your area. So let's time out some other storms. So it looks like they still have that tornado warning up there, but nothing confirmed, thankfully. Of course, so many new tornado warnings coming in. And you know, this one, I think, so I'm glad to see that they've extended this one. And this is the one we were talking about earlier. So this actually did have a confirmed tornado. Let's get an update on that. So there's still a confirmed tornado on the ground. Of course, you can see that very strong indication of velocity here. So we'll actually put it on here and you can see it there. And so it looks like they just updated that tornado warning as we speak. And so that's where the storm is rotating. They've updated this tornado. So let's get the latest information. So this might tell us if the tornado, so it looks like right now from the latest updates from the National Weather Service, it is not on the ground, which is some good news. But of course it produced that tornado earlier, and this is definitely one to watch, and it's going to come into areas of this new tornado warning polygon that they've issued. So we can also time this out, and this is moving at 45 miles per hour. You can see there. So they've warned it for along Highway 84, and that is for Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi. So it's about 5 miles southeast of Tucker's Crossing and moving southeast of Laurel. Okay, so let's put a tracker on here. I was just reading your comments here. Make sure to put your city and state when you if you want updates on it, just so it gives me a better picture of what I could time out here for you guys. But this is a tornado warning that we're tracking right now, and this is for Eastern Jones County. So let's put the tracker on here, and it might come to the northeast here, and that's why they've extended that tornado warning. So if you live anywhere in Myrick, Mississippi at 1:49, that's when the storm will be over your area. Of course, this is one that you need to be seeking shelter with, because this has a history of producing a tornado already. Light Sea and even Echuda, Mississippi, and this is along Highway 45, and this is actually to the east of Interstate 59. So that's what we're looking at least in terms of the timing of the storm. So let's zoom out here a little bit. Looks like we're not seeing as many tornado warnings as earlier in the afternoon, which is some good news, but we still got quite a bit. And some of these are still rotating. Rotation not as evident as I was seeing earlier, except with this storm just to the southeast of Laurel. So that's really one I think I'm a little bit more concerned about. If you live in this area, definitely be seeking shelter. This could drop a tornado at any moment. And then we have a tornado warning issued for highway, just right over Highway 59 and even into Meridian. So let's actually time this one out. Again, this is not been confirmed on the ground, but I am seeing a very clear indication that the storm is rotating, and it's also moving at 30 miles per hour. So let's put a tracker on here and give you quick updates times on when these storms will arrive. So we'll put it, so that's actually a little bit, so we'll kind of put it in the center of the storm. Let's put on the reflectivity here. You can kind of see where these storms are right now, and it's rotating around this area. So we'll put it over Highway 59 here. It's crossing Highway 59. So Pachuta, Mississippi, around 149. That's when the storm will arrive. Stonewall, Arundi, and Meridian. So Meridian, you're at the end of the storm, of the polygon. So it'll take a little bit to get there, but you have at least another, I would say 40 minutes until the storm gets to you at 2:38 p.m. That's when we're expecting to see that storm arrive over your area. And of course, if it continues to rotate down the line, cities just to the north of Meridian, again, you were under that tornado warning, may be issued. So they just reissued or extended this tornado warning that was producing that PDS tornado earlier. And so let's get the latest update. So now, Scuba, you're under a tornado warning as well. And it's right on the border of Alabama there. So we're going to have to see if they issue another tornado warning just to the north of that area. But as for now, looks like Highway 45, you are under this newly issued tornado warning. And of course, what makes this storm dangerous, it did produce a very large and dangerous tornado. So this is one that we're keeping our eye on. So this tornado warning over Blackwater, Meridian, moving at 40 miles per hour. This is for eastern Kemper County and east central Mississippi. So let's look a little bit. So we'll go back. Let's go back to the MyRadar app, Matt, and show the velocity here. So looks like it started to rotate again, a little bit more clear. Let's turn on another radar, see if we can see it. Yeah, so just, and you know, this, what makes this zone so hard to see is it's between radars here. So you have 3 different radars. So I'm panning between the 3 different ones to see if we can get a clear indication. So I guess this one's doing a little bit better than the other ones on where exactly that rotation is. Nothing confirmed again, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe within the next couple of minutes, if you're in Alabama, so let's say Geiger, Gainesville, Epes, Livingston, just stay on alert. You may get a tornado warning down the line as the storm continues to progress to the northeast here. But right now it's just to the south of DeKalb, Mississippi, coming over Highway 45, and coming into portions of Scuba, Mississippi. So yeah, this is a really, really active afternoon. But so far right now, nothing is on the ground. I like to see that. But of course, with the amount of tornado warnings, any of these could essentially drop a tornado. Let's see if we have any power outages, because, you know, as these storms move through, I know we might potentially see that. So it looks like a couple of them are actually coming into portions of Jackson. This might be from the earlier storms, but a couple of power outages increasing over these regions. And as these storms, you know, pack a punch, I'm not surprised to see that we're seeing those power outages over portions of Mississippi. So about 7,000 customers are without power in Mississippi. You know what's interesting? I'm looking at this power outage tracker, and we're getting a lot of about 10,000 people without power in Minnesota, and that's because on the other side of the storm system, there were blizzard warnings, there's a winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings. That's how robust this is, and this is why these types of setups are pretty dangerous, because you can get this in portions of the northern plains there. So you can see it here. I'm zooming out all those colors. We still have blizzard warnings in place, and even in portions of Minnesota, you're seeing winter storm warnings, and looks like some of these winter storm warnings are starting to come into portions of the northeast where there's another storm system there. It's kind of clipping that area, and it's bringing in some of those snowfall totals up there, and maybe even some cold air. So winter storm watches also being issued for this area for later down in the week as the storm progresses to the east it may bring some of those impacts to the Northeast. So, you know, a lot that we're tracking here, on top of severe weather, you know, blizzard conditions in portions of the Northeast. And if you want to know more about that, our meteorologist Matthew Capucci produced a video earlier on our YouTube page. You can also find it on the MyRadar app, giving you a little bit more in-depth information on what's going on in the Northern Plains. If you're watching us there and wondering why we're not talking about that, there's a video out that you could get some of the information there on there as well. But we're going to concentrate on this severe weather that's continuing in portions of Mississippi. And now going back, the latest scan on radar looks like now a couple of these are starting to rotate, and we're even getting some clear indication. So Hattiesburg, Mississippi, one of you guys was watching that. Again, you are in your safe zone because they have issued a new tornado warning over that area. So let's get some new updates on that. And so again, Hattiesburg, just to the south of you, that's where we're seeing that rotation. Nothing confirmed, but you need to be in your tornado shelter there. This is for Forest County, Lamar County, Jones County until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you have about an hour that you're going to be in that shelter here. And this was a storm that was located over Hattiesburg, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So let's go back to the tracker. So Hattiesburg, you're going to be quickly out of that danger zone here over the next, I would say, 30 minutes. But you just got this newly issued tornado warning. And again, this is along Highway 59. If you know anybody who's driving there, you know, maybe anybody who lives along that way or just into the north of Hattiesburg, maybe checking up on them. This could potentially be a dangerous storm. We were seeing that rotation there pretty evidently. And, you know, we're seeing it here. There, you can see it on the right side of your screen, or I should say left side there. But yeah, very clear indication, this radar right there of rotation. So let's time it out. And it's moving at 45 miles per hour. So Hattiesburg, you need to be seeking shelter if you live in that area, anywhere around this region. That's where that dangerous storm is moving through that area. So let's put on this tracker and let's put 45 miles per hour on here just to get the latest timing. And we'll time it out to Laurel, Mississippi there. So Hattiesburg, it'll arrive around 1:52. So that's within the next 12 minutes. So you need to be in your shelter. Barrontown at 1:59. So that's to the east of the center of the storm from where we're tracking this. And in Ellisville, 12:18. So you're just to the north of that. So you have time, but get into your tornado shelter right now or your tornado safe zone. And then 2:28 p.m. in Laurel, Mississippi. And, you know, some of these areas, I mentioned this earlier, but if you were under a tornado warning earlier, do not let your guard down. You may be under several tornado warnings because some of these same areas like Hattiesburg, you've been under tornado warning. Laurel, Ellisville, you've seen several tornado warnings over your area. So this is just a very incredibly active afternoon over these regions. Don't let your guard down. Stay on alert. And then pretty much after, I think, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, most of the storm activity will diminish over your area. So at least stay alert until then, as these storms are pretty dangerous over this area. So let me get some updates. So I'm just looking on social media to see if we get some sort of footage that's coming over that area. I'll leave the timing up here for any of you who live in this region. And if you have questions, feel free to ask them. You know, I'm keeping track of what you guys are saying in the chat. And, you know, if you're tuning in with us this afternoon, thank you so much. We really appreciate you watching our live stream. I'm hoping this information is very helpful for you guys. If you have any questions, or maybe, you know, we have so many great products that we can show you here on screen. So if you have any questions on where exactly you should go during a tornado warning, how to shelter, where these storms are going, you know, we could track it out for you. We can show you where to go. Keep that conversation going across our platforms. And if you're happen to watch us on the MyRadar app, we're also streaming on YouTube and Facebook. So if you want to drop your question on there, feel free to do so. We'll try to answer them as best as we can. But so far right now, nothing is confirmed on the ground, but we still have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings, active tornado warnings right now in Mississippi. And I don't think any of these are in Louisiana right now. So maybe even less than that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 tornado warnings. You know, this is still showing some very clear indication that it's rotating. and it's, Laurel, you're kind of in that intersection. You're in between these tornado warnings, right in the middle of them. And all of these have some clear indication of rotation. So that's what's crazy to see. And, earlier when we started the stream, there were dozens of tornado warnings. All of them had a very evident indication that they were all rotating. So that's not something I like to see, especially in this afternoon. And what makes the storms dangerous too is, we don't have that much time left, at least for daylight. So if this could still, these storms keep going, and they will well after sunset, not having that visibility with these storms can also pose a danger. But right now, it's 1:49 in the afternoon across portions of Mississippi. So you still have plenty of daylight, but a lot of these storms, with that peak daytime heating, that's what's really helping fuel these storms, and all the moisture, all the ingredients needed for this type of setup to occur. It's all there, and this is why we're seeing pretty much a tornado outbreak this afternoon. Okay, so let's see. I'm just reading some of these updates here. Okay, so far right now, we got a newly issued tornado warning. So that's the one just to the south of Hattiesburg. So it looks like, Laurel, you're officially in that tornado warning. So that's the one we just updated you on. So nothing on the ground, but, the National Weather Service keeps updating these. Let's see. Yeah, so that's the newest update. Let's see. So let's put on the MyRadar app again, Matt. And let me put on the radar here. We also have great information in Spanish. I'm bilingual, so we've been trying to keep up to date with this outlook here. We also have a Spanish account, so if any of you speak Spanish, friends or family that speak Spanish in this area, we have a MyRadar en Español account. Our meteorologist Joseph Trujillo Falcon will be updating that here pretty shortly. So we're going to be having updates on there as well, our social media platforms for those that don't speak English. Hopefully this information is also helpful for you guys in those areas. But pretty dangerous afternoon here, and we're going to continue to track this at least until the threat is over. Okay, so let's do this. And in a bit, I'll check to see if we got any live footage from out there from the MyRadar app. And you can access all of these features in the premium version of MyRadar. You can track the storms out. Everything that you're seeing on your screen is accessible to you, even power outages that we're tracking along portions of Mississippi. This app will be very useful. And if you do happen to find us on YouTube, you don't have the MyRadar app, I suggest that you downloaded it. It's going to help you through the rest of the evening. It'll give you alerts ahead of time when the storms will arrive, and even tell you when you're under a tornado warning. Or if you happen to be in Florida, updating it, it will also let you know that you're under a severe risk of severe weather into tomorrow. Okay, so let's go back here and keep the MyRadar app up there, Matt. So it looks like they've extended, so Meridian, Mississippi, they've extended that tornado warning. So it looks like some of these warnings may be extending into portions of Alabama as we speak. And they're continuing to issue some of these and extend them out further north for some of these areas. So a tornado warning that was over Meridian, they've extended it into portions to the northeast of Meridian as that storm comes over those areas. And of course, the storm just to the north of it doesn't look like they've extended it just yet, but if they do, it'll be coming into portions of Alabama. And this is along Highway Interstate 20 there. Nothing confirmed, but so let's zoom into this area. And these are the storms I'm talking about, that they're right on the border. And as you can see where that clear line is, that's the Alabama-Mississippi border. So if the National Weather Service extends this, it'll be coming into portions of Alabama. But, you know, that's so crazy to see. These are all tornado warnings. They're kind of overlapping over each other. They're within the same zone. That's just how active. And, you know, some of these zones have been warned over the last several hours. So these are some areas, some cities have been seeing tornado warnings all afternoon long. And I'm just reading your questions here. Someone asking about Missouri. Missouri, you're way out of that, I guess I would say, danger zone. You may get some rain, maybe even some colder air up there, but for the most part, at least in terms of the severe weather, that's way to the south east of you. So I wouldn't be too worried about a tornado outbreak in your area. But, you know, you're still, you know, under that severe risk for the afternoon. So I wouldn't let your guard down just yet, but in terms of these strong tornadoes possible, I don't think you'll get in on this. And yeah, so Missouri, not even in where we're seeing that risk of severe weather. So what you might get up there is pretty cold air, and that'll come for you here within the next hour or so as this frontal system pushes through your region. So yeah, let's go back down and get some updates. So, you know, that line of storms is very close right now to just to the west of New Orleans here. Might arrive here within the next hour or so. A lot of that storm activity now to the east of Baton Rouge. Looks like you're just getting some very light rainfall just to the east of that area along Interstate 10. But look how long that line stretches. This also goes into portions of, let's say, northern Mississippi, Birmingham. Some of these storms starting to spin across portions of Mississippi here. And we're going to have to really check in and focus on what these storms do as they push into New Orleans. You know, New Orleans is a very populated area. You're also under this moderate risk of severe weather. The ingredients are there for these to turn pretty dangerous quickly. So watching that area very closely. If you're New Orleans, you know, the storm is coming, headed your way. Just be prepared and know what to do if you happen to be under a tornado warning. And let me know where you're watching from. I'm curious to see who is tuning into our stream tonight. Maybe you don't happen to live in this area, but you're interested in this severe weather outbreak, or maybe you live in Georgia or Florida where the severe risk is coming for you guys later on this overnight and into tomorrow afternoon. So it'll be a busy couple of hours here over portions of the southeast. But once this moves through, man, it's going to be very cold. Even for us here, we're in Orlando, Florida. We're streaming from our headquarters, MyRadar, in downtown Orlando, and it's going to get cold here. So let's give you a quick update. So it looks like they just extended that tornado warning, the one we were talking about. So coming into the Alabama-Mississippi border here. And so let's actually go to WSI there, Matt, and show that newly updated tornado warning as we wait for that update. So there it is, now officially into Alabama along Highway 20, Interstate 20, I should say. And that's coming into portions of Livingston, Alabama, as that storm is moving out of Mississippi and into Alabama. So now this is including Sumter County in west central Alabama. And I think this is the first tornado warning in the state of Alabama from this afternoon. So watching that closely. So if you live in Cuba, Alabama, you're right on that border, York, Livingston, Epes. This is where that storm is coming. And you still got a little bit of time, but you definitely need to be heading to your shelter right now as the storm is tornado warned officially. And this is until 2:45. So you have about 40 minutes on this tornado warning. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located near Alamucha, or 11 miles east of Meridian, moving at 35 miles per hour. So this storm is still in Mississippi, but it'll eventually come into portions of Alabama. So let's put on that velocity tracker. So let's go back to the MyRadar app, Matt, and show that velocity on there. So yeah, it looks like it has gained a little bit of that tight rotation here as it moved over just to the east of Meridian. And yeah, I'm definitely seeing that here to the south of Tumsuba. I think that's how you say it. And this is for, what county is this? Lauderdale County. Nothing is confirmed though, but it's starting to get its act together. So definitely be seeking shelter if you live in this area. This is, again, south of Tumsuba. It's coming into Cuba, Alabama, York, Livingston, and Epes, Alabama. So it's no surprise that they've warned that. Looks like it's starting to gain a little bit of strength as it moves over areas of Mississippi. So let's time it out here on WSI. And I know we're jumping back and forth, but I want to make sure that we put this tracker on here. So there it is, and you can clearly see it rotating, and even maybe a little bit of rotation to the south of that storm as these storms continue to bubble up over this area. So there's it clearly rotating. And let's put that tracker on there. So we'll actually track it. It might come a little bit more to the northeast of where that polygon is, but we'll track the entire thing out. So it's moving at about 35 miles per hour. So let's update the tracker here. And that is 35. And we'll do this whole line. So there's that line, and we'll kind of do it this way, because it could go a little bit more east here, and we'll kind of put that tracker there. So there's the timing. This is moving at 35 miles per hour. We're kind of doing it in the center of where that rotation is. And you have Marion at about 2:04. That's where the storm will be around your area. Cuba at around 2:16, 2:24 in York, and Livingston at 2:36 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2:47 in Epes. So if I read your city off, you need to be seeking shelter right now. The storm could be possibly moving into your area. And with what we're seeing on radar, it could pose a danger for you guys. So let's put on that velocity back here. And there's an update on that tracker. Let's do this again. And I'm loading this information just to give you the most accurate. As soon as the National Weather Service issues these warnings, I'm mostly looking to see if any of these have been confirmed. But so far right now, these are just tornado warnings, radar indicated, nothing on the ground, which is some good news. But not good news seeing all of these tornado warnings. So we still have a couple here. So right now we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings. And it looks like they just reissued one just for Quitman, Shabuda, Mississippi. It's a weird name. Hope I said that correctly. Let's put this on. So yeah, no surprise either, because this is clearly rotating as well. And there it is right here, where that rotation is evident from velocity. And we can also look at that debris tracker. So not really picking up anything from the debris tracker, but very clearly rotating, and that's why the National Weather Service has extended that tornado warning into portions of Shabuda, Quitman, and this is for East Central, or I should say Clark County in East Central Mississippi. So this is 9 miles south of Goodwater, 12 miles northwest of Waynesboro, and it's moving at 40 miles per hour. So let's check it out for you guys that live in this area. And we'll kind of do it this way. So we'll put the velocity tracker on here, and we'll put that timing out. We'll make it pretty big, and we'll time it out. So I actually want to make that bigger, and let's zoom out. So there's that warning. It's a pretty big polygon there, and about, see, 6,000 of you are under this tornado warning, and then just to the south of that, about 800 of you. So that's for the city of Hawaii. That's where this storm, that rotation is coming into your area. So we'll do it this way. So there's the tracker, and we'll track it out at least through the end of the polygon. And there you have it, 2:09 p.m. in Achuda, Mississippi, 2:24 p.m. in Shabuda, Quitman at 2:35, and then 2:57 at Energy, and 3:02 p.m. in Increase, Mississippi. So you kind of have there where the cities are in relation to where the tracker is, and that's what we're watching. So it looks like it is moving. Let's actually update this because there's that new scan of the velocity, and Boise at 2:09, Shabuda at 2:17, Quitman and Energy at 2:50, 2:56. So let's go down, and looks like they did issue a new tornado warning. So just to the south of Laurel, looks like this storm is starting to rotate there. You see it there in velocity. So located near Ellisville, moving at 45. So these storms are moving pretty quickly. This is for southeastern Jones County. And Ellisville, you're just to the south, or it's just to the southeast of you. Benson, Crotts, and Antioch, Mississippi, Laurel, a new tornado warning has been issued for you guys. Again, if you're under tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. These storms could produce a tornado at any moment, and they're all rotating. Okay, so that is at least the latest, the newest tornado warning that's issued. And of course, we're still tracking a lot of these storms heading now into Alabama, as the first tornado warning of the afternoon has been issued there, as these storms continue to push that way. What's interesting about this line of storms is most of these are being issued in central Mississippi. Right now, I'm not seeing storms ahead of this line in Louisiana. Earlier, they were producing tornado warnings, but let's take a look at the velocity and see if any of these have at least some sort of indication that they're rotating here. I'm not seeing that, but maybe over areas of Louisiana, not really super evident there. These storms are still something to watch. Okay, so I tend to move this stuff around a lot, so I know it's moving a lot, so we'll keep it there. So hey, you guys in Pensacola, Florida. Yeah, thank you for using the MyRadar app. And, you know, a lot of our team of meteorologists, you know, they work very hard. Even our, you know, the guys behind the data in the app, they work very hard to make sure that, you know, they are constantly improving the MyRadar app. So I really do appreciate that feedback that you gave us there in the comments. We are working very hard to make sure that all these products are accessible to you guys. Of course, some of these are in the premium version of the app. And, you know, this helps you through these types of events, especially in the month of December. But let's give you a quick update. So let's go over what is happening now. Of course, we've been talking about these tornado warnings that continue to pop up pretty quickly across portions of central Mississippi. So on top of the tornado warning, we also have a tornado watch. And you see it highlighted here. And if we take off, so maybe we could turn off the radar there and just show where this tornado watch is. And with some of the new improvements here, we can actually toggle off some of these tornado warnings. So there you have the different products here: severe thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm watch, tornado warning, tornado watch. So just to show where the tornado watch is, there you have it in portions of Mississippi. So that's where we're already seeing these tornado warnings being issued. But not only that, it also includes New Orleans, Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, and it's just right outside of Pensacola. But you guys there, definitely watch out for the risk of severe storms that are going to push through later in the evening and into the overnight. This also includes areas of Alabama, and this is a PDS tornado watch. What this means is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So that means forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center are seeing this volatile atmosphere. Meteorologists are seeing the volatile atmosphere, and so this is why we're seeing the amount of tornado warnings, making it a full-on tornado outbreak. And these are rare tornado watches that are issued. So if you're under a PDS tornado watch, just be prepared, know where to go when you're under tornado warning. Make sure you have at least something to cover your head, or even a blanket or a mattress during a tornado warning, because these storms could be pretty dangerous moving your area. I know maybe you don't necessarily have a helmet or something to cover your head. You could also use your hands. That'll be helpful during a tornado warning. But tornado watch just means all the ingredients are there for this to happen. The atmosphere is very conducive, very volatile atmosphere this afternoon. So this is why we're live. This is why we're bringing you these updates. And we're going to be here at least until the afternoon, until this tornado threat diminishes. So really do appreciate all of you guys that are tuning into our stream this afternoon. I know there's so many options and you chose us. So thank you for watching us this afternoon. And we're going to continue to update you on what's going on. So that's what we have now, the tornado watch. And so let's go back here in the weather alerts and turn back on the tornado warning. We'll do the other ones as well. And then we'll kind of turn off the shapes here because I want to show a little bit more of what the radar is doing. So there you have it. There are the tornado warnings, and then we can turn on the per station radar here. And there you have it. So there are all the storms that are being warned currently. And I'm not seeing any new tornado warnings. These are just all extensions that we were talking about earlier. Nothing is confirmed on the ground. Let me get an update on that. So it looks like just a couple new tornado warnings that are being issued per the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, now coming into areas of Mobile, the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama, Birmingham, and even earlier New Orleans. So now that these storms are pushing into portions of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama is now issuing these tornado warnings over portions of Livingston, Alabama, Cuba, York. And looks like that storm, so you see it there on your screen, it's coming out of Mississippi and into these newly issued tornado warn zones. And this is along Interstate 20, Highway 59. It might cross over your region here pretty soon. And just looking to see really if any of these are going to be confirmed here. But man, a lot of damage reports coming out of these areas, and not only in Mississippi, but also from last night's severe threat, yesterday morning severe threat. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas is officially confirming and rating some storms that occurred there yesterday. So it looks like 8 tornadoes have been confirmed from the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas. If you're watching us from Texas, that was from yesterday morning. Was that? Yeah, yesterday morning. So 8 confirmed tornadoes, could rise to 12. Yeah, pretty active morning there. EF2 tornado in Lamar County, Texas. That's with max winds of 115 miles per hour. So that's what the storm already produced earlier in the week. And I think that's the strongest one they've rated so far from the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas. Yeah, so EF2 will max winds at 125 in Wise County. So it looks like possibly maybe 2 EF2 tornadoes there. So yeah, that's pretty strong over those areas. And of course, with all the footage from coming out of Texas, there was extensive damage in those regions in North Texas. So let's go back. So let's zoom out here, and you can see several tornado warnings. So it looks like Hattiesburg, good news, you're no longer under a tornado warning there. But these storms continue to pack a punch over these regions. And we were looking at the power outages here earlier, but nothing too significant. Maybe a couple counties out, about 7,000 customers without power this afternoon because of the storms in Mississippi. But for the most part right now, not widespread, maybe hit and miss depending on where the storm hits. So yeah, I'm seeing footage from New Iberia, Louisiana, of a tornado that impacted that area earlier this afternoon. And Iberia is just about, I think, in that Mississippi, Louisiana border. So that was about a couple hours ago there. And then I'm seeing a lot of footage from those blizzards that are occurring in portions of the northern plains. So pretty crazy weather system that's moving through. So as of right now, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings. A special weather statement coming into this area. So it's just talking about that strong line of storms. Could be producing 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts over areas just to the north of New Orleans. So there's those storms. Might be getting a little bit more robust in Louisiana there as we speak. So let's put on that radar here. So yeah, it looks like storms are coming into that area. But let's go back here to WSI Matt and give a quick update on what's going on with these tornado warnings. So nothing new has been issued, at least in terms of tornado warnings from what we just covered. But we can go over some of these again. None of these have a confirmed tornado with them. But of course, when you're under a tornado warning, you want to be seeking shelter immediately. And looks like the Storm Prediction Center is also starting to update their outlook. As these storms push east, some of you guys aren't as much under risk as you were if you were earlier in the morning. But there's still a moderate risk, which is a level 4 out of 5 of severe weather. Pretty rare to see that in the month of December. It can happen, but definitely not something common you see. And so the latest tornado warning. So it looks like, once again, Hattiesburg, you're under a tornado warning. Boy, you've had several tornado warnings this afternoon. I know one of you in the comments was talking about being in your shelter. So you're going to have to do that again here. So that's the latest tornado warning. This storm's clearly indicate rotating there. It's going to pass over Highway 59 once again. In Hattiesburg, you're right in the bullseye of the storm. So be prepared. Seek shelter right now. You need to be heading to your safe zone as the storm will continue to move over this region. It's been an active afternoon there in Hattiesburg. Y'all have been under several tornado warnings. And, some of the areas, so just to the north of Hattiesburg, you're still under tornado warning. So that's the thing with this line of storms. You get these individualized storms that could potentially be supercells. And, of course, producing rotation and, with several of these storms doing so, some of these same areas have been warned. And with just how the frontal system is set up there, this is what we're seeing this afternoon. So definitely crazy to see this amount of tornado warnings. And it's December 14th. We're about a week and a half out from the holiday, from Christmas, if you celebrate Christmas, in the holiday season. But yeah, we're still tracking a lot of these storms. So let's put on the velocity here, and I want to see. So a lot of them are still rotating. This is just crazy to see. In the month of December, you'd see just south of Hattiesburg, the storm is rotating, and then in Laurel, another storm that is rotating. So I wouldn't be surprised if all of these areas got extended, at least in terms of tornado warnings. This is the same, I guess, northeasterly direction that we're still seeing these tornado warnings. And then, of course, one in Alabama. This one not rotating as much as we saw earlier, but definitely concerned about the storm just to the south of Hattiesburg. That is clearly rotating there. But the National Weather Service doesn't have anything confirmed, just radar indicated tornado warning. And as we get the latest scans from this storm, we'll see if it's either strengthening or maybe even weakening over this area. Oops, not mean to do that. Okay, so there is a storm, and let's put a tracker on this. So it's moving at about 45 miles per hour. And I think we set our tracker to that. So 45, and we'll do this entire area. So Hattiesburg, once again, you need to be in your safe zone. So Oak Grove at 2:25. So you have 5 minutes. Hattiesburg, you have about 15 minutes until the storm arrives. So about 2:34 p.m. So you need to be heading to your safe zone now, or, you know, you've been warned. So maybe you just kind of stayed there. Continue to stay there. Tornado warning has been issued for your area, 2:41 p.m. in Barrontown, Ellisville, some of the same cities that we were talking about earlier, 2:59 p.m. and in Laurel at 3:09 p.m. So that's that storm. If it continues to have that indication of rotation, they will extend that tornado warning into those cities like Ellisville and Laurel, even though right now you're under a tornado warning. And that is for another storm that's just to the south of you guys in Laurel. And so that's already 2 storms that are going to come into your area. So located near Ellisville, it's also moving at 45 miles per hour. So that's where that center of the storm is. We could also time it out. So let's take that out. Let's just put a tracker. And of course, as the latest scan comes in, we'll get a better picture of what it's doing. But cities like Cleo, you're in the path of the storm, 2:36 p.m. Sandersville at 2:42 and Heidelberg at 2:50. So yeah, some of you guys asking about Florida. So we'll time it out here in a bit. Once we get more information on these storms, we could do a Futurecast radar for you guys that are in Florida. And I think Chipley, Florida is in the Panhandle. So yeah, you're just to the, you're on Interstate 10 there. So you guys are not necessarily under this moderate risk of severe weather. The storms will push through your area in the overnight hours. Doesn't mean that you don't have a tornado risk. So if you live in that area, at least when you go to bed tonight, make sure you have those alerts, maybe your phone on loud so you can hear when you're under a tornado warning. I know it vibrates sometimes very violently. So if you know you're going to hear that, just make sure you have those alerts turned on. These storms are already, you know, from what they've already produced earlier in the week, I would not let your guard down with this system. Let's see. Yeah, so we've been streaming here for a while now, and Matt Highland is awesome and helping me in the back. They are running the stream. And I'm just looking for some of the latest information or maybe some footage from these storms. But since there hasn't been a tornado on the ground for at least a couple of minutes. So it looks like there is a new tornado warning now coming into portions of Louisiana. So, and we haven't seen a tornado warning in Louisiana for a couple, maybe for an hour or so. And so let's give you an update on that. So that's right here. And you know, these were the storms that I was watching earlier. I think it did have, so yeah, this actually did have, I did see this earlier, it did have a little bit of an indication that it was rotating. So that's just south of Laplace. That's, again, this is Louisiana. So this is Highway 10 or Interstate 10. This is for Central St. John the Baptist Parish and St. Charles Parish in southeastern Louisiana. So again, along highway, or I should say Interstate 10, and you can see here where it's rotating. So let's put a tracker on it. And this is moving at about 40 miles per hour, moving to the northeast, a little bit more of an easterly direction with this storm. And so if we put that tracker on there, so places like Laplace and Frayner, Louisiana, you're going to get in on the storm. So it looks like not a super populated area. So about, well, it is pretty populated, 38,000, but just not a lot of cities in this region. And of course the velocity just to the north. So anywhere from Laplace to Frayner, Louisiana, and it's going to come into, so they've updated it. So I'm a little concerned what this update will be. So, okay, so now it's a confirmed tornado. So that's what I was afraid of with this new update. So this is now a confirmed tornado in Louisiana. And so let's get some of the latest updates on those. So that's the newest update, a damaging tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado located over Mons near Laplace, moving at 40 miles per hour. So again, this is a confirmed damaging tornado that's on the ground right now. And that's why they updated this tornado warning. And I think it's going to come into areas. So it's going to cross Highway 10. And so that's what makes this storm pretty dangerous. So we put that tracker on there. Let's see if it'll. So there's the rotation. So that's actually, maybe they're seeing. So, oh yeah. There is the debris tracker, and yeah, very clearly something is on the ground, something is lofting debris into the atmosphere, and this is why the debris trackers indicating that. So that's what we're seeing right now. Not what I like to see with the storm, but of course they've officially confirmed this from the National Weather Service. Let's see if we're getting any images out of Louisiana from the storm. And let's actually go to the MyRadar app here, Matt, and let's track it on here. So there's that storm. Let's put the velocity tracker on here. You can clearly see it there rotating, and it's going to come over Lake Pontchartrain there. So Laplace, again, under a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado over areas of Louisiana. And let's see. Y'all need to be seeking shelter if you live in this area. Again, this is for just to the south of Laplace, Louisiana. That storm is coming into your direction. So there it is. Let's see if we got any footage from there. Any trackers chasing this. So no footage, at least from our storm trackers within the app. So that's a layer that you can get in the app, courtesy of Severe Live Studios here. But there's that storm, that tornado warning with a confirmed tornado on it. Let's see. So from the tornado warning text here, so tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of central St. John the Baptist and northwestern St. Charles parishes. So in Interstate 10 between mile markers 206 and 215, Interstate 55 between mile markers 1 and 3. So this is a tornado on the ground. If you live anywhere in these areas, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Crossing Interstate 10, and unfortunately from what I'm seeing on radar, this is increasing, packing a punch here. Debris tracker is becoming a little bit more evident, so this is not what I like to see. Anybody in the path of the storm, this will bring damage to that region. So we're talking about just to the south of Laplace and along Highway 10. So maybe some of the traffic cams will pick up this tornado if it's not if nothing is blocking it right now. So yeah, that's our confirmed tornado on the ground right now. This is again in Laplace. This is for counties in St. John the Baptist and St. Charles parishes, not counties, parishes, over Louisiana. And this goes for, let's see, until 3 o'clock. So you have about 30 minutes on this tornado warning. Yeah, so I'm just reading and seeing if we can find any footage on social media here. This is our only confirmed tornado, but of course we have several other tornado warnings issued. So again, I'd like to remind you, if you're under a tornado warning, seek shelter regardless if there's a tornado on the ground or not. But specifically for this storm, this will be very dangerous. And actually, I think this is close to what's in around this area. So Laplace, yeah, so we're waiting. So this storm is going to cross over Interstate 10. Pretty dangerous storm. I'm seeing that in this area, it's pretty swampy. So if you happen to be in a car, there's really no safe space or safe zone to seek shelter, as this is, again, the National Weather Service is saying, a very rural part of Louisiana. And this could really pose a danger if anybody's in the path of the storm, especially if you're driving along Interstate 10. You know, anybody who, let's see, it's 2:30 there. So maybe not necessarily during the afternoon commute, which is some good news. But if you know anybody who happens to be driving there, or maybe you're watching our stream, I know we get a lot of truck drivers who watch us. If you're driving along Interstate 10, again, between Laplace, mile markers 206, 215, between mile markers 1 and 3, you definitely do not need to be driving. This is a dangerous storm, confirmed tornado with this storm. We're already seeing it in velocity, very tight rotation. Looks like it's passing, it's crossing, it's just about to cross Interstate 10 there. And so let's go there. You can kind of see it there. So there it is, right, coming right into Interstate 10, about to cross into Lake Pontchartrain there. Let's see if I can make this a little bit. So there you have it, a little bit more apparent to where the highways are. So there it is, Interstate 10. There's the velocity. And then if we do the debris tracker, definitely evident that there's debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And about to cross again, Highway 10 coming into Lake Pontchartrain, just to the southeast of Laplace, Louisiana there. And looks like they did issue another tornado warning just to the southeast of that same area. This is along Interstate 90. And this is a tornado warning for Central St. Charles Parish and Lafourche Parish in southeastern Louisiana until 3 o'clock p.m. So this is not a confirmed tornado, but, you know, like I was saying earlier, what I was concerned about with these storms as they push into New Orleans, they might start getting their act together. And we're definitely starting to see that now, as is National Weather Service in New Orleans is starting to issue these tornado warnings across Louisiana. So that's another threat that we're watching there. As you can see, all these storms are starting to bubble up pretty quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see more tornado warnings here across Louisiana. It looks like, at least for Mississippi, we're not seeing as many tornado warnings. But again, Hattiesburg, you're still under that tornado warning. And this goes at least until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. But we're still seeing a couple tornado warnings in and around Mississippi, now starting to come into Alabama. But I think now we're probably going to start to focus more on what's going on in Louisiana as these storms are starting to pack a punch. Yeah, and so Hattiesburg, you're still under that tornado warning. So let's go back up here. So I think the storm is crossing now. So now it's crossing over Petal, Mississippi. So there's where the center or the rotation is located within that storm. Of course, this storm has... a couple more minutes on it. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually did get extended. It looks like we're still seeing evident rotation within the storm, and that's usually what they look for when issuing these tornado warnings, just to give people a heads up. So there it is. There's one storm. There's another that's pushing into areas of Hattiesburg, just right over Hattiesburg. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but definitely something to watch. And again, putting our debris tracker, because this helps us indicate if anything's being wafted into the atmosphere. It also could pick up water droplets. So if it's very clearly a different color, that's how we know that there's a confirmed tornado, because of just the amount that it could be lofting, debris that could be lofting into the atmosphere. But I'm not seeing that too much here in Hattiesburg. Just very clear indication that it's rotating. And of course, watching the storm very closely. If you're in Hattiesburg, Petal, anywhere down the line, you definitely need to be seeking shelter, staying in your shelter zone until the storm passes. And there are a couple more storms to the south of you, but looks like overall, this line of storms is starting to congeal just a little bit in Mississippi, and then starting to become a little bit more robust in portions of Louisiana here. Okay, just tracking this closely, reading the latest updates from the National Weather Service here. So looks like we have another observed tornado now coming for portions of Mississippi. So yeah, I think it was that storm that we were just tracking. So let's see. This is the one. Okay, so this is that storm that's coming into Mississippi or Alabama now. Looks like they have, it's on that border there. So let's see. So it's actually this one too, I think the south. Zooming in to see if we can get the cities to pop up here. But let's, so yeah. This is this tornado warning right here. It's coming into Mississippi, or Alabama, I should say, as well. But this is a confirmed tornado. And it looks like we might have a bit of footage. So let's look at Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's stream. So he's just to the east of the storm. It's a lot of rainfall coming in those areas. And of course, with all that vegetation, you can't really see what's going on in the sky very well unless it's right in front of you. But he is just to the east of the storm, and that's where we have right now a confirmed tornado on the ground. What makes it hard with this storm is you can still see it rotating, but it's in between radars and in the rural part of Mississippi. But yeah, so the Jackson, Mississippi radar is doing a little bit better on tracking this storm. So there it is. There's a clear indication that it's rotating, debris tracker. Oh yeah, so definitely seeing debris being lofted into the atmosphere. So let's go back here and let's change gears a little bit. So at least as of right now, as we speak, we have at least 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. And we're gonna have to wait to see what the National Weather Service updates that tornado near over Monts, Louisiana. But let's go back to WSI, Matt, and let's put a tracker on this storm. So it looks like they're at least in Jackson, Mississippi, kind of diminishing some of the tornado warnings. We still have a couple coming into Interstate 20 in Louisiana, but the one that has a confirmed tornado, evidently seeing here. So what you're seeing on your screen, we call this our debris tracker. And so when you have those consistent colors of red, but then you have something like this that's very inconsistent, that indicates to us that something is being lofted into the atmosphere, and that, you know, tells people who are looking at radar that there's something confirmed, or at least a tornado possibly on the ground. So putting it back from velocity here, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we saw an extension of this tornado warning into areas of Alabama. So that means if you live in Creole, Yantly, Pushmata, Alabama, I would start to prepare to be under a tornado warning, as this is still evidently spinning About 1,700 people live in this area where there's a confirmed tornado. So not a super populated area, but could still pose a danger, could create some damage coming into this region. And looks like actually, so we have an observed tornado in this area just to the north of that. So this is the storm that we've been tracking. The National Weather Service is also saying that there's a confirmed tornado with this storm. And this is near Kiwani or near Cuba. So this is one that we've been tracking for, I would say, since we started this live stream, at least in terms of tornado warnings over this area. But another confirmed tornado near Kiwani or near Cuba, moving at 45 miles per hour. So emergency management actually confirming this tornado. And I mean, not clear. The radar is just not the greatest here, but you can still see it rotating. Not a very clear indication that there's debris being lofted, but you know, emergency management confirming that this is on the ground right now. And this is again along Interstate 20. So if you know anybody driving here, maybe coming into near Cuba, Alabama, Dove, Millville, York, any of these areas, you need to be in your shelter. This is another confirmed tornado. So far right now, we have 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Let's see if they updated the one in Louisiana. And so looks like they have expired that tornado warning that was confirmed earlier as it's moving over Lake Pontchartrain. Looks like it spun up pretty quickly, and you can still see a little bit of rotation over Lake Pontchartrain, but this storm system moved pretty fast over that region. But we're still seeing this tornado warning just to the south of that area. Yeah, so nothing confirmed with this tornado warning in Louisiana. This includes Del Almens, Luling, Louisiana. This is along Interstate 310, coming very close to the New Orleans area. So we're definitely going to be watching these storms closely. This is getting really close to a very populated area. Not seeing, you know, with just the radar being out of the way, not seeing too much indication that it's rotating, but I am seeing a bit of rotation there. Not strong, which is some good news, but you're still under tornado warning. So be prepared. You need to be seeking shelter if you're under this tornado warning. So far right now, looks like our only confirmed tornadoes are in Mississippi, coming into Alabama, and of course, Hattiesburg under another tornado warning this afternoon. And it's only 2:41. So, you know, it's ahead of a very active afternoon there. Okay, so we are, let's see, it's getting some updates there. So, okay, so they've officially extended that tornado warning that we were talking about here. So if you are in, let's see, northwestern Choctaw County and southeast western Alabama, this is where they've newly issued that tornado warning, and it's no surprise this is where we have that confirmed tornado as it's coming into those areas. So this goes until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you have at least 50 minutes on this storm. You have a long ways to go with this storm system, as it's still over Mississippi. And then with that confirmed tornado, that's why they've extended this tornado warning. So, you know, this afternoon we're getting into the 3 o'clock hour, and it's starting to become a little bit more active. Although earlier in the afternoon it was already pretty active here. And I need to grab something here. But yeah, a lot of tornado warnings starting to be issued now, especially in Louisiana. So let's take a look here. So yeah, the tornado warning no longer issued in Laplace. But, okay, so looks like as that storm is moving over Lake Pontchartrain, they have issued, so another storm just to the north of that, they have issued a new tornado warning here. And this is along Highway or Interstate 12. And I think this is still in Louisiana. So yeah, St. Tammany Parish and Pearl River County. Okay, so it's on that border of Louisiana, Mississippi. So nothing on the ground, but this is again a new tornado warning that's coming into Mississippi and Louisiana. Also may produce some pretty gusty winds here. So be prepared for possibility of straight line wind damage as well with these storms. Yeah, so if you're under this tornado warning, again, this is for areas in St. Tammany Parish, southeastern Louisiana, and Pearl River County in southern Mississippi. That's where that new tornado warning is being issued. So let's go back up here as we're getting these new warnings to pop up. So let's actually, Matt, if we can go back to MyRadar here and let's put on the velocity. So this is doing a little bit of a better, our app is doing a much better job at showing how tight this rotation is. And look at that. Where you're seeing all those bright colors, yeah, that's a pretty significant indication that it's rotating. Let's look at the debris tracker. So debris still being wafted into the atmosphere. This is for that confirmed tornado that's in Mississippi. Again, these are counties for Clark County, Mississippi until 3 o'clock. This is a damaging tornado. It's moving at 40 miles per hour. Confirmed tornado located near Crandall. It's going to come into areas of Alabama. So that's why the National Weather Service has extended this tornado warning. It's still evidently on the ground. So that's what makes this storm pretty dangerous. And of course, we were talking about this earlier, but I don't know if Jordan Hall here, this is courtesy of the live storm chasers feed that we have within our app. Looks like he's honing in on the storm in Mississippi. Okay, so let's go back here. So yeah, somebody asking about lulling Louisiana, and you're just right outside of that tornado warning, but be prepared to be under tornado warning if the system can hold its act together. Right now, not officially under one, but you're very close to one. So just stay weather-aware here within the next couple of minutes. And so it looks like Jordan Hall is closing in on the storm, but not really seeing much activity there in his feed. But yeah, wow. Not a velocity signature like to see here on radar. Not a super populated area, but it could still be pretty dangerous. We're still seeing debris being wafted into the atmosphere. Yeah, so this still has a confirmed tornado with it. Doesn't look like it's lifted just yet. Again, eastern Clark County needs to be taking shelter. Choctaw County in Alabama, if you live in these areas from Listman, need to be taking shelter right now. And so far, at least for the northern counties like Meridian, where we're tracking that storm, looks like the National Weather Service has officially expired those tornado warnings, which is some good news coming out of those areas. But of course, you know, these storms at any moment could produce a tornado. If you're under tornado warning, you definitely need to be seeking shelter. So not as many tornado warnings, at least from what we were seeing earlier, but I think most of them will start to come into portions of Louisiana as I'm starting to see a little bit of these storms starting to build and maybe even have a little bit of rotation with them. So let's actually look at the velocity tracker and see if any of these storms down to the south of where we're seeing these tornado warnings are having any indication that they're rotating. So far right now, I'm not seeing too much of that, but of course, we'll have to keep updating you. So let's turn on that radar there in Louisiana. And we're still tracking this confirmed tornado. So it looks like they are expiring some of the cities just to the south of this system, of this storm system, or the storm that's moving into portions of Alabama, which is some good news. But let's turn on this radar. Yeah, so just definitely not a velocity signature I like to see. It's still very clearly rotating there. Let's see if we can get any images coming out of there. Just trying to get some of the latest stats, guys. If you have any questions, you're just now joining our stream here, feel free to ask them in the chat. I know some of you have been asking here and there. I'm trying to keep up with it. But, you know, if you want to know what's going on in your specific city or what's going to happen later, feel free to comment and I'll try to get to it as best as I can. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app, you can also join the conversation. We are streaming on YouTube and Facebook, so you can also drop your question on there if you are watching from the app, and we will try to get to it as best as we can. Okay, so let's get some updates on this storm. So they're dropping some, but they're also starting to warn some of these areas. So it looks like a new tornado warning for Snell, Mississippi. About 300 people live in this area. So a very small population, nothing is confirmed. But if you know anybody who lives there or you live there, you need to be seeking shelter. Yeah, so let's see. I'm seeing some footage here of a probably possible rain-wrapped tornado. And this is east of Shabuda, Mississippi. So this is about 10 to 15 minutes ago. So Shabuda, that's a... Okay, so here we are. Oh, wow. This doesn't have... They haven't warned this yet. So somebody actually possibly confirming a tornado here that I'm seeing. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly rotating here. We'll have to see if they actually warn this, but in Shabuda, there's that clear indication that it's rotating. Not any indication that there's any debris being lofted into the atmosphere, but, you know, if you are in Shabuda, I would be prepared to be under a tornado warning. That storm is clearly rotating there. And it might take them a couple minutes there to officially put in a tornado warning. And then even just south of Hattiesburg there, you can see as the storm pushes out, it's still clearly rotating. So not sure if they're going to go ahead and extend the warning there. But there's also another storm to the south. So Hattiesburg, if you live there, you need to be taking shelter, staying in your shelter. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended this tornado warning here for the next couple of minutes, because there's still another storm to the south of it that's rotating. So a lot of these storms are starting to rotate here pretty quickly. And of course, with that confirmed tornado coming into areas of Alabama, it's still evidently spinning there, now crossing the Alabama-Mississippi border in central, just to the south of Meridian, actually, southeast of Meridian, Mississippi. And then we're still watching a couple tornado warnings in Louisiana and Mississippi, and even just to the east of New Orleans here. So yeah, you know, still tracking quite a bit of tornado warnings. It's a very active afternoon. So there's that line of storms. We have the New Orleans radar turned on. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, so I'm still tracking these storms. A lot of activity here. Seeing if we can get any footage from social media. Looks like a storm near Hattiesburg is packing a punch there. Okay, so they officially warned that storm that we were talking about near Shibuya, where it was clearly rotating here. Yeah, so now coming into, again, Shibuya, you need to be in your safe zone just to the east of Quitman. And this is, coming into the same area that was under tornado warning. That had a confirmed tornado. It still has a confirmed tornado. So this is already two systems or two storms that are going to come into the same region and are going to be tornado warned. So yes, there are two tornado warnings over you guys if you are to the east of Quitman. So let's get an update on that storm. So they're updating these pretty quickly here. So yeah, Hattiesburg again got rewarned, and that's what I was talking about with that. You need to stay in your safe zone basically if you're in Hattiesburg. Several tornado warnings, and don't let this catch you off guard. This is a new extension of that tornado warning. So, you're getting tornado warning after tornado warning. Storms just keep spinning over that area. And so there's that new tornado warning, and this is for areas of Hattiesburg, and this is for that storm that was just to the south that was also rotating there. So I'm happy to see that they've extended this warning. So Hattiesburg, Petal, once again, there's a storm that's rotating. So that was the first storm that you were initially warned for, and now there's a southern storm here, and that's also spinning. So I'm not seeing a clear indication that there might be something on the ground. So right now it's just radar indicated. You need to be staying in your safe zone. Okay, so I'm reading your comments here. Some of you watching from Alabama. Depends on where you are in Alabama. If you're in eastern, or I should say western Alabama, there are storms that are coming for you within the next hour or so. So I would be prepared to be impacted by possibly tornadic storms. Somebody asking about Meteorologist. I'm not sure if I said that correctly. Louisiana. So you're close to New Orleans. If you are on, so this is actually, yeah, so you're right outside of New Orleans. Your storms are about to come here within the next hour or so. I would definitely be ready to seek shelter at any point. You are under this particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. You're also under the moderate risk, which is a level 4 to 5 of severe weather. And that's something, both of those are very rare to see in the month of December. So when those are issued, just means be prepared for the possibility of seeking shelter, possibility of being impacted by a dangerous storm, a dangerous tornado. That's what all of that means from the National Weather Service. But so far right now, the heavy rainfall is about to come into your area. You have a tornado warning just to the west of you. And Lowling, somebody was asking about that city earlier, but I'm not seeing too much of a, so a little bit of rotation there I'm seeing now. That's just to the north of Lowling. It's coming into close to Interstate 10. So we're going to have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends that tornado warning, maybe to the northeast of that area, maybe possibly Kenner, coming again into Lake Pontchartrain. And then to the north of that, so this storm, it's a little concerning just from what I'm seeing in velocity there. It is clearly rotating as it pushes to the east, but nothing on the ground just yet. And this is for St. Tammany Parish, southeastern Louisiana, and Pearl River counties in Mississippi. So this is also coming into Mississippi. So there's that border there. Let's see if I can draw. So the border's right here. Looks like they did just extend this warning out a little bit more into Mississippi as that storm is. So actually, let's see if they have anything confirmed with the storm. Yeah, so the latest, that blinking was the latest update, and that was a confirmed tornado just from velocity. I was seeing a little bit of that. I didn't see very much in terms of debris being lofted. Okay, so with the latest scan, yeah, definitely seeing something being lofted into the atmosphere. And again, we're watching this area here. Some of this might just be from radar. I can see those colors kind of coming in, or maybe water droplets being detected. But so yeah, so this is a confirmed tornado now on the ground. This is for, again, these same counties in Louisiana. So this is southeastern St. Tammany Parish and Pearl River counties. So not yet in Louisiana and Mississippi, but if you're in Louisiana in any of these zones, there's a officially confirmed tornado there. And about 19,000 of you guys are in this tornado polygon. So that's Tell Chic, Picayune, Mississippi, and Ozuna, Mississippi. It's right on that border there. It's coming into that border. So this is a confirmed tornado over that region. And so far right now, that's the only confirmed tornado that I'm seeing from the National Weather Service. And so let's track it. So this is moving at 50 miles per hour. So that's pretty fast. This will come into your area pretty quickly. So you need to be ready. You need to be in your tornado safe zone right now. This is a fast moving storm. So let's put that tracker on. Actually, I want to make it bigger here. So we're kind of doing it where the velocity, or we're seeing that rotation. And so there you have it in Tally Chic at around 3:06 p.m. That's when the storm, or the tornado, is the confirmed tornado, will arrive over your area, and 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time in Industrial. So again, this is a confirmed tornado that we're tracking out here that you're seeing. Definitely be seeking shelter right now if you're in that area. Let's see what reports, if any, are coming out of Louisiana. So latest confirmed tornado. Just seeing footage from earlier in Iberia Parish from tornado that made way for some damage there. So far right now we have another tornado on the ground in Louisiana coming into portions of Mississippi. So this zone right here, the Storm Prediction Center is saying numerous strong supercells continue into the afternoon, the strong tornado threat. So this zone right here, the same zones that are under officially that tornado zone or tornado warnings, you still have a couple more hours left for this tornado threat. And that's why you're under that particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. Looks like there was also a funnel in Laurel in Louisiana earlier. Right now, I'm not seeing any footage of this possible tornado. So let's go back here. So I'll let the tracker up there for a bit. So you guys maybe are tuning in, starting to get in on these warnings that are coming in. So it looks like officially, for the person who was asking me in Lowling, there's no tornado warning near New Orleans right now, but I'm seeing some storms starting to pop up there. So watching those very closely, as if they can get going, they will be pretty quickly and might be issued at least tornado warnings pretty quickly. But the one we're watching right now has that confirmed tornado. So actually, let's go back to... Okay, so you have the MyRadar app on there. Looks like Jordan Hall has officially made it to the storm. That's what we hear. Let's see if it's still clearly rotating. So yeah, he is looking right at it. Not sure if they still have the confirmed tornado. So it looks like it has lifted over this region. This is the one that we were tracking that did have a confirmed tornado over it. This storm chaser in particular looks like it's looking right at the storm. A lot of lightning there. Wow. He's on the move. It's very hard to see. As you can see, the trees are very tall in this area, in a very rural part of Mississippi and Alabama here. So now this is officially Alabama that we're looking at, but I'm not seeing anything on the ground there. It's just so hard to get a good visual. And you know, some of these storms were rotating there just to the north. So we're gonna have to wait and see if the National Weather Service will extend that tornado warning up there in Alabama. If we load this, you can see maybe a couple more storms starting to rotate here. And so it looks like they just issued. So that's what I was concerned about. They just issued a new tornado warning now coming into, once again, just south of Shibuda. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, very evidently rotating. You know, what's crazy to me is there's just so many of these storms that continue to pop up. And as soon as they pop up, or if you see like rotation on radar, they're immediately warned. This has really been the theme all afternoon. So that just tells you the power of how quickly these storms can spin up and how quickly the National Weather Service issues these tornado warnings. Of course, they're doing a great job there in Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans, and even Birmingham. As you know, earlier we had so many tornado warnings. It's just been an incredibly active afternoon. And I like seeing where you guys are watching from as well. You know, continue to chat, ask where the storms are. It's hopefully super helpful for you guys. So yeah, we've been on here for about 2 hours now. And, you know, as soon as we hopped on the stream, there were so many tornado warnings. And this continues this afternoon. So yeah, confirmed tornado, like I said earlier, for Picayune, Mississippi, Ozuna, and Tallysheek in Louisiana. So that's just south here. Or Picayune. I'm not really sure how to say that city, but at least so far, that's our only confirmed tornado there. Let's see if that loads. Rotation is not as evident as earlier, but you know, still radar confirmed damaging tornado on the ground that's coming into areas of Mississippi there. Wow, so several new tornado warnings being issued within this Mississippi area, Mississippi-Alabama border. And it looks like they did extend that tornado warning we were talking about earlier now into portions of Alabama. So this is now including Sumter County. And this is for near Quinterbish, 11 miles south of Cuba, moving at 30 miles per hour. So let's go back here. So let's go back to WSI map. And let's take a regional look. So kind of just looking, if you're just now tuning in, is the situation that's ongoing across Mississippi and Louisiana. So the National Weather Services in New Orleans and Jackson continue to issue these tornado warnings. These storms are packing a punch. They can rotate pretty quickly. This is why they've issued those PDS tornado watch over this area. And so it looks like we have a new tornado warning coming into now Mississippi. So let's track this out. And so this was spinning, and there was a confirmed tornado with this. So let's see if the new tornado warning has a confirmed tornado. So tornado producing. So it looks like radar confirms still from the National Weather Service in New Orleans. This is for St. Tammany Parish, Hancock County, and Pearl River County in southern Mississippi now. So they've added Hancock to this tornado warning. Very evidently rotating there. Yeah, so it might have actually been pretty strong rotation there. You can kind of see that purplish color popping up on the screen, indicating to us that not too much of a debris signature, but it is there. So let's track this out. Now that they've extended this far into areas of Mississippi, this is a huge box. huge tornado warning coming into Interstate 59 now in Mississippi. And you can see the border. So I was showing this earlier, but the border of Louisiana, Mississippi is right here. So this is still in Louisiana, but it's coming into Mississippi. So let's track this out. Let's put a tracker. Let's do a long one. So there's the tracker. And actually, I kind of want to zoom out and do this way. So doing it from the center of the storm right here. So it's actually, so there's the center of the storm, and we can put this tracker on and kind of time it out. I need to make it bigger if I'm going to extend it that way. So this way, so let's put almost every city that could possibly be under the threat of this over. So you can see it there. The tracker has it at 3:13 p.m. in Sun. My AirPods died, so Matt, if you need to talk to me, just send me a message. And then at 3:33 p.m. in Caesar, 3:47 p.m. at Poplarville in Mississippi, and at 3:53 p.m. in Silver Run, Mississippi. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, just from, and here's where the velocity is. So that's a crazy last scan from the radar. So very evidently rotating there. And if we zoom in here, you can see that a little bit more clearly. There's a reflectivity, and let's go to the correlation. So not too much, maybe a little indication that there's debris being lifted, but not too much. And there's the latest scan. So it doesn't look too, might be weakening a little bit, maybe even more significantly. But, you know, if you're under this tornado warning, so we're talking about you guys in some of the cities that are popped up. Derby, McNeil, Cary, I think I didn't say that correctly, but looks like Cary, Mississippi, Richardson, Rollins, and Caesar, all under this tornado warning. And it's going to be a bit before it gets to you, but you need to be heading into your safe zone. This is until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still got about another 20 minutes there. And this is moving at 45. So still moving pretty quickly there, but the velocity isn't as strong as I was seeing it earlier. So it might be weakening here, which is some good news to see with a confirmed tornado. And so looks like here, this is a very concerning. Yeah, so this storm is starting to rotate. And just from what I'm seeing on radar, might be pretty strong indication. So we'll have to see if, we'll definitely have to watch this one. So this is coming into Waynesboro, Mississippi, Stringford. So it's right to the south of you guys in Stringford if you live there. Thank you. I'm saying that city correctly. I don't even remember how I said it, but that's in Mississippi there, or I should say Louisiana, or no, it's in Mississippi, just right on that border. Yeah, so it's right over in Mississippi. But these are storms. Again, Hattiesburg is still under these tornado warnings. Storms keep popping up over this region, and they keep rotating, and so that's why that storm was warned. But looks like it's now out of the way. Still somewhat of an indication that it might be rotating. So we'll have to see. It's coming right out of that warning box zone. So we'll have to see if they extend it with either a severe thunderstorm warning or a new tornado warning. And looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning is coming just to the south of Hattiesburg. And then a couple new tornado warnings coming into Alabama here. And I'm moving this pretty quickly, but so there you have it. That tornado warning that was issued just a couple of minutes ago for central Sumter and west central Alabama. Nothing on the ground, but this storm did produce a tornado earlier in the afternoon. So that's why we're watching this one really closely as well. But I'm a little bit more concerned for this storm up here near Waynesboro. At any moment, this could drop, I think, a tornado. So this is one we're going to keep our eye on here. And if you stuck with us this entire time, I appreciate you watching us track these storms out. So I'm trying to see if we can get any reports or any footage. But a lot of the footage I'm seeing out of Louisiana is from the New Iberia tornado that was reported there earlier in the morning and into the afternoon. So I'm seeing a tweet here. So there is a tornado shelter in Picayune, Mississippi at 501 Laurel Street. So if you need to go into a tornado shelter, you know somebody who lives. So this is that tornado warning that we're talking about here. You still have a little bit of time to get into that tornado shelter. But if you're not in a safe spot, maybe you live in a mobile home or in a building that doesn't have really good structure, there's a tornado shelter there at 501 Laurel Street in Picayune, Mississippi. Okay, so I'm just trying to update these really quickly. So so it looks like they just warned a storm in Louisiana. So this is coming into Estelle, Louisiana, and this is in Louisiana right now. I think that's so that's south of New Orleans. So if this storm continues to stay strong, it actually might come into New Orleans. So that's a little concerning there. So yeah, let's see if there's any radars down there. So let's go back to my radar mat. And you know, the radar is it's picking up on a little bit of rotation here. It's so hard just because it's in a somewhat rural area, but this is a tornado warning officially for, let's read out the parishes: St. Charles Parish, Lafourche Parish, and Jefferson Parish until 3:45 p.m. So this is a storm located near Lockport or La Rousse, moving at 40 miles per hour. So there's Lockport. So you can zoom in there. And you know what's great about this is you can really zoom into the streets here. So if there's a tornado on the ground, we can also tell you on exactly what street it could potentially be on, especially if you know this area and you know where these streets are. That's what's great about this app. You can really, really zoom in and get that detailed a look there. But it's just close to Lockport here. So it's right on the southern tip here. And that's what's concerning, is we're really gonna have to watch this, because if the path of the storm continues into the northeast, it'll head straight into New Orleans. So if you live in New Orleans, stay on alert. There's a storm to the south of you that's already being tornado warned. Thankfully, nothing is on the ground yet, but if you are in Estelle, Louisiana, you need to be seeking shelter. And this is one we're going to watch very closely. It might come close into that New Orleans area. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, we're gonna watch that storm really closely here. So if you have any questions, again, if you're just now joining us, I'm seeing that viewer count go up on YouTube. So thank you so much for tuning into our live stream here. We are tracking this pretty much tornado outbreak that's ongoing across Louisiana and Mississippi. We've been here for about 2 hours now, and with what the Storm Prediction Center has outlined, this is a moderate risk. So this is a level 4 out of 5. on that severe weather risk for severe weather over areas of also including New Orleans and southern Mississippi and portions of Alabama. But we also have a PDS tornado watch. So what that means is this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. It means numerous tornadoes are expected. That's very strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center. And they're saying with a few intense tornadoes likely. We've already been seeing this afternoon. Since we started the stream, we've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes that were on the ground. We could also have damaging wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. Could be possibly higher than that. And hail, I haven't seen any hail reports, but we could have hail of up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So we are expecting numerous supercell thunderstorms within this line. So ahead of the line, a cold front that's coming into this area. And with just all the ingredients in the atmosphere, this is a very volatile atmosphere. Any storm that pops up spins, from what we've seen already this afternoon, spins up pretty quickly. And so that's what's making these storms pretty dangerous. And that's why we have this tornado watch issued. So if you're under this tornado watch, just know where to go. Stay in your safe zone, or at least know where it is. Be near your safe zone. I would not recommend to be driving out in these kinds of conditions. As you know, these storms could quickly spin up and produce a tornado. So that's what we're watching this afternoon. And of course, watching this storm just south of New Orleans really carefully. I don't think we have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, which is some good news, but we do have several tornado warnings coming from Mobile, Alabama, National Weather Service office, Birmingham, and even New Orleans. So we're getting this from all over the southeast and the deep south here. But so let's go back to the radar. I've been using this so much, so it kind of dropped down there on me. But let's go to these storms in Alabama, and we'll actually turn on the Alabama radar here. And this was a storm that was producing a confirmed tornado earlier, so not really seeing any clear indication. I think this tornado warning will expire here soon. So it's now looks like it's starting to indicate, it looks like now it's starting to rotate a little bit more. So I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service in Birmingham started to extend this tornado warning here within the next couple of minutes. It's supposed to expire at 3:45 p.m. It's in about 20 minutes, so they still have time to issue a new tornado warning just for the areas to the south of that. And I don't want this to go that far out. So let's see. We'll just keep it at that. So this is for the past several minutes here. And so this is another storm we're watching. So again, this is for counties in Alabama, and this is for Sumter County. This is going to expire here within the next couple of minutes, 3:45, but it's moving at 30 miles per hour. Again, it's starting to rotate it just a little bit more than we were seeing earlier. And of course, still continue to watch this storm to the east or to the west of Waynesboro. This is for Central Wayne County, 3:45 p.m. as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw an extension of this tornado warning just south of Shabuta in Mississippi. And then we got a couple more storms here rotating. So this is one that was tornado warned earlier. Looks like they did drop that tornado warning from that storm that we were talking about earlier in Louisiana, which is some good news. So a couple tornado warnings here. And that was for Picayune, Mississippi. And then we're still continuing to watch this storm to the south of New Orleans, because if this can stay, so it looks like clear indication of rotation there. If this continues, it might come close to New Orleans. Of course, we still got a ways away with this storm, but this is definitely something that I'm going to keep my eye on here. I've been talking for 2 hours now. It's been a long, it's going to be a long afternoon for a lot of you guys. I know it's been a long week already, at least in terms of severe weather. So getting some reports from, let's see, Clark, Mississippi County. There's some heavy structural damage of Quitman on County Road 670, and they're saying another structure is completely gone. So that was from that tornado that we were watching earlier this afternoon. So that's not a good report to hear, but you know, this was definitely a possibility coming into this afternoon. So yeah, definitely stuff we don't like to see here. Let's see if we can get some of these reports to pop up on the screen. So yeah, let's go to WSI, Matt, and show already, you know, when we looked at this a couple hours ago, of course, we didn't have this many reports, but of course, these keep increasing as we're continuing to get confirmed tornadoes over this area. I can get any. Yeah, so trees uprooted and homes damaged about a mile north of Hickory, Mississippi. In Hattiesburg, there's a funnel spotted. So structural damage at houses at the intersection of Pop Runnels Road and Macedonia Road in Petal. And then trees and power lines continue to be down. Trees down along Highway 36 in Louisiana. And then confirmed damage along a schoolhouse road with a house damaged and power poles and streetlights. So I wonder if I can pop those up here on your screen. That way we can actually read out the reports here in real time. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this. Nothing's popping up there. Yes, I'm trying to pop up these reports that I'm seeing, but this is where I'm reading all these from. And then, of course, earlier, Donaldston. And so these storms that we're tracking are up here. So it looks like roof blown off from a trailer near Tumsuba. And that was that tornado warning we were tracking earlier. Possible tornado damage at the intersection of County Road 660 and County Road 511. Heavy tree damaged and roads blocked. So that was earlier. And that was this tornado warning. If we can pull up... maybe have the MyRadar app maybe loading somewhere, Matt. I'm not sure if you can do that, but that's a tornado warning we were talking about in Mississippi and Alabama. So this was near Cuba, Alabama there. That's just to the northeast of that section. So right now, it doesn't look like we have any confirmed tornadoes, which is some good news. But I'm just kind of reading off these reports from the storm or from the National Weather Service as we're getting new updates with these storms, constant new updates here. We could pop these up on the screen. So yeah, several reports, starting to get in those damage reports. Okay, so yeah, so let's go and see what the latest updates are with. So it looks like they're continuing to issue these tornado warnings. So it looks like Estelle, Louisiana, just south of New Orleans, that tornado warning is continuing. A new tornado warning in south central Mississippi. And continue to track that tornado warning just south of New Orleans. So let's go to the MyRadar app here, Matt, and let's put that on the screen and get some updates on these storms. So this is a newly issued tornado warning in Mississippi. And Matt, whenever you can, please put up the MyRadar app. And I don't have my earpods, so if you're talking to me, you're gonna have to message me since I've run out of steam with them. Okay, so here's that newly issued tornado warning. Here, maybe we'll just put it up on WSI. Okay, so Okay, so it looks like we're having some issues pulling up our MyRadar app, so we're just going to rely on WSI here. Okay, so here's that newly issued tornado warning, and let's read the latest stats on this. So southeastern Forest County and southeastern Mississippi until 4 o'clock, so about 30 minutes on the storm, 14 miles northwest of Wiggins, possibility of tornadoes. Let's put on the velocity tracker. Yeah, so very clearly rotating there. And if we draw this circle right here, that's why they've warned this storm. And so again, with that kind of signature, we could definitely see a tornado at any moment. So that's why they have those tornado warnings. So this is a newly issued tornado warning there in just south of Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg, you're not going to get it on the storm. I think if anything, if you live to the east of this storm, you might be, or at least to the east of Hattiesburg, you might be affected by it. So let's go a little bit south here and get an update on this storm just to the south of New Orleans. So they've discounted some of the cities to the south of this, but I'm very concerned about the storm. And, you know, it continues to spin. It still continues to hold its strength here. It looks like it's a little bit now more to the east. So that's what's a little concerning because, you know, New Orleans could possibly be right in the path of the storm if it continues to rotate like this. And of course, New Orleans might come into a tornado warning here. So let's so there it is. There's that tornado warning that we're gonna keep our eye on. But so far right now we have about 4 tornado warnings. Nothing confirmed yet. We're still keeping our eye on a couple of these. And let's go to the velocity tracker, because this one's obviously still rotating. This one, they might, you know, it's a very small box. I'm not seeing any clear indications that it continues to rotate there, but of course we're going to keep our eye on it and, you know, see if there are any other storms that are right now. I'm not seeing any other storms that could possibly be rotating. Maybe, you know, to the south of Waynesboro, there's another storm. So these same areas just south of Shabuda may be warned again. Just from this storm, I'm seeing that has a little bit of rotation indicated with it. Other than that, right now, I'm not seeing another storm. That's really the one I think I'm mostly concerned about. It looks like a storm that might be over Lake Pontchartrain could have some rotation in it. So a couple storms here and there. Keeping our close eye on these. And of course, continuing to track these tornado warnings. Looks like we have the app back on. We just have one storm chaser feed here. So there is the radar. You know, this line of storms is now getting very close to New Orleans. So you're about to get in on this heavy rainfall there in New Orleans and maybe into south of that. You can kind of see how the storms are starting to bubble up over the Gulf. And then as they push into the east, this is where we could possibly have those risks continue into southeastern Louisiana. And so earlier we were talking about the Storm Prediction Center was saying that there could still be some numerous strong supercells with these storms. So we're going to continue to track that very, very closely. Hello from Brooklyn, Mississippi. Let's get some, so nothing on the ground, but, you know, we're starting to get some of those storm reports to come in. Yeah, so we're watching this one very closely, just to the south of New Orleans. So Matt, let's leave the radar on really quickly here. I want to take a really quick short break, and then we'll come back. But we'll leave the MyRadar app here looping, and I'll have it on the storm because as soon as possibly they might issue a tornado warning here. And I'm going to go take a break before that happens. So yeah, you know, it's getting its act together. So at any moment, I think the National Weather Service will issue a tornado warning in New Orleans. It's rotating. It's gaining a little bit of strength there. So let me take a short break. I'll come back here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll go over that. But this is one definitely to watch. We'll leave it on the screen, and then we'll come back. Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. Took a quick short break, but wanted to give you more updates because we did just have an observed tornado with one of these tornado warnings. Looks like though they have since lifted this tornado warning over portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. So let's give you the latest updates on that. So let me read some of these latest stats with this tornado warning. And again, this was an earlier observed tornado. And so now officially, so just a moment ago, this is the storm we were watching. New Orleans is officially under a tornado warning. This is for about a big population here in New Orleans. And as I wait for this to load here. So again, this is a newly issued tornado warning for the city of New Orleans, also Laurel, Louisiana, and Harvey until 4:30 p.m. Now, this is a radar indicated storm. But if we take a look at the velocity here, and let's put on the per station radar. So very evidently, so this is not what I like to see with the tornado warning like this. Very evidently rotating. It could drop a tornado at any moment. It's just to the south of New Orleans. So this is what's going to make the storm pretty dangerous. If you live in New Orleans, if you're in the path of the storm, so we're talking about even Marrero, Westwego, Harvey, anywhere north of New Orleans, you are under the tornado warning. You are in the path of the storm right now. Nothing confirmed. Again, with what I'm seeing on radar, this could drop a tornado at any moment. This is a newly issued tornado warning for the city of New Orleans. Getting a little bit of an indication of the debris tracker. It's picking up something in the atmosphere as we're seeing that right now. So watching this very closely. And if they do happen to update this tornado warning, we're gonna have to watch it. New Orleans, again, under a tornado warning, about a population of 503,000 people. So it's a big population there in New Orleans. Again, a tornado warning now issued for New Orleans, Louisiana, and this goes for another hour or so until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this is what's making that storm really dangerous over this region. And so we have it up here too. So, you know, several radars here, but just to give you a timestamp on when the storm will arrive, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing here on reflectivity. It does look like it's gaining a little bit of strength. Might drop a tornado at any moment here. So be prepared, be in your shelter. This is coming into the city of New Orleans. So this is moving at about, let's see. So this is for St. Bernard Parish, St. Charles, Orleans Parish, and Jefferson about 4:30. It's moving at 35 miles per hour. So we have to update that tracker here. 35, and let's time it out. So there's the center of the storm, and I want to track this whole thing out into Lake Pontchartrain. And there it is. So New Orleans, I wonder if we can shift this, but Marrero, it's going to arrive at about 3:54 p.m. 4:01 in New Orleans. So in about 10 minutes, that storm will be right over you. In Chalmette at 4:07, 4:21 p.m. in Little Woods, and 4:30 p.m. in Chef Mentor, Louisiana. So again, this is a tornado warning issued for Louisiana, and it's not a confirmed tornado yet. But again, with what I'm just seeing on radar, it could clearly drop a tornado at any moment. The National Weather Service has not confirmed anything, but again, this is a very strong rotation indicated with the storm. You definitely need to be seeking shelter if you are in the city of New Orleans, Louisiana. And I'm sure a lot of you got that alert if you live there. So a pretty strong storm moving over this region. So I'm just reading some of the latest updates here. It's going to come right over Louisiana, guys. And I do not like seeing that type of signature. It could drop, especially with how strong this storm is. It could drop a tornado at any moment over this region. And it's moving at about 35 miles per hour. But there's the latest scan with the radar. And again, seeing it, you could see the velocity down there with the MyRadar app, showing it a little bit better than this system right here. But there it is, right over just to the south of New Orleans, going to come here within the next 10 minutes. So you need to either be heading to your shelter now if you live in New Orleans, or be heading or be in it right now, because this storm is a pretty dangerous storm from what we're seeing on radar, and it could drop a tornado at any moment. So we're going to have to wait and see what this does over this region. And we're getting a couple of severe thunderstorms being issued as well. but watching this very, very, very closely. I do not like what I'm seeing on radar here. And down below me, you can see that's the MyRadar app. We have the velocity layer turned on, and that is just telling us that the storm is rotating. And with the colors I'm seeing on the screen, it's very, very strong rotation. So at any moment, a tornado could drop just from what we're seeing here on radar. And also, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. We're also seeing maybe a little bit of rotation in the storms just to the north of this. And, you know, I think this is our only tornado warning right now. So yeah, all the other ones in Mississippi have expired, and they have not reissued some of these warnings. So really the focus is on this tornado warning right now that's coming into the city of New Orleans. As we get new radar scans coming in, we're going to have to see if this continues to strengthen, but it looks like New Orleans, right in the heart of the city, might be in the path of the storm. And you need to be seeking shelter right now too. So let's go over a little bit of what you can do if you're just now tuning in, watching the stream, and you are under this tornado warning. I always like to show this. Again, we're going to leave that radar down below. So that's where right now the storm is. And this is what you can do in order to be safe during these types of storms. So basement would be the best place. I know maybe a lot of you in Louisiana don't have basements. So if you can get into the most interior portion of your home, the safest at least rooms would be a closet, a bathroom with no windows, a hallway, and stairs. You want to be away from those exterior walls, so the most inner portion of your home is the best bet to seek shelter. And if you can, cover yourself with either a helmet, a mattress, or a blanket. You want to cover your head in case there is a tornado on the ground and it does happen to hit your home. Any debris that could be lofted into the atmosphere or be thrown around, you need to protect your head during these types of situations. So I just wanted to show you this really quickly, but we're getting some newest radar scans here, and the storm continues to hold its strength just to the south of New Orleans. And you're seeing that down there. And if we zoom in here, that storm continues to gain strength over New Orleans. So that is our concern right now over this area. And let's put that radar back on here. And so you can see as a wide view, so it looks like a new, maybe a confirmed tornado coming in here. Let's see. So, okay, nothing confirmed yet, but looks like they just updated this tornado warning for areas in New Orleans. Let's see what the latest reading. So, located over Westwego, over Marrero, and moving at 35 miles per hour. Still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed yet, which is some good news with this. And you know, over this area there's a lot of eyes, there's a lot of people who live here, so if there's anything confirmed, we would have known very quickly, which is some good news. But there's still a tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter. Very, very strong rotation coming into the city of New Orleans here. And so it looks like that's why they've updated, because they expired this tornado warning just to the south. The storm is moving pretty quickly. I think they updated the speed up, so it's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And again, this is really, really close to the city of New Orleans, as you can see there. It's going to pass here within the next 5 minutes. So you need to be in your tornado safe zone or your shelter, the most low-lying area of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. So it could be possibly potential tornado just from what we're seeing here. And let's put the MyRadar app and WSI below me. Matt, if you could switch it, that way we can have this a little bit bigger there on the screen for people to see. But again, trying to see if we can get any reports of any new information coming in from New Orleans there. I don't think there's any storm trackers there right now, so can't get any. I'm not seeing any visuals, at least. Yeah, so the debris tracker actually might be picking something up here. So maybe a little bit. It was a little bit clearer earlier as it moved into New Orleans here. We're gonna have to wait and see if the National Weather Service updates this as a confirmed tornado, but this is a possible tornado that could be moving into New Orleans here within the next 5 minutes or so. And I'm trying to see if there's any of this footage. It looks like just some rain, lightning moving into this region. This is a really dangerous storm. You need to be seeking shelter. This could be a potential tornado on the ground right now, just to the south of New Orleans, and it's coming really, really close to that area. So yeah, possible tornado in West Wago. So you can see it here. So let's put on that reflectivity. There's New Orleans. Correlation coefficient. I wonder if some of these higher picking anything up. So there's a little bit of maybe debris being lifted into the atmosphere, wafted into the atmosphere. So yeah, it's a little bit on the lower levels here. So yeah, I mean, a dangerous storm. Definitely might skirt maybe the center of the city, but you know, there it is, very close. It's right over, so as you can see, you really zoom in. It's right over the Mississippi River, at least the rotation. If anybody was to see anything, it's in a very populated area right now in the Grenada neighborhood, Harvey, uptown New Orleans. You're right in the path of the storm, and then eventually into Algiers, coming into the Mississippi River once again, and then maybe the lower Ninth Ward, in the path of the storm. Arabi, Louisiana, and there you have the Mississippi River. So yeah, we're watching this, and it looks like they it did extend that tornado warning into northern New Orleans. So a huge population under this tornado warning. And zooming in here, you can clearly see that there could be a possible tornado. I'm not seeing any official reports yet, but let's see. Yeah, watching this very, very closely. Yeah, nothing from the National Weather Service yet. Radar indicated tornado warning. Yeah, so, you know, it's now, as we get the newest velocity scans here, and I'm going to keep this up because this really tells us where the rotation of the storm system is going to head into, of course, just to the south of New Orleans here. And, you know, I love using the app because it really even tells you the neighborhoods that are under this tornado warning. If we, you know, you get all those colors there, but the center, at least where the rotation could possibly be between Convention Center Boulevard, Magazine Street, right over the Mississippi River, Mardi Gras Boulevard, Algiers, that's a neighborhood there. And as it crosses the Mississippi River, it might come into either the lower Ninth Ward, Lewis Street. These are all neighborhoods within the city of New Orleans. So we're continuing to track this storm. But again, I'm watching to see if we have any official reports. So maybe, let's see, Laurel, Louisiana, maybe a DOT camera has spotted a tornado. So this could possibly be a tornado on the ground. From what this camera is picking up, these are power flashes here. I'm not sure if I could show this, but yeah, very evidently power flashes being reported there near Marrero, Louisiana. Possible tornado on the ground here in New Orleans. And there it goes. So now moving into areas of Louisiana here. Let's see. See if we get any latest updates. Yeah, possibly. I'm seeing here on social media. From a DOT camera. So yeah, this is continuing to move into these areas. So you need to be taking shelter, French Quarter, Algiers, of course, downtown, and Bywater. Yeah, very, very dangerous storm here. Although I did see power flashes with that video, so a possible, I would say possible tornado. Now to just to the, I would say in over the Algiers neighborhood in New Orleans. Looks like the velocity isn't as, might be weakening a little bit, but it's still pretty evident. And of course, putting the debris tracker on here. A clear indication that there's something being wafted into the atmosphere. So I would say possible tornado. So now it looks like the National Weather Service has officially confirmed that this is a radar confirmed tornado. And this is near Grenada, near Harvey, moving at 35 miles per hour. This is for Orleans and North Central Jefferson parishes. So now officially updating that to a confirmed tornado in a very populous area, which is not what I like to see, but we were seeing that here on Velocity. And of course, that includes Arabi, Louisiana, just to the east of the city of New Orleans. And then it's going to cross into Interstate 10 here. And then eventually into portions of northeastern New Orleans. Yeah, so that is the latest update with this storm. So let's put on the velocity here. And again, when you see those bright colors there, when you have the red or the greens embedded within each other or even around each other, that just gives us an indication that the storm is very evidently rotating. Looks like a confirmed tornadoes on the ground there. We haven't seen this before over areas. I feel like this was last year that this same region had tornadoes around this time of year. So definitely not out of the waters, but not something that we like to see over this area. Now it's coming into possibly crossing the Mississippi River and into the lower 9th Ward. So if you live there, you need to be in your safe zone. This is a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado on the ground in the city of New Orleans near the Arabi neighborhood. And the Storm Prediction Center continues to update that moderate risk of severe weather. So you guys are still under this moderate risk of severe weather. Yeah, so I'm going to keep this super zoomed in view here. I love this from our app. I think this is one of my favorite features because it really shows you in detail where all of these neighborhoods are, where the roads are, where these districts are, like, for example, the lower 9th Ward. And, you know, with overlaying the velocity feature on here, you can really see where the exact rotation and possibly where the tornado is on the ground just by using this. So you can see a little bit of those colors coming in. This might be, it's all over the place, so it might be picking up a little bit of everything, especially some of those water droplets that are coming into those areas. But again, a confirmed tornado over portions of New Orleans. So it looks like officially at least the downtown area is no longer under that tornado warning, but just a little bit to the north of it, like the North 9th Ward, Louisa Street, and the Industrial Canal. And then eventually, as this pushes over those areas, it'll come into areas along Highway 90 in the next couple of minutes. So it looks like the storm is moving pretty quickly, but it's now near Arabi. Again, a damaging tornado. I'm not seeing any footage of this yet. So let's go back and see. I did see a video earlier of the power flashes associated with this storm. And looks like one of their local TV stations might have actually caught this tornado on camera. Yeah, so definitely I'm seeing a lot of footage here of possibly some debris in the atmosphere. Yeah, so the DOT camera in New Orleans actually caught those power flashes. So when we see that, that pretty much tells us meteorologists that there's definitely a tornado on the ground. And that was from a couple of minutes ago. So, of course, things change pretty quickly with these storms. Again, this is a confirmed tornado coming into areas of Louisiana and areas of New Orleans. So, yeah, wow. Not sure if this is... thank you, Matt. Let's see. Yeah, so possibly caught on camera here. Waiting to see if we got any updates of this tornado. Matt over here bringing me food, so that's why you see me kind of looking over. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so WDSU in New Orleans actually caught this tornado on camera. So I wonder if we can show this here. It's very evidently there, so of course there's no surprise that they issued a confirmed tornado with this. Not sure if it's still on the ground. Looks like the rotation isn't as strong as what it was earlier, so we're gonna have to wait and see what the newest reports are with this tornado warning. So they just updated it just a couple of minutes ago. It's still confirmed on the ground. They're starting to expire some of these neighborhoods just to the south there, but now if it's still on the ground, it would be over the Arabi neighborhood, possibly coming into Paris Road there, or 47. That road 47 there. So yeah, definitely watching this closely. It's a little bit more, now has moved a little bit more to the northeast. But right now, this is our only tornado warning that we're tracking across the southeast. And of course, it already produced a tornado. So yeah, pretty dangerous storm moving in that area. Yeah, so I'm seeing some images on Twitter here of that tornado. Not sure if we can pull that up there. Maybe we could do it on the app. It looks like some new damage footage also coming out from Mons in St. Charles Parish after tornado moved through that area. I'm seeing trees down, power lines down over that region. So, of course, we're going to have to wait and see after the storm passes what it does over northeastern New Orleans. Yeah, so we're still continuing to track this tornado warning. Looks like it's moving out of that area pretty quickly, or there might be another area of rotation here. Let's see. Yeah, so just waiting to see what these reports are, but looks like, so let's go back up here. It's still rotating there over portions of northeastern New Orleans. Okay, so there you have that tornado warning. So I have kind of two radars here that I'm looking at just to get a better picture of what's going on. Of course, I love using the MyRadar app because you could super zoom into these neighborhoods. But right now, No new updates from the National Weather Service, but we're still seeing indications of rotation within the storm. You still need to be in your shelter, but in just a couple of moments, I'll pull up the footage from what was happening there because I'm seeing power flashes from earlier. One of the TV stations actually caught the tornado on camera, which I really want to show, which is crazy. And I'm just seeing this on social media here. Yeah, so definitely still seeing this right here. Okay, so here's the latest update. So you can kind of see the path of the storm from earlier. So when it was warned, very strong indication of rotation. And maybe we can turn on the debris tracker because it actually did show it very clearly earlier. So just going back a couple of scans ago, kind of see as it was moving just to the southeast of the downtown heart of New Orleans, you could see a little bit indication that debris was being wafted into the atmosphere. You're still seeing a little bit of that, but it's a little bit more scattered, so it might just be picking up more of those water droplets than debris, but still there. I'm still seeing velocity there. The tornado warning it's expiring slowly to the south, so no longer is the city of New Orleans under this tornado warning. It was a confirmed tornado. We're gonna have to wait and see maybe a couple more minutes what the damage reports, if there are any, coming out of that area. It could be pretty bad over that region. So we're gonna have to wait a couple moments, but that's what we're seeing now. Thankfully, looks like it's moving out of populated areas. And this is set to expire here within, let's see, until 4:30. So you still got another 15 minutes on this tornado warning, but it's moving out of that area pretty quickly. And I'm just looking at social media to see if we can get any reports of what's going on there. So in eastern New Orleans, that's where that possible tornado is moving towards. Yeah, and somebody tornado on the West Bank. So I just saw, that's incredible footage. Wow. Yeah, so I mean, we were watching this very closely. And yeah, I mean, so much, the videos are starting to come in now, moments after this passed over portions of New Orleans. So clearly confirmed tornado on the ground from what I'm just seeing on social media. It's possibly still on the ground as it moves out of New Orleans. The city of New Orleans is no longer under a tornado warning, but of course, damage is now starting to come out, possibly from where those areas were. And they were saying this was a damaging tornado, so we're gonna have to wait and see what some of these damage reports are. But local TV station caught it on camera. We're seeing it here, and it still continues to rotate over areas of eastern New Orleans. And so it looks like, if it could still hold its strength, they might extend this tornado warning. So we're gonna have to wait to see what the National Weather Service does. But that storm, pretty much, at least from what I'm seeing now, is still observed, even from this tornado warning. And it's still rotating. So that was as of 3 minutes ago from the National Weather Service. And if it's still on the ground, it's going to come close to Interstate 516 there in northeastern New Orleans, and coming very close to Lake Pontchartrain, and any of those areas there. But a huge population is still under this tornado warning. About 60,000 people are under this tornado warning. So that's still a very populous region. But it moved out of there pretty quickly, which is some good news. But, you know, with a confirmed tornado in a populated city, I would imagine that there's some damage. Okay, so I'm just getting some of the latest updates here. And if you're watching us, thank you so much. You know, this is a pretty crazy active afternoon, and we've been tracking these storms. Me, Matt Hyland in the background there. We've been streaming for a couple of hours here, tracking these storms. It's been a crazy active afternoon. Of course, this is our only, this was our only tornado warning here, and it looks like it's still our only tornado warning, of course, over a super populated area in New Orleans. And we're going to get some damage coming out of this area just from what we saw visually and from the radar, what it was picking up here. It was like even some damage coming out in Marrero, Louisiana. And I'm seeing that on social media. Winn-Dixie was damaged. Clearly video of a tornado on the ground there in New Orleans. Yeah, wow. And then a tornado at West Bank, that's east of downtown New Orleans. But in this video, I can actually see maybe a little bit of debris being lofted into the atmosphere. So that's wild footage that I'm seeing there. Yeah, so I'm just looking at this footage. This is just insane footage. So hopefully here within the next couple of moments, let's see if the storm, you know, they still have a confirmed tornado here in western New Orleans. And this tornado warning is set to expire at 4:30. So another 10 minutes. If not, they might expire it a little bit earlier, but they were still saying a couple of minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located near East New Orleans, and it was moving at 35 miles per hour. You know, and unfortunately, this tornado threat will continue. Although this is our only tornado warning right now, you know, this area is under a PDS tornado watch. So that means, you know, the atmosphere is conducive for this. This is why we saw that tornado earlier in New Orleans. This is just the type of atmosphere that we're working with this afternoon. And so if you are under that tornado watch, this is what you need to watch out for. And not everybody is going to get a tornado, but, you know, you can get, once these storms start to bubble up, they will strengthen pretty quickly. And we've seen this all afternoon, and they could possibly produce a tornado. So that's what we're watching for the rest of the afternoon. And I'm just getting updates on this from the National Weather Service. Let's take a look at this. So we might be getting, so you kind of see how this is a little bit scattered. So this is our debris tracker. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of that debris fallout from this storm here. And this is all in northeastern New Orleans. So that just gives an indication that there was something on the ground and it was pretty strong. We could be seeing some damage reports here pretty soon coming out of there once the storm passes. Yeah, so I was remembering in this same area, I think a couple months ago, there was actually a tornado. Almost, I'm not sure if it's exactly the same path, but I remember tracking that storm and there being a pretty large tornado that hit it. And so it looks like that was back in March. It was an EF3 tornado in almost that same neighborhood just a couple months ago. So not good to see here. Maybe they were still recovering from that tornado that touched ground there, but yeah, definitely not what we like to see over this area. And I'm seeing a lot of reports, you know, of the residents who live there that they saw the tornado or they were seeing damage. And let's see. And it looks like it still may very well be on the ground. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, so this area right here, yeah, we could possibly be still having this tornado on the ground. It's been a couple minutes now. And I haven't seen any new updates from the National Weather Service there in New Orleans. If this is still, but I think it still very well could be on the ground right now. Still making way for damage. Yeah, so I'm seeing somebody post a tornado video from Chalmette, Louisiana. Very clear. And Chalmette, I think, is in this zone over here. So, you know, that tornado warning that's issued right now. So it looks like they just dropped it, that tornado warning. So let's go back here. Yeah, so... Or maybe I'm just not seeing it. Okay, so no, it's still there. I'm not sure this is on there or not. So, so Chalmette is, so you can see it's right here. Somebody who was living there, so they saw the tornado. So you can see there's Chalmette. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but from what we were seeing earlier, they were looking at the lower 9th ward, and that's where that tornado was right over. You know, this is giving me deja vu from just a couple of months ago, like I mentioned earlier, from that tornado that affected the same region, literally just a couple months ago. But the thing with this storm is it's daylight. Last time this storm hit this area was pretty dark, so it's pretty hard to see it. But because it's still bright there, there's still daytime left. You still got an hour or so, maybe a little bit more of daytime left over that area. You could clearly see it, and that's why there's so much footage of this tornado that passed through areas of New Orleans. So yeah, so if you can put WSI full screen here, and I'm going to try to pull up some footage, Matt, of the tornado here. So there we go. Let's see. Let's see if we can pull up. Okay, we have Twitter here. Okay, so let's actually go to our feed. So let's pull this up, Matt. And let's put that there. So I want to show this. I wonder if we can make it bigger. Maybe not. But there's that tornado that I was talking about in West Bank. So West Bank is a little bit to the northeast of New Orleans there. And yeah, look at that. And this is the video I was talking about. You can see maybe a little bit of debris possibly being lofted there. I could pause this and kind of see it. If we go back, you can see something being thrown there in the corner of your screen. Maybe, yeah. And you can see how fast that's moving. That is wild there. So somebody caught that on camera. And let's see if I can pull up any more. So we'll keep that playing here. I'm going to see if we can search. So this is a TV station that actually caught that tornado on camera. So there is the footage. Look at that. You kind of see it there. I wish I could draw on here just to point it out. But there's a power flash. And you can see it moving there on the side. We don't like seeing tornadoes in big populous cities, but you know, with daylight still there, so many people living there, so many people caught this tornado on camera. And even, you know, this local TV station, again, I'm getting deja vu from just a couple months ago when there was this same storm. It literally, the same camera picked up a tornado too. And, you know, there you have it moving off the screen. So, yeah, you know, that's pretty wild footage there. And they're still continuing with that tornado warning, it looks like. So that still has not expired. They still have a confirmed tornado with it. And actually want to show, let's see if I can get this one to pop up here. So I was seeing one earlier. And Chalmede. So I'd see if I can, so I'll put that on our account here. And this is the one that I was talking about earlier. So this was what I was showing on the map earlier. Looking from Chalmede, which is looking directly, I think, from her direction, maybe at the lower 9th Ward. You could see the power flashes there. And clearly, you know, there's a tornado, power flashes. You don't see really much debris, but you can definitely see how close this person was to it. And this is just incredible footage that we're seeing here. We'll let that play here for a bit.
Oh my God! Again!
But yeah, you know, so many people, you know, saw this in New Orleans just because of the nature of the population there. But again, this is looking at Chalmede, you know, and some of these people probably freaked out because you just had tornadoes there just a couple months ago. But I'm not seeing, at least as of right now, any new tornado warnings. So I just want to show you a couple of those images. And of course, we'll keep updating those damage reports if they do happen to come out. So I actually wanted to show this one too. Maybe we'll show this one. So Matt, if you can do WSI once again. So it looks like they officially dropped that tornado warning in New Orleans. And right now, this is probably, let's see, I was about to say it's probably the first time we haven't had a tornado warning, but it looks like they just issued a new one here. So let's go. I'll leave that up, and then I want to pull up one more video before we talk about this tornado warning from. So we'll leave that up there. And see this tornado warning right now, radar indicated. So let's see if I can pull this up. Yeah, so let's show this on yeah, let's do let's do the app there, Matt, and let's switch into that because I want to show this. So this is the footage I was seeing earlier as we were talking about the tornado warning. You can kind of see power flashes. Obviously, that tells us that there's a tornado on the ground. And this was before it moved into areas of New Orleans. So, you know, crazy footage that we're seeing here coming out of New Orleans. So one last video I wanted to show y'all, but let's go to this newly issued tornado warning. So this is a new tornado warning now in Mississippi. And so let's go back to the radar, MyRadar app here. So let's put that on the screen here. So let's go to MyRadar, Matt. Yeah. Let's see if we can pull that up in the bigger screen. Yeah. And I don't know if you can put maybe WSI at the bottom. That way we can have maybe the outlook. We'll have the outlook down there. So this is for today. Let's see. Let's do this. Okay, so we'll just leave the MyRadar. Let's give a quick update on this storm. And so, oh yeah, this could possibly drop a tornado at any moment. So this is, again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Beaumont. So this is a newly issued tornado warning. This is for counties in Mississippi. This is Perry County, Greene County, and southeastern Mississippi. Just from what I'm seeing on radar, I do not like what I see. No indication that there's something on the ground, but velocity is definitely indicating that this storm could produce a tornado at any moment. So I do not like to see that. I need to fix that graphic, Matt, down there below. But that's the outlook for today. So let me fix that real quick. And of course, as we progress throughout the evening, no, can you go back to the MyRadar app, Matt? I'm fixing this really quickly. So we're doing this live here. So again, this is that moderate risk of severe weather. There's still that moderate risk, even this afternoon. So that means just stay on alert. Of course, they keep diminishing the severe weather outlook as the storms continue to progress to the east. And of course, we already saw the damage that these types of storms can do from what you were seeing in New Orleans. And of course, I think they've extended this enhanced zone. So this is enhanced risk of severe weather into now the Panhandle, Florida. So if you live in the Panhandle, Florida, you really need to be paying attention to the weather heading into the overnight hours and even into the early morning, because some of these storms may produce tornadoes. So let's take these out. And so that's what I'm concerned with these storms, although there is a moderate, or I should say, so let's do this, a moderate risk of severe weather over this area. You know, there's still that threat of severe weather heading into the rest of the evening and overnight. So definitely be on alert there if you live in those regions. I'm trying to find, so let's update this iPad here. So there's that storm continuing to rotate. That's a crazy signature, actually, for that storm. So this is our one tornado warning that we have issued, but it's pretty strong, very strong indication that it's rotating, may drop a tornado at any moment here. So this is one we're going to continue to track. Of course, if the National Weather Service confirms a tornado there, we will bring you those updates. So right now, it's just in radar indicated. I'm not seeing any reports, official reports, that this has anything has dropped in the ground or is on the ground there. Okay, so it's updating this. Okay. So I'll keep that down below there, Matt. But let's continue tracking these storms. So I put the app on the charger, so hopefully, you know, we've been using this for a couple hours now, so this is running out of even battery here, our MyRadar app. But let's continue tracking this storm. So no new updates yet from this storm, but if you live anywhere in, let's say, counties, Greene County in Mississippi, this is north of McLean, to the, oh, okay. So I think they just updated this. Possibly. Okay, no. So this is a storm 9 miles north of McLean, 12 miles southeast of Richton, moving at 35 miles per hour. So that's a dangerous storm, possibly. Just from seeing it on velocity, to me, this is telling me this could be dropping a tornado at any moment. It's very, very strong. It's rotating over this area. It's about a population of 1,200 people who are under this tornado warning. So not a super big population, but of course could create damage like we saw in these earlier storms. Just from reading all the damage reports that we were coming out of Mississippi, even though some of these rural zones were, they're not heavy populated, we were still seeing all sorts of damage coming out of these areas. So this could definitely pack a punch coming into this region. And of course, this is located crossing possibly, if the storm can stay strong, we'll cross into portions of Alabama here. So we're watching this very closely. Of course, this is our only tornado warning that we have right now. And later on this evening, the atmosphere is still conducive. We still have this PDS tornado watch at least until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this will be an evening event there. And so the latest discussion here from the Storm Prediction Center, this was issued just a minute ago. The supercell tornado risk will be greatest from far southeast Louisiana, so just to the east of New Orleans, to the coastal counties of Mississippi through 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So they're highlighting areas across the Gulf for the potential of seeing some supercell tornado risks in that area. So that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. And so we're continuing to track this storm, but let's take a look at some of these power outages here, because we might get some extensive ones coming out of here. So you're seeing a couple of power outages to the east of New Orleans from that storm that passed through that region, but not a whole lot. As these storms, they're hit and miss. Not everybody's affected by it, but we're still seeing, especially in this area. So Clark County, you've been under several tornado warnings this afternoon. Your power outage numbers keep going up. About 1,000 customers are without power in that area, and even in Meridian for Lauderdale County, almost 1,000 in those regions. So power outages are definitely going up as these storms continue to move through this area. And so that's giving us a clear indication that these storms, they're really packing a punch over this area. So there's that line of storms that's pushing through. And now it's to the east of New Orleans. So I wouldn't completely let your guard down just yet in New Orleans, but looks like your threat is diminishing as this line progresses to the east, which is some good news. We got some severe thunderstorm warnings also being issued in areas of now Florida. So we were seeing that earlier, but Florida, you're starting to get in on some of these storms that are moving through this region. We got a severe thunderstorm warning continuing just to the east or west of Panama City. That tornado warning that continues in Mississippi. Nothing confirmed yet, but let's get a quick update on what's going on here in the velocity tracker. Yeah, so very clearly rotating. I do not like seeing that. Again, when you see this, those reds and greens coming together and kind of, especially swirling like that, a very strong indication of rotation. Again, this tells us that it could drop a tornado at any moment. Of course, if you're watching us, we've been streaming for a couple of hours now. Thank you for tuning in. I hope this information has been helpful for you guys, especially if you live in these zones where they're under the risk of severe weather. Ask your questions in the chat. You have any concerns? We can go over Futurecast radar here, time out the storms, especially for later on in the evening. As you can see below me, there's still that moderate risk of severe weather and enhanced risk now for portions of the Florida Panhandle, where we're starting to get in on those severe thunderstorm warnings. And then, of course, portions of central and southern Georgia and Alabama. So although you're not in this red zone, still expect possibly some of these storms to rotate, but this will mostly be for the overnight evening hours. So that's what we're watching over these regions. And of course, we're going to be with you throughout the afternoon as we're continuing to track these storms. And I'm just looking on social media. There's just so much footage of that tornado that just passed through New Orleans. And of course, our amazing weather team has been keeping socials up to date. So there's a lot of cool information on there. Of course, our meteorologist Matthew Capucci has several updates on our YouTube channel if you want to check those out. That will walk you through the next several hours and even through the next several days. This is an active week, y'all. I know I've been tracking these storms since last week, and here we are tracking the tornadoes that we were forecasting late last week. And this threat continues into tomorrow. We're in Orlando, Florida, and we're under a risk of severe weather for Thursday. That's tomorrow. So, you know, we still got a couple of hours and days left of this storm system. But once it exits the U.S., good riddance, because this has left several tornadoes and portions, even in North Texas and Oklahoma yesterday morning. And as this progressed to the east, eastern Texas also got in on this action. And now here we are on Wednesday, December 14th, talking about a tornado outbreak in portions of Mississippi and even New Orleans, and Louisiana and New Orleans got in on a tornado there, a confirmed tornado. So, be prepared for storms if you're under this tornado watch. So that's a PDS tornado watch. That's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. It's a very rare watch that the Storm Prediction Center issues, and they only issue these for these types of days, these tornado outbreak potential days. And we're definitely seeing that today. Of course, you can see that moderate risk of severe weather is still for portions of Mobile, Alabama, southern Mississippi, and even portions of the Florida Panhandle where you're under an enhanced risk. So this is a level. Moderate is a level 4 out of 5, and enhanced is a level 3 out of 5. So it's still pretty up there in terms of that risk for severe weather. So definitely be paying attention. I know some of you guys in the chat were talking about being in Florida. So especially in the Panhandle, be on alert here over the next several hours. Okay, so let's read a little bit. And guys, ask your questions. Don't be afraid. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app, join the conversation. Ask your question if you're concerned, if you live in this area, or maybe you live somewhere else and just want to know what's going on right now. And we are tracking so much. So not only are we tracking this tornado outbreak, on the other side of the system, that's how robust it is. A lot of this cold air is coming in. We even have blizzard warnings for portions of the north central plains. We have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings because of significant snowfall that's happening across the northern plains, and even significant winds. So that's why we got those blizzard warnings in effect. It's a crazy weather pattern. We've been tracking this since it hit the California West Coast there, across the Sierra Nevada, even the Cascades, the Pacific Northwest. This storm system has been with us for quite a bit of time here, almost about a week. So, it's finally tracking into portions of the central U.S., but definitely a robust system. Hello from Northeast Alabama, Lookout Mountain. Not really exactly sure where that is, but thank you for tuning into our live stream here. Gotta give a shout out to Matt Highland, who's been running the stream in the background. He got me food, so thank you, Matt. Also, thank you for all you do, not just the food, but food is good. Okay, so let's give a quick update. Let's see. So we're still seeing this radar indicated tornado warning. And looks like one of these, let's see what this storm chaser has visually. So this is from actually the MyRadar app, the storm chaser Jordan Hall with Severe Live Studios. And so it looks like he's just at a gas station. A lot of rain coming in. Looks like we're just getting some of the latest. So he's waiting for the storm to come over that area. Not sure he's going to see much. It looks like sunset is officially arriving over this region. So darkness is starting to fall in portions of Mississippi. A lot of lightning with the storm. And let's see if we can turn on the lightning here. I don't really like these flashes, so we'll show the markers. These pop up. So, oh yeah, so a lot of lightning coming in with this storm. And look at that rotation with that storm. That's pretty wild there. It just still we haven't had any confirmed reports of a tornado. This right now, I think, is our only tornado warning. Yeah, so, and this is over, again, 9 miles north of McLean, 12 miles southeast of Richton, moving at 35 miles per hour. And so just looking for some of that information there. I'm still seeing more footage of that tornado in New Orleans. That's just crazy footage. So much lightning coming out of there. Thankfully, right now, no confirmed tornadoes. We have one tornado warning. We're going to stay on until we get some more reports here. But so far, this one that you could see obviously on our MyRadar app that's rotating, we have those greens and reds, but looks like maybe it's starting to weaken just a little bit as it's crossing over this area. Of course, we have Jordan Hall from Severe Live Studios who's on the storm. So I'm going to keep this up here and see what he sees, but it looks like a lot of rainfall coming into this shot. Probably on the move, maybe taking a break. I don't know. But he's coming really close into this storm. Nothing on the ground yet, but you know, just from what I'm seeing there on the latest scans, very evident rotation. Yeah, so more of this footage. So many people caught this tornado on camera. And sunset's starting to arrive in this area. It honestly feels like, you know, we've been here since the afternoon, but we've been here since the early afternoon. Just from the amount of tornado warnings, it felt like we were covering this at a later time than it really was. But that's how active, how early in, you know, it got active in areas of the southeast. Of course, our team is doing a lot of these tweets are from our social accounts. So if you don't follow us on there, I suggest to follow us all across the social media platforms. A lot of good footage on there. If you want to see more of that tornado from New Orleans, if you have friends and family that speak Spanish, our meteorologist Joseph Trujillo Falcon has been updating those social media platforms with a lot of footage on there. Or if you have friends or family that speak Spanish, you know, a lot of our information in Spanish is on there as well. And if you have questions, maybe you're watching us, don't necessarily speak English, I could always answer your questions as well in Spanish. Okay, so not getting any questions, but feel free to pop them in the chat. And of course, you know, the viewership keeps going up. So thank you for watching. We really do appreciate all of you guys that, you know, watch our live stream. Hopefully this information is helpful for you guys, especially in heading into the next several hours. So look at that feed. I'm not really seeing anything right now. It's pretty dark there. A lot of rainfall though. I wonder if we can do this. So let me put up the radar up here, Matt, with WSI. That way we can keep Jordan Hall's stream there. And it looks like we do have a new tornado warning, so I'll go over that before we switch over here. So that's that tornado. This is a tornado warning. Looks like the rotation is weakening just a little bit over that area. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but this is for Greene County. This goes until 5 o'clock. So you have at least another 9 minutes on this. And we'll have to see if the National Weather Service extends its tornado warning down the line there. But potentially, it's still spinning, so they potentially could. Now, let's go down here. And this is a new tornado warning that has been issued just south of New Orleans, mostly over maybe some swampland there, as it's coming into a lot of that water. But, you know, Port Sulphur is in the path of the storm. Let's see how many people are, or population-wise, are under this tornado warning. So about, so 2,000 people are on this tornado warning. Looks like now, so we were talking about this earlier, Florida, you have a tornado warning. So we'll go over that here in just a couple of minutes. But let's go over this one really quickly before we turn over into that newly issued tornado warning in Florida. So South Central St. Bernard Parish in southeastern Louisiana and Plaquemines Parish in southeastern Louisiana as well until 5:15 p.m. Seeing evident indication that this storm is rotating. Debris tracker, not so much seeing anything being wafted into the atmosphere. But of course, if you're under this tornado warning, about 2,000 of you are under this tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter immediately in those parishes that I read out. So now let's switch over. And this is a storm that I saw maybe some potentially water spout footage coming out. But look at all of that activity coming into the Panhandle, Florida. So that's what we were talking about earlier with that enhanced risk zone. And I'm going to leave it down here. So let's put this enhanced risk. So you guys aren't in this moderate, but you know, you're in that enhanced risk zone and we're still seeing tornado warnings. So you're seeing it there, that orange shaded area. This is where we have our newly issued tornado warning. So you can still get tornado warnings. And just from all the activity that's pushing up across the Florida Panhandle, I'm not surprised. So let's take a look at what it's doing, at least in terms of velocity. This might be an area that right now it's over water. So if it is producing something on the ground, it would be a water spout, but it looks like it's not. And right now it's just a radar indicated storm that's coming over areas of Rosemary Beach, Owls Beach in Florida, just to the east of Seaside, Florida there. This is a newly issued tornado warning, a very clear indication, at least for me. I'm seeing rotation within this storm. So this is coming into those areas here pretty quickly. And this is moving, I think, pretty quickly. It's moving, okay, a little bit slower, but 25 miles per hour west of Panama City, east of Seaside. So it's in between these two. And it goes until 5:15 p.m. So you got at least another 20 minutes on this tornado warning. So this will be a pretty quick hitter as it moves over this region. And this is for Western Bay County and South Central Walton County in the Panhandle, Florida. So that's a newly issued tornado warning. Now, this is the first one for Florida since we've been tracking these storms this afternoon. So that'll just only increase in nature as well as these storms are starting to get a little bit more of a little bit more strength as we head into this afternoon. But so far right now, this is just a radar indicated tornado warning. Nothing confirmed, but now we have at least 2 tornado warnings and being issued. And so we might have gotten, well, at least I think 3 now. So, you know, they're updating this pretty quickly. So let's zoom out here. And so, yeah, so we have a tornado warning in Mississippi. Nothing confirmed with this one. Tornado warning in Louisiana. And now we have a new tornado warning in Florida. So we've pretty much had tornado warnings within the zone. As you can see, so that yellow outlined region that you see on your screen, that is that PDS tornado watch. That means until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, you have the potential of seeing numerous tornadoes within this zone. And some of these may be destructive and big like we saw earlier. Now, this area that's under the tornado warning is not necessarily under this PDS watch, but I still want you to stay on alert, especially if you live in the Florida Panhandle. I know a couple of you guys were asking me questions about that area. So here's that tornado warning in that area. So just make sure to know what to do during a tornado warning. So yeah, let's see if we can get any new updates. So thankfully nothing is confirmed, but we'll keep these up here and maybe we'll time out the storm. So let's put up the big radar and kind of have these storms looping there in the background, maybe checking in on Jordan Hall before we do that and seeing if he gets anything visually. Although there's nothing on the ground, he could possibly see a wall cloud if the storm is strong enough. You know, storm chasers are very essential for this type of event because, you know, sometimes there aren't people there on the ground to see, especially in a rural area like this. And so, you know, they're very helpful, at least in terms for the National Weather Service, to see these reports on the ground if there happens to be something or a tornado on the ground. But ooh, you saw a pretty good lightning strike there from this storm that's moving through areas of Mississippi. It's still tornado warned. This Jordan Hall from Severe Live Studios as a storm chaser. This is a layer you can actually access on the app with a premium feature. So this is accessible if you have those premium features in the app, and you can watch this footage of these trackers tracking these storms. But a lot of lightning associated with this storm. And it's coming out of this radar zone. So maybe if we turn on the Mobile, Alabama radar, we will see it a little bit better. Yeah, it's still clearly rotating. So we're going to have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends this tornado warning or not. But it doesn't look as evident as it did in the earlier or the previous scans. As you can see, it has weakened significantly since then. So maybe Jordan Hall will just see some lightning coming over that area. And it's coming out of that tornado watch box zone. So it still has 2 minutes left now of this tornado warning. So we'll see if the National Weather Service extends it. But right now, very weak rotation there and just a lot of lightning associated with it. So let's check back in on this tornado warning that's in Louisiana that's coming into Port Sulphur. And you have a south tornado warning for South Central Bernard Parish, Northwestern Plaquemines Parish there until 5:15. So another 15 or so minutes on this tornado warning. Nothing confirmed with this one either. If we put on the velocity layer on here, let's see, as we get some of the latest scans, maybe a little bit of rotation. Oh, let's do this one. It's a little bit closer. Yeah, I mean, it's still there, not as evident, but the storm just to the south of it also might be rotating a little bit. So that's one to watch. These same areas might be warned again if this can gain a little bit more strength. But as you can see, which is some good news, most of the storm activity, so that line is now to the east of New Orleans. So I don't think I'm expecting any more of these tornadic storm systems in New Orleans, which is some good news. Once this passes, you're going to feel a lot of that cold air coming into these regions. So definitely a lot of activity, you know, good riddance with this line of storms in areas that have already produced tornadoes. And this is going to move eventually into areas of southern Alabama and even portions of the Florida Panhandle. But look at all of that activity. And if you were watching us earlier in the stream, if you remember, there was dozens of tornado warnings issued. Right now, we only have 3. But of course, you know, it only takes one storm to make way for all of this damage across portions of Mississippi, Louisiana, and even portions of the Florida Panhandle. And we're tracking this live, timely updates. So if anything is to be issued, if you're watching us, you're going to be the first to know. The MyRadar app is so quick into updating these new tornado warnings. We can see all of these scans from velocity, the debris tracker, and what reflectivity is doing in general. So such a good way to visualize what these storms are doing. So I've actually had a lot of questions from what it's going to do in Georgia. So a lot of you guys watch us from Georgia, Northwest Georgia, maybe even Central Georgia. And I used to live in Georgia, so I get the concern for storms there because when they move through areas of Georgia, they can really pack a punch and really make way for even this wind. Wind moving through that area could really knock down some power lines and even some trees. So we'll time out the storms here in just a couple moments, but let's see if we can get any new updates. If not, we will track it out for the rest of the evening. So looks like we got a new tornado warning. So there it goes. There's updated. It's over actually a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is a new tornado warning coming into now Alabama. So we're talking about you guys in Gulfport, or Mississippi, I should say, Gulfport, Mississippi, Biloxi, and possibly eventually coming, if the storm can stay together, hold, possibly coming into portions of Alabama here. But it's a long ways to go. Let's track this out. So this is a newly issued tornado warning. Oh yeah, so right now that rotation's over water. So if it is producing anything, possibly a water spout of anything, but it's coming right into there. So let's see, it's right in that intersection. So right over water, right over land. So if we zoom in closely, yeah, so it's still over land there, really close to waters. But with this atmosphere, very conducive for these tornado warnings. So there you have it. There's that indication that it's rotating. And let's read out the counties that are under this tornado warning. So this is for Central Harrison County, Hancock County in southern Mississippi. And this is a thunderstorm. So this could drop a tornado at any moment, 7 miles east of Pearlington, southwest of Waveland. And it's moving at 40 miles per hour. So I actually want to put a tracker on this. This is a very interesting storm. A lot of these, it's crazy to see that every single tornado warning that we're seeing on your screen right now, they all have a very strong indication that they're rotating. So that's, again, not a good thing that I like to see. Usually when we cover storms like this, not every single one of them has that strong indication of rotation. So of course, on a day like today, that's what the forecasters were expecting. And at one point, from the dozens of tornado warnings that we were tracking at one point earlier in the afternoon, all of them had that strong indication. So, it's been a pretty crazy day, and, an event that some of you guys across the southeast are going to remember, especially with those tornadoes in New Orleans that were, highly taped. I saw so much footage from that tornado out of New Orleans. So let's go back here. And you can see me tracking the storm here. So there's that indication that it's rotating. And, we have two different radars up here on your screen, which is great. I love having that, so we can give you different perspectives. But there's that storm. And, of course, you can see the rotation here as we zoom in. And then, obviously, here, of course, the MyRadar is doing a little bit of a better job indicating that. But I want to turn this on because it's going to give us that tracker. And I like using the tracker here. So let's put this on, and this is moving at, let's see, 40 miles per hour. So we'll put the tracker at 40, and we're kind of tracking it a little bit to where that rotation is. So if you're in Biloxi, it'll arrive around 5:54 p.m. So you still got another hour until the storm arrives over your area, but it may speed up, it may not. This is why these updates from the National Weather Service are important. So Waveland, you are right in the path of the storm. 5:11 p.m. That's when the arrival time is for this storm over that area. 5:16 over Bay St. Louis, Gulfport at 5:37 p.m. and then 5:42 p.m. in Lyman. So that is that newest tornado warning, and we're still continuing to track this tornado warning that is over areas of Florida. About 700 people are under this tornado warning with population of 700. So this is coming into rural Panhandle, Florida. Still could create damage. Nothing confirmed on the ground. All of these tornado warnings so far are radar indicated. And so we'll leave that tracker there. I'm going to come in and see if we can get any new reports here. But I'm seeing so much footage of the damage. So it looks like some new images coming from Laurel, Louisiana, of some power lines down. A lot of activity there. Probably a lot of power out there as well. Yeah, so just a lot of recapping what happened just 30 minutes ago there in New Orleans. Yeah, so there's the track for the storm. And some of you asking about Gulfport. So you're in that tornado warning. That'll arrive in your area at around 5:37 p.m. So in about, I would say, 30 minutes. So get ready, be in your safe zone. This storm is going to move in that area pretty quickly. So let's transition now into this tornado warning. Very small now over portions of Florida, and I have to turn that on that radar so we can see it a little better. But either way, I'm still seeing an indication of rotation. So I don't know, Matt, if you can switch it now to, let's go to the MyRadar app so we can see a little better where this storm is in Florida. So here it is. Looks like at least the coastal beaches of where that tornado warning was is not under that tornado warning, but we're still seeing it in Western Bay County. Earlier it was in Walton, but looks like they just put it for Bay County there. And it's still very clearly rotating, not so much as I was seeing earlier, but still something to keep an eye on. Hasn't produced anything just yet. But this, again, is a tornado located 10 miles northwest of Panama City Beach. And then I'm just reading some of these updates from the National Weather Service. You know, they're so quick to warn these storms, which is good. It gives you time to prepare. But I'm seeing so much damage coming out of New Orleans and even portions of Louisiana. St. Charles Parish, a lot of damage from a tornado that moved through there. Damage coming out of Marrero, Louisiana. Yeah, a lot of footage coming out from that area. Okay, so let's change gears a little bit and let's actually go to this storm. So it looks like we got a couple seconds ago, a confirmed tornado now in the tornado warning that's over Louisiana. Not a huge population, about 605 people live within this tornado box, and I'm imagining it's in that city of Diamond there. So this is actually to the let's turn on this radar. So yeah, it's coming over water now. So I would imagine that there's not a lot of people that live over this area, which is some good news, but this is a confirmed tornado, possibly maybe water spout if it is over water. Just to the north of Diamond, Louisiana, north of Port Sulphur. This is 4 counties in St. Bernard, and this is a confirmed tornado located near Port Sulphur. So maybe somebody spotted it there. This is radar confirmed. So they're just looking at radar. That's why they're confirming a tornado over that area. And yeah, clear evident in the debris tracker that there's something being wafted into the atmosphere. And that's why they are giving this a confirmed tornado tag. So not surprising to see that there with just what we're seeing on radar. So if you're in this area, you know anybody, I know it's a very small population, but if you know anybody who lives near this region, they need to be seeking shelter immediately. But not a whole lot of people. It doesn't seem like. Looks like this is just a lot of possible marsh, swamp, hopefully land over here. None of these cities are starting to populate. So at least that's some good news. Not a super populated region, but it's still an observed tornado here. Okay, so now we're starting to get in on some of this tornadic action in Alabama. So let's see. The Storm Prediction Center has actually issued a couple of areas that they're watching. Tornado threat still continues for portions of Alabama, and that's where they've issued that new tornado warning there. And I'm going to pull this up here. So as we're tracking one, I can leave some others here. So there's that new tornado warning in Alabama, and we can switch the reflectivity here. Oh yeah. I got to look at that with the MyRadar app. We'll do that in a couple moments. And then we have, so that area in the Florida Panhandle, supercells will continue to develop, to mature as they come inland. So they're expecting the tornado risk to increase throughout the rest of the evening. So let's go over that newly issued tornado warning, and that's in Alabama. This is a new region, so if you're now tuning in, maybe you lived in portions of Mississippi, but you know people in Alabama. Here's some tornado warnings starting to come into areas of Alabama. So this includes the city of Heath, Grant, Dozier, and Brantley. About 11,000 people live here, so it's a little populous there. And let's turn on that velocity tracker. So yeah, the rotation is right over Heath, Alabama. And it's going to move into these regions over the next several minutes. So right now, let's read off the counties in case you don't really know where these cities are. If you know your county, this is southwestern Crenshaw County, in northeastern Covington County, in south central Alabama. This goes until 6 p.m. So you got another maybe 48 minutes on this storm. It's pretty slow moving, so it'll be there for a while. And if it strengthens anymore, at any moment, it could drop a tornado. So this is why they issued that tornado warning there. Of course, this is in Alabama. So take notice on that. And this is, an evening that looks like it's starting to get going once again. As a lot of these storms are starting to push to the east, starting to come into Alabama, even Florida, where, the ingredients have been there all day, and then these storms are finally starting to push in there. So the Storm Prediction Center is actually highlighting these two areas where we're already seeing these tornado warnings for the potential of the tornado risk to increase into the evening hours. So that's not something we like to see, but it's there, and just stay weather alert. I wonder if they're going to issue a new tornado watch just to the east of that, because right now we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch for a lot of Alabama, Mississippi. But as you can see, they've been they've been scaling down on these watches. And so now, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans were to get out of this PDS tornado watch. You can see if you're anywhere from portions of Mississippi that were seeing these tornado warnings earlier, I think it's safe to say that you're in the clear, especially from Hattiesburg to Laurel, all the way up into Meridian. All of this storm activity is mostly rain. So maybe you were watching us from there, have stayed with us throughout the stream, are worried about these storms. I think you are in the clear for now. You're still going to get it in on this rain, but now they're starting to scale down on this PDS tornado watch. And I wouldn't be surprised if now we started seeing extension of some sort of tornado watch into areas of Alabama and Florida. But we're going to have to wait to see what the Storm Prediction Center does here. But you guys, if you're in the Panhandle, South Alabama, definitely be on alert. I think some of these storms will start to get their act together heading into the next several hours. Yeah, so this storm in Louisiana, very strong, and I really hope it's moving over an area that is not populated. So I would imagine, if this is a confirmed tornado. And so let's see. Or it was earlier. I'm not seeing any new reports from the storm or from the National Weather Service there of this still being a confirmed tornado. Yeah, so it's still confirmed tornado near Port Sulphur. It's definitely one to watch. You could see in the earlier scans, it had some pretty robust rotation, but looks like it has weakened since. It's moving out of that zone, so we'll have to see if they extend the tornado warning or not over the next several minutes. So some of these were kind of waiting to see what they do. They're all rotating very clearly, but nothing has been confirmed on the ground just yet. Let me see if any of you guys have asked question. So a lot of you chatting with each other. Okay, so we still have about looks like 2 tornado warnings now. So they've expired the tornado warning in Florida, so that is no longer in effect right now. We still have the tornado warning in Alabama, and it looks like they have officially dropped that tornado warning I was talking about just now, to the south of Port Sulphur. So right now, we just have 2 tornado warnings. None of these have any tornadoes associated with them, but definitely some to watch here. It looks like possibly this tornado warning over Bates St. Louis might be weakening a little bit. Still seeing an indication of some sort of rotation there. And this does not expire at least until 5:45. So another 20 minutes on this storm. But yeah, I mean, just from the latest scans on radar, it doesn't look like it's strengthening over that area, which is some good news if you're concerned for that region there. So let's zoom out. Okay, so they've reissued. So they dropped the tornado warning, but looks like they've reissued it just in that area. Let's see where that is. So it's still very clearly rotating there again. Or actually, I think that's a new area of rotation. Yeah, so that might be a new area, because earlier we were seeing this coming over here, and then it kind of, yeah, so that's actually a new area of rotation that they're warning that storm for, and that's over the same region. And this is for Point Alahach and near Port Sulphur, moving at 40 miles per hour. This is for central Plaquemines Parish and southeastern Louisiana. So that's a new tornado warning. That's a new storm that developed to the south of that region. So that's pretty interesting to see that there. They're still issuing tornado warnings for that storm in Mississippi. Of course, that new tornado warning near Diamond. So that's about a population of 700. So it is going to move over a populous area. If it were to produce a tornado, that's what we're concerned about. The rotation is definitely there. And there's the latest radar scan from WSI. And oh yeah, this thing is starting to strengthen a little bit as it comes over Diamond there. And so it's crossing the Mississippi River. And I think, you know, maybe a couple houses are on this road. This is 39. And then as it crosses 39, I don't think there's any sort of population over that on the other side of that, which is some good news, hopefully. It doesn't look like there is, but, you know, this is a very strong indication that the storm is rotating. So that's over Louisiana. And I think that's the one storm I am concerned about, just from what I'm seeing on radar. And so it looks like there's just continuing to warn. So that's one warning. We got a new one actually in Florida. And that's actually to the south. So Apalachicola, close to there, that's where we have this new tornado warning. And so that's not surprising to see. And if we play this out, see if the radar can pick this up. Oh yeah, so right now over water. So if it is producing anything, it could be potentially a water spout. So it's about 14 miles south of Port St. Joe, moving at 20 miles per hour. And it's going to come into just to the west of Apalachicola. Not a large population, about 129 people under this tornado warning. So maybe a couple houses here and there, which is some good news. I like seeing these tornado warnings over not a populous area, but it can still create damage either way. And with the latest radar scan, it does look like that storm just to the north of Port Sulphur is weakening, but That same storm that was over that same area, it's now pushed north. It looks like it's rotating again. So we'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning with it. And you can see it there at the bottom of your screen. That's the storm I'm talking about. That's the same one that actually had a confirmed tornado with it. So possibly rotating again over that area. So let's do a general view. So, you know, they're just re-warning these storms. Looks like quite a bit of them now, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. We went from almost not having tornado warnings to all of a sudden having 6. So this is just the type of atmosphere we're working with here. You could sometimes have where you have 1 tornado warning during that New Orleans tornado. It was the only one that we had. And now we've gone up again to 6 tornado warnings. Nothing confirmed yet though, which is some good news with these storms. I'm not sure if there are any chasers on these storms as well, as these are just so close to the Gulf. Yeah, so we're continuing to see radar indicated over some of the same regions that were warned earlier this evening. I could say afternoon, late afternoon. So yeah, it looks like I'm also seeing footage earlier in the afternoon around 3:45 p.m. So Panama City Beach is actually in Central Time. They were seeing some water spouts there earlier in the afternoon. So I'm just kind of looking on social media to see if we have any visuals of the storms that are going on there. Maybe somebody's seeing something. But again, this is for portions of Florida. Yeah, so a tornado warning, George County in Mississippi. And this is a newly issued one. So that's, let's take a look at this. Very clearly rotating there. Again, this is a new tornado warning for George County, Mississippi. Until 6 o'clock p.m. We have a population of about 2,400 people that live here. So this, again, just from what we're seeing on radar, could drop a tornado at any second. And this is why they issue these tornado warnings pretty quickly. So now, you know, still continuing with those 6 tornado warnings. And, you know, we're still seeing tornado warnings in the state of Mississippi. So, you know, pretty active evening. But now you can kind of see with this big picture view here, this is just looking at WSI or like a graphic system. Look at the amount of activity that there still is. And, you know, this line of storms, thankfully, has already pushed out of Jackson, Hattiesburg, and even New Orleans. And the Storm Prediction Center is going to continue to scale back on that tornado watch. But, you know, I'm waiting to see if there's any discussion that they're going to have with reissuing a tornado watch for the late evening hours. Yeah, so maybe, I think they might have issued this earlier. Yeah, so, you know, they've updated that PDS tornado watch. So it's still a PDS. And this goes until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time still. So yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if they extend any tornado watches into possibly Alabama, where these tornado warnings are. These areas aren't under a tornado watch right now. So, you know, if you're not under this tornado, still be prepared for tornadoes later on this evening. As you can see, we have clearly 3 different tornado warnings here. And so that's just what we're working with this evening. And this is also in the enhanced zone, enhanced risk of severe weather. So tornadoes can happen outside of that bullseye zone. So always be prepared when you're under any sort of risk of severe weather. There's always that possibility that you could see a tornado. And so kind of checking in here, kind of moving around a lot. Yeah, so we're still seeing rotation there. Looks like it's coming over water, so we're going to have to wait and see if they issue tornado warning. There's still rotation here, but maybe since it's not over, doesn't look like it's over any populated areas, which is good news, but it's still rotating. Still seeing, you know, rotation with the storm in Mississippi right now. Looks like it might come into Alabama there. So if they extend it, the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama will issue it into the state. And I got to turn on the radars for these down here. I'm just reading your comments here. Looks like a lot of you started to come in here this evening. You know, and if you're new to this channel, I see some of you liked and subscribed. So thank you so much. Continue to do that if you're watching us. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps our YouTube channel a lot. Helps us grow. And as you can see, we've been producing a lot of videos here tracking the storm. So we knew coming into this week that it was going to be a pretty active week in terms of severe weather. On the other side of the storm system, we got blizzards, we got winter weather advisories, potentially a lot of snowfall coming for portions of the northern plains. We have great video updates from our meteorologist Matthew Capucci on our MyRadar YouTube page. So check those out. If you are watching us from the app, you want to ask a question, you can find us on YouTube. We're streaming from our YouTube page, and we're also streaming from our Facebook page and also on Twitter. So if you want to ask a question, feel free to send us any, maybe direct messages. If you don't want to necessarily put them on the chat, we will try to answer them as best as we can. So thank you so much for watching again. Don't forget to give us a big thumbs up. That's really going to help us. I want to see that number go up a little bit more, and don't forget to subscribe. We're going to be covering these storms at least through the evening hours. Okay, so someone watching from South Mississippi by Biloxi. You are coming into a tornado warning here, but it doesn't look like the velocity will hold there. So, and there's Matt. You can see him back there fixing some things for us. So let's get an update on here. So they might, you know, I don't see anything on radar so far for this storm that's this tornado warning that's in Biloxi, but just to the south of it, look at that. Might be, it's rotating outside of this box, so we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service does with that. But I mean, there could be a water spout right now in that area just from what I'm seeing here on radar. Let's see. So they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning there. Got all this activity. This line continues to push east. But so far, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes, but we do have several tornado warnings right now. Okay, so let's do this. I want to track out the storm. So I want to leave the radar down below just to get a picture of where exactly the storm is and track it out with our radar. So if you're concerned heading into the next several hours, so this is looking an hour ahead. And let's see. So this is looking an hour ahead, 6:30. And you can kind of see where the storms are right now. So this might be a little bit ahead, at least the line of storms. So I would say within the next hour or so, this is where that line of storms will be close to, so outside of Louisiana. Looks like pretty much after 7 or 8, I think the threat in Louisiana will be pretty much over, and maybe even in portions of Mississippi. Now the threat shifts into southern Alabama. You can see there, maybe some of these storms may be associated with rotation. And look at this. So it's actually picking up on those storms that are tornado warned right now. And so just be on alert throughout the rest of the evening. I think the storm activity will start to pick up a little bit in Alabama. And then this line of storms starts to form. With the line of storms like this, it doesn't have as much, I guess, time to rotate, especially as we get the evening hours and into the overnight. But it doesn't mean that you can't get a tornado. You can definitely still get a tornado within this line of storms embedded with it. And so that's something that we're going to be tracking into the late evening and even into the overnight hours as we push Futurecast into midnight. If you're in the Panhandle, although you're already starting to see the storm activity, you're still going to see more later on this evening. So a lot of that activity will start to push into the midnight hour there, into the overnight portions of Atlanta, Georgia. I know a super populated area. You're going to get in on this heavy rainfall, maybe some wind, but most of that, I think, at least will be concentrated just to the south of that and along the Florida Panhandle. Now, as we progress into the overnight hours, you can see there that line of storms by 7 o'clock by the morning commute. If you live in North Georgia and even portions of Macon, pretty much that storm is out of the way. Now this starts to push into the Carolinas, and I'm starting to see a little bit in those higher elevations. You might get a couple of snow flurries. It is really cold there right now from what I'm seeing in terms of temperatures, but that is what we're expecting to see in terms of that storm. So by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a lot of the storm activity starts to push into maybe just to the east of Tallahassee, Gainesville. I think that's when the storm will arrive over your area. Jacksonville, you're going to start to get a little bit of that rain action. And then by, I would say 10 o'clock, I think for some of the populous cities like, let's say Savannah, Jacksonville, Gainesville, along there along Interstate 4, 75, that's where that storm will start to pack a punch there. And you can see, I think by lunchtime, Tampa, that's when the storms will arrive in your area. Orlando, I think after lunchtime. We're in Orlando, so seeing when the storms arrive here as well. So after 1 p.m. tomorrow, that's when the storms will arrive along high Interstate 4, Daytona Beach. And then really, I think after 4 p.m., if you're in Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, that storm will be out of the way. After, I would say 5, I think Central Florida from Tampa will be out of harm's way. Some of these storms may make it as far south as even Fort Myers. So, there's still that severe risk heading into tomorrow. And so that's what we're watching for Florida into your Thursday. So it's no surprise that, so let's actually put this one. There is a severe risk heading into tomorrow. And that's a slight risk, but we could still get some possibly storms to rotate, and we could still have the possibility of seeing tornadoes. Not as much as what we're seeing right now, but the possibility is still there. Be prepared for it. Know what to do when there's a tornado warning issued in your area. And that's a level 2 out of 5. Still pretty robust system that's moving through this area, but that also includes portions of South Carolina and all the way down into that Fort Myers region. So that's what we're expecting heading into tomorrow. We're still tracking a pretty active evening here. So looks like they did let that tornado warning expire over portions of Louisiana as that line of storms continues to push east. A new tornado warning being issued in Alabama here. And so this is for Choctaw County. So some of the same areas that we're seeing tornado warnings earlier. Washington County and Clark County until 6:15 p.m. So I'm starting to see a lot of you starting to chat. So keep that going. Ask your questions, and hopefully we can get to your questions and answer them as best as we can here in the next couple of months. But ask your questions there. Again, if you're watching us from other platforms, maybe the app, you could ask your question in YouTube, send us a DM on our social media accounts. We're pretty active on there. So our whole team of meteorologists keeping socials up to date here. Okay, so let's go over this new tornado warning. And let's put on the velocity tracker here. So yeah, very clear indication that it's rotating. Coming into Millery, Alabama, Coffeeville, and maybe down the line Thomasville. But that's what we're seeing right now, a tornado warning. And then we have one just to the south of it, and this is for Lucedale, Mississippi. And this is for George County, so that's the one we were tracking earlier, Greene County, until 6 o'clock p.m. So you got another, I would say, 15 minutes on until the storm, this tornado warning expires. Not a strong indication, but it's still rotating. So, you know, we're going to have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends that tornado warning into portions of Alabama. And then continue to see this tornado warning in Biloxi. So that is for southern Harrison County. It's moving at 45 miles per hour. Nothing on the ground though, but you know, it's still rotating. Yeah, so there you have it. It's coming from the Gulf and into possibly Gulfport. So if, I know somebody was commenting, they were watching from Gulfport. Definitely need to be in your tornado shelters, safe zone, tornado room, safest, most interior portion of your home, as that rotation is coming over your area. And then we have 2 tornado warnings now in the state of Florida and the Florida Panhandle there. Nothing confirmed with those either. And then a tornado warning to the south, just directly south of Montgomery, to the east of Interstate 65 there. Yeah, so we might be getting a little bit of the circulation starting to strengthen in Millery, Alabama here. And that's the one we were tracking here earlier. Yeah, so it looks like it's becoming a little bit more robust there. Just look at that. All those, there's, you know, 3 tornado warnings on this side, 3 tornado warnings in Alabama, Mississippi, and, you know, Biloxi there in southern Mississippi. Just an active evening. You can see some of these storms starting to bubble up across the Gulf there. Over waters right now, but as they come into portions of Florida, may start to strengthen just a little bit. And nothing so far observed, which is great news. But, you know, we're just seeing so much activity. And even severe thunderstorm warnings that are being issued on top of the tornado warnings. And that's definitely the case for that tornado warning in Alabama, and even both in Florida there. So let's see what kind of winds. So 60 mile per hour winds. Really not warning for hail, which is no surprise. So most of these associated with possibly 60 mile per hour winds, that could really make way for some damage there. So we could expect damage to roofs, trees. Some trees could come down, maybe possibly power outages if those gusty winds were to affect those areas. So that's what they're warning for with these severe thunderstorm warnings on top of the tornado warning. So not only for the risk of tornadoes, but gusty winds that are going to come into those regions. And we're also seeing that for these storms in Mississippi. So 60-mile-per-hour winds as well, with a storm near Long Beach, Mississippi. And then there's a severe thunderstorm warning coming into Mississippi and in Alabama. And that is because of, as well, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is for Washington County, Wayne, and Greene County. So yeah, it's just a regional view. Looks like they're shrinking down now, that tornado warning in Alabama. Okay, so yeah, that rotation in near Gulfport is pretty concerning. Let's go to the app, Matt, and put that in the bigger screen here. So let's see if we can. Oh yeah, so pretty strong storm there. It's clipping the east side of Gulfport. Very strong indication of rotation. Still over water, so that's what we were tracking earlier. And I guess that's why they kept that 20. So it looks like actually they just reissued that tornado warning, so they extended it far into Biloxi, still into that tornado warning. So it's no surprise, that they've extended that. Southeastern Harrison County and northern Jackson County there. 45 miles per hour. So near Gulfport and Biloxi, D'Iberville, Ocean Springs, St. Martin, Gulf Hills. If I read any of these cities off and you live there, you need to be taking shelter right now. Latimer, Van Cleve, Wade, and Hurley at around 6:30. Before 6:30, that's when those storms will arrive there. So they're calling it a tornadic thunderstorm, just because it's rotating. It's very clear. It's a very strong rotation that's coming over this area. If we play that, so there you could see it, just clipping Gulfport to the east there. Gulfport is a very populous area as well. Let's see. Yeah, so, still seeing a radar indicated tornado warning in portions of Florida. 130 people are in that warning. Not really seeing if they're going to extend that tornado watch just yet. So waiting to see if they do that. I'm just reading your comments here. I see a lot of you starting to comment in there. Thank you for joining me. I hope this information is helpful for any of y'all that live there in Mississippi, Alabama, even Florida. We're in Florida, we're in Orlando, so we're a ways away from these tornado warnings. But, our activity is really going to start to pick up tomorrow afternoon. So if you live in Central Florida, maybe you've seen our building in Orlando. We're right here, close to I-4, right in downtown. Orlando. But if you have any questions, want to see anything on this live stream, I'll try to show you and give you some of the latest updates here, because we're doing this live. So any new updates that come from the National Weather Service, we're going to relay them to you as quickly as we can. The good news with these storms, at least, is there's nothing confirmed on the ground. But of course, when you have a tornado warning issued, a tornado can drop at any moment. And we're definitely seeing that with the storm here in Gulfport, just the east. So it looks like it's now to the east of you in Gulfport, coming into very close to the coastline there. So we're gonna have to wait and see what this does. But so far so good. Nothing's confirmed on the ground just yet. It's dark there now, so if anything were to be on the ground, it's gonna be very hard to visually see it. But what I've been seeing on social media is a lot of photos, footage of the tornado damage coming from Louisiana. Reports of possible air injuries in Union Parish in Louisiana. And it's pretty dark there, so you know, visually seeing that, it's pretty devastating from what I'm seeing here. Homes destroyed completely in Mississippi. Clark County, which, you know, that area, I think you were under tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. So, you know, a lot of devastation after the storm moves through, and, you know, a lot of cleanup. So the good news, at least with the storm system, once it's out, there won't be too much active weather in order for these communities to recover from the destruction that these tornadoes left behind. Of course, the National Weather Service will be out there surveying these storms, to rate what the rating of these tornadoes were, and to classify and to look at how strong these tornadoes were over that area. So, you know, they have a busy couple of days coming to them, especially after what happened in Texas yesterday morning, and then even into the afternoon in East Texas, and now in, you know, Louisiana from that tornado that was confirmed earlier. And from what the system does in the overnight hours, you know, that's what the danger of these storms are, is as they progress to the east, of course, sunset's already occurs pretty early around this time of year, and that's what makes these December storms pretty dangerous, just because we have that early sunset. You don't really get good visuals of the storms. If there was something on the ground, it's really hard to see, and, you know, maybe nobody's out there tracking the storm, and so that's what makes these storms dangerous. And that's why it's always important to heed those warnings. When you're under a tornado warning, you want to seek shelter. You want to get to the safest zone in your home. That's the most interior portion of your home, and to be prepared for the storm as it crosses through your area. And so we're definitely seeing a lot of that activity here now, especially in, you know, I'm mostly concerned for the storm that you see right now on the MyRadar app. You know, it has a very good indication that it's rotating. Looks like it might be crossing over land now, and we'll have to see what it does as it comes into areas of southern Mississippi. But looks like at least some good news in Mississippi as this continues to push, this line of storms continue to push east. Looks like your severe threat is starting to diminish even more. And so it looks like they keep updating these tornado warnings. And I'm waiting to see. So, okay, so now we have an officially confirmed tornado here. And this is for Coffeeville in Alabama. And let me turn, so it looks like my warning layer. So let's actually pan over to that storm here. So this is a confirmed tornado in Coffeeville. And this is the latest update from the National Weather Service. That radar is not picking up on it very well. So we'll wait on this. Okay, so here's that confirmed tornado now. So confirmed tornado on the ground. This is in Coffeeville. And this, you know, it's so hard to see because it's in between radars, but looks like it's located 7 miles southwest of Coffeeville, 17 miles north of Chatham, and it's moving at 35 miles per hour. So radar confirmed. So they must be seeing debris being lofted into the atmosphere here. Let's see if I can, let's do the Mobile, Alabama radar. And I'm switching very quickly, but I can see rotation with this radar here. And so they are confirming a tornado. And this is an observed, or I should say a radar confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service here in Mobile, Alabama. Coffeeville, 711 people live in this zone. So not a super populated area, but it's still enough to create damage over this area. It's going to move right over Coffeeville. So if you live in Coffeeville, Alabama, this is along Highway 84, crossing Highway 84 as we speak. And then down the line, let's see if any cities populate here. So it might be an extremely rural area with a couple houses here and there. So that's where we're seeing that tornado warning at the moment. And this is a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Alabama. So if you live in the zone, you definitely need to be seeking shelter immediately. Again, this is a confirmed tornado in Coffeeville. And we're still continuing to track that tornado warning just south in Mississippi. And, a lot of rainfall coming for some of these areas. So although you're not under a tornado warning, that flooding threat is still very evident. So I don't want you to disregard that, because flooding can pose a pretty big danger, especially if you get a lot of rain in a short amount of time. You can get that extensive flooding over portions. So although your tornado threat looks like it's diminishing, some of you guys may still be with that flooding threat. But again, we have this confirmed tornado in Coffeeville, Alabama. And I'm just looking at if there's any visuals of this storm. A very rural area. So I would imagine that there's not much, especially because it's dark. And this is within that moderate risk. So it looks like there is a little bit of indication that there's debris being lofted into the atmosphere, and this is why the National Weather Service has given this a confirmed tornado tag. Of course, that's what they mean when they say radar indicated, just because of what they're looking from the latest scans. This is the debris tracker. When you see this kind of brightness in this debris tracker, that just indicates that there's possibly a tornado on the ground there, and they are radar confirming it. So maybe just to the west of Coffeeville, northwest, maybe coming into areas to the west of that zone. But not a lot of cities are populating on here. So the good news with this is it's not in a super populated area. But again, if you live in West Bend, I think even in West Bend, I think you need to be seeking shelter. Although you're not within this warning box, that storm's coming very close to you. So I would definitely be seeking shelter if you live in West Bend, McIntyre, Alabama. If you're anywhere along Highway 84, Highway 69, definitely need to be seeking shelter right now. That storm is really close to your region, and that is a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. So definitely seeing that here. And checking to see if we have any latest updates. And so far right now, it's our only confirmed tornado. Still have a couple tornado warnings coming into portions of Florida. And so there we go. They just issued a new tornado watch. So that's what I was kind of waiting for. And now, so let's actually give you a quick update on that. So this is a newly issued tornado watch. And I want to highlight that zone. So let's see if we can fill the shapes. And I'm waiting for this to populate on the app, but they've pretty much extended this tornado watch into those areas that are already seeing tornado warnings. And this tornado watch goes until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for Thursday. So, and this is not a PDS. This is a normal tornado watch. So this means several tornadoes they're saying are likely. Quarter-size hail, but I think the hail risk is pretty low, but it's still possible. And gust up to 65 miles per hour. This goes until 1 a.m. And that is for including just outside of Tallahassee, Panama City, Apalachicola, Pensacola, Montgomery, Alabama, Columbus, Eufaula, Dothan, all those areas under a tornado watch officially from the newest updates there. So let me see if I can pull this up here. And there we have it. So there's that new tornado watch. Let me fix this really quickly. Maybe this hasn't updated just yet. I think they just issued it. So not even the system is updating those tornado watches just yet. But it's pretty much extended into now Florida. So Florida, that tornado watch is now for you guys as well. So kind of leave this down here. So if it does happen to populate, you can get it there first. But that is a newly issued tornado watch until 1 a.m. And so there it goes. It's starting to, the National Weather Service office have to issue these tornado watches. So it takes a little bit of time for it to populate in the app and even in our system here. Until they pull the trigger, that's when these tornado watches start to show up. So yeah, new tornado watch. So might be issued until 2 a.m. I'm getting two different. So I would say maybe until 2 a.m. That's 2 a.m. That they are issuing this tornado watch. 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central. Because it might be coming into zone where some of these areas might be in Eastern time. So I'm not getting any new reports on this confirmed tornado in Alabama. But it looks like a couple tornado warnings are starting to come into play here. Central Washington County, Clark County. And that's that new tornado warning in Jackson, Alabama. And this tornado warning in Coffeeville, still seeing a confirmed tornado that was 7 miles southwest of Coffeeville. Let's look at the latest radar scans. So I'm not seeing right now, at least a clear indication that there's still something on the ground. Earlier we were seeing a very evident debris ball signature there. But it's not as evident as before. It still might be there, but not as much. Yeah, and so it looks like they have expired part of that tornado warning. And they're still, tagging it with observed. So they're still seeing something on the ground there. At least from radar. And, you're still seeing that debris ball signature there. So they're going to keep that observed tag. And now it's coming outside of Coffeeville. The population's a little bit less, which is some good news, maybe coming into extremely rural Alabama. But if you know anybody that lives there, of course, make sure they're okay. Make sure they're aware that there's a tornado warning issued there. New tornado warnings coming into portions of Florida. This one specifically has a population of 44 people, so not too many people in this tornado warning, of course, radar indicated. And this is the zone that they've been issuing this new tornado watch for. And that's this very small area right here. So that's that new, they're just pretty much expiring the cities to the south. So not a lot of people within this tornado warning. And let's see what's going on with this one, because this one had a very strong indication that it was rotating. So I guess as it's coming into land, the rotation is not as strong as it was before. It's still rotating, but just now it's outside of Biloxi. So if you live in Biloxi, you're no longer under a tornado warning. Let's see. Yeah, not too many visuals. I'm just seeing a lot of damage reports coming out of Louisiana from these storms. Yeah, and these are official photos from the New Orleans Fire Department. Wow. A couple of structures damaged, power lines pretty much snapped. Oh, wow. And debris, on the side there. It's actually, let me see if I can pull that up. Because those are some pretty crazy images. Let's see if we can get this on my feed. So we'll go back to Twitter. Let's see. So here's that tornado. Let's put WSI in full while I get this ready. So then you can see kind of where that tornado watch is. And those are issued now for the Florida Panhandle. So let's see if I can go to my account. And we'll go to these images. So now let's go back and put the app on there just so we could show these pictures. These are pretty crazy. This is from the New Orleans Fire Department here. And I guess they snapped these pictures before the sunset. But look at all that debris on the ground there. There might be roofs. Look at that car turned over there. That's pretty intense. And I was saying earlier, these poles snapped in half, all these power lines. And this is the photo that I was like, whoa. Obviously debris. And this is why it's important to seek shelter during tornado warnings, because look at that. That's pretty much wood being inserted into a home, being lofted from the tornado. And that's why it's always so dangerous with tornadoes, is that debris, because you can definitely have that happen. And that, this is a common scene to see with tornadoes this strong. So it'll be interesting to see what they rate this tornado that touched down in New Orleans. And look at all that debris, all that damage, bricks, roofs, a mattress on the floor there. And, there's a car there with all that rubble. This is pretty crazy. So, and look at that. That's a car smashed within all of this debris. A sink. Yeah, you can really zoom in, and another, truck there. There's so much stuff in there. So yeah, that's pretty crazy to see from the New Orleans Fire Department. Okay, so let's go back to the app here. Just wanted to show you guys that, because that is some pretty crazy images there. Okay, so let's go back here. Coffeeville. Tornado warning continues. Confirmed tornado still on the ground. Still very clearly rotating. So it looks like it has gained a little bit of strength as we went over that area. So it looks like they have since lifted. So this is a newest update from the National Weather Service about 15 seconds ago. Looks like the tornado might have lifted. So now they're just saying it's a radar indicated tornado. Still about 600 people within this tornado warning. And let me update that graphic here at the bottom of your screen. So keep the MyRadar app up, Matt, and we'll just kind of pan this over. So these new tornado watches being issued, and we'll go ahead and take off any cities that are not in this tornado watch. So we have areas like Port St. Joe, East Point, Panama City, Pensacola. Let's go back. Pensacola, Columbus, Alabama, Dothan, Alabama, under this new tornado watch. And then even areas in Georgia under this tornado watch. So we're going to put that there. And you know, these counties right here in Mississippi, you're going to be quickly out of this tornado watch over the next hour or two. So areas like Biloxi, as the storm pushes to the east. So we'll leave that there, have that down there for anybody who's now coming in. That's the latest update with that tornado watch there at the bottom of your screen. And of course, earlier in the evening, we did have a confirmed tornado in Coffeeville. So right now, it looks like we have about 4 tornado warnings, and most of them are in Alabama. Yeah, this storm right here clearly rotating. So let's see what the storm chaser Jordan Hall is seeing there. It looks like he's waiting. It's so dark there. You can't really see much on your screen, which makes these storms pretty dangerous. But, you know, with what we saw earlier, if there's any power flashes, lightning happens to illuminate the sky and you can see the silhouette of the tornado, that's how the National Weather Service can confirm tornadoes sometimes during these late night events. So definitely interesting to see that there. Let's put on the reflectivity here. And right now, I mean, nothing's confirmed. This does have a very strong indication that it's rotating. So that's why they've warned the storm, Central Washington County, Clark County. And so the storm north of Biloxi, this is the one that we were watching here for quite a bit of time, had a very strong indication that it was rotating. You can kind of see it there coming on shore and then eventually inland. It's still rotating. So that's why they still have kept that tornado warning on it. But there you can see it moving Biloxi. Yeah, so more footage of that tornado. It's just so crazy. You're going to see a lot of that on social media here over the next several days, especially as they give it the official ranking in New Orleans from the National Weather Service. So it looks like they have another tornado warning. I think that's the same storm. I think they're just updating. Let's see if there's anything. I don't think it's confirmed, but they just did update that tornado warning. Yeah, so nothing confirmed yet. It's still pretty robust rotation, so it's a little concerning with that storm. thank y'all for watching. I see y'all comment in the chat. I'm kind of catching up to see if you guys had any questions, but I do appreciate you joining us this evening. We've been streaming. One of you guys has been watching us since we started. And this was about 5 hours ago. So I cannot believe I've been talking for 5 hours, but it's just been so active. Just because of the amount of tornado warnings, it seems like, they continue to pop up here and there. And especially now as daylight has finished, it's 6:11 p.m. Central Standard Time here. For us, it's 7:11. It's definitely been an active evening, and it's been going by pretty fast, at least for me. But we've been streaming for 5 hours. That's a pretty long live stream, and I've been talking pretty much the entire time. So I appreciate you guys who stuck this long with me and have been hearing me track the storms. And I hope this information has been helpful for a lot of you. I know you've been watching in Mississippi, Florida. We're with you here in Florida. We're going to get the storm tomorrow. Not as robust, but we could still see some of these storms starting to rotate into the afternoon hours. So we're going to watch that clearly, pretty closely in portions of Florida. But yeah, these storms really packing a punch. We already saw several confirmed tornadoes. Even when you think, it's going to start to quiet down, that's when you get, at one point we were just tracking that tornado that was in New Orleans. And then all of a sudden you got 6 tornado warnings right after. So that's just the atmosphere that we're working with this afternoon. This is why we're streaming live, because we knew coming into this week, this was the type of environment that was going to produce these types of storms. So far right now, at least, we have 3 tornado warnings. Some of them coming into Alabama, no longer seeing that tornado warning over Coffeeville, which is some good news. We got that extension of the tornado watch into Florida and Alabama there, and even portions of Georgia until 1 a.m. So if you happen to find us on YouTube, maybe you're new to the channel. I know some of you recently subscribed, so thank you so much for doing that. Don't forget to give us a big thumbs up. If you're watching us on YouTube, you like the content that you're seeing, you're enjoying this live stream, click that thumbs up. It really helps us out a lot. Comment on the video, comment in the chat. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app, make sure to also join the conversation. A lot of chatters going on there, and people talking amongst each other and giving each other information about the situation that's going on. So make sure you're doing that on there, and find us on Facebook. If you have a preferred social media account, we're on every platform. We're on Instagram, even Twitch. We are streaming on Twitch. So if you're watching us on there, hello. Thank you for joining us. Or on every social media. We even have a TikTok. So follow us on there. Maybe you are more of a TikToker. We have great content on there as well. So TikTok, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, we're everywhere. So, and even in the app, we are streaming live in our app. We have our footage, our video content on there as well. So make sure to follow us. We're everywhere. So if you have a preferred social media account, we definitely have a social media account on there giving you updates. So follow us on there and let us know maybe where you're watching from and what social media is your preferred social media. Okay, so let's give you a quick update. So it looks like some of these tornado warnings are starting to expire here. And so far, so good. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes. And checking in on these tornado warnings really quickly. So let's get an update as these load. So it looks like you're seeing there on your screen. The National Weather Service offices finally issued these tornado watches. It takes them a little bit as the Storm Prediction Center highlights the areas, and then the National Weather Service offices have to issue the tornado watch specifically for their counties. So it does take a little bit, but it looks like they have fully now been into portions of Florida here. And for those counties in Mississippi and Alabama, but those counties in Mississippi, I think you'll quickly diminish in terms of that tornado risk, and those tornado watches, they're going to start to issue those more to the east. So actually, I want to look up these counties that are under these watches. And so you're seeing it there on your screen, that yellow zone. That's where we're seeing the tornado watches. Let's do on the radar. Still a lot of activity here. And I keep getting distracted. I wanted to track this storm here just to the north of Mobile. So there's that storm. Activity, still rotating. So no surprise that they've kept that tornado warning over that area. And so I wanted to give an update on these. So Escambia County, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa County, Walton County, Holmes, Washington Bay, Gulf, and Calhoun, and Jackson County. If I read any of your counties off in Florida, you guys are under this tornado watch until 1 a.m. This is to the east of, Tallahassee. You're not in this watch, but I would still watch out for these storms later. And this is, again, in the Panhandle, Florida. I would say maybe Franklin County, Liberty, and Gadsden. As well, Leon and Wakulla counties. Are under this tornado watch. So many tabs open here on my laptop, so I'm trying to clean it up so I don't get confused on this information. So yeah, at least as of right now, we have one tornado warning, and that is in Alabama. And this is that storm that we've been tracking here over the past several minutes. And a lot of lightning associated with this. I'm not seeing any trackers on this storm, so not really getting any good visuals. Of course, it's going to be very hard to get any good visuals on these storms if they were to produce tornadoes, just because it's already dark and that overnight threat is increasing in portions of Florida. And so we can check in. So let's take a look at velocity here, see if we're seeing any storms rotating. So it's a little bit outside of where that storm is. And so there it is. There's that storm that continues to rotate in Alabama. And let's go here. So you have that tornado watch there at the bottom of your screen. Yeah, so far right now, just one tornado warning. And not too much activity. I'm not seeing any rotation. So I actually want to go and read off some of these storm reports. You're going to see that they're at the bottom of your screen. Of course, more damage reports are coming in, and we can actually read a couple of them. So let's see. Of course, damage to buildings coming into New Orleans, damage reported to structures. So this might have been a very violent tornado that pushed through this region. I'm not seeing anything though for that Alabama tornado that we just saw. So if it comes in, of course, I'll read it off. But so far right now, not any new reports from this map of the tornadoes there. And of course, we'll put back that severe, that tornado watch that's been issued. So I'm going to close off a bunch of these tabs. I have so much going on here just because we've been streaming for so long. I cannot believe I've been talking for that long, but thank you if you stuck with me this entire time. Okay, so clean this up a little bit more. Okay, so Yeah, so looks like just one tornado warning right now. And okay, so they've issued a new one here in Apalachicola, near Apalachicola. That's the same, this same area has just been warned time and time again. So this is just going to be what we're going to see throughout the evening. So again, this is for Gulf County, Franklin County, until 7:45 Eastern, 6:45 Central. So this is where it gets a little dicey because you're in that Central Time, Eastern Time Zone line. So that's why the National Weather Service has that warning until 7:45. So you got another 20 minutes on the storm until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. A lot of lightning associated with the storm. You can see it's actually starting to strengthen a little bit as it comes over just to the north of Apalachicola. And a very small population, about 129 people with this new tornado warning. And I'm trying to see if any new damage reports coming in from that confirmed tornado we had earlier. Yeah, so this is a new tornado warning. Gulf County, Franklin County. Not a lot of people under this tornado warning, which is some good news with that. Let's see. Well, thank you so much for watching me for the past 6 hours. Pretty incredible that we've been streaming this long, but we might be wrapping up here soon if we don't see any new tornado warnings or anything confirmed here. It's been a pretty long stream, but I don't want to leave y'all in the dark. So if you don't have the MyRadar app, download it. It'll help you through, especially if you're in the Florida Panhandle. This is where that risk of severe weather is going to move through here within the next several hours. Of course, that new tornado watch until 1 a.m. Central Time, so 2 a.m. Eastern Time. And, it won't be as robust. It's not going to be as much activity as we saw earlier in the afternoon, as it looks like, at least in terms of that tornadic activity, starting to diminish just a little bit, but it's not zero. So you definitely need to have your alerts turned on if you're in the Panhandle, as this is going to be an overnight threat. Maybe you're a night owl and you'll stay up for these storms, but I still want you to have those alerts turned on. And if you have family members that live within these zones, definitely let them know that there's a risk of tornadoes tonight. That's why they've issued this tornado watch. And it's going to be pretty dangerous if there happens to be a tornado in the overnight hours, were to make way for damage. That's what's the dangers of these storms. And you saw those photos. If you were with me earlier when we had those pictures we were showing you, that's the type of damage that they can create. They can pick up debris and like that photo earlier, push them inside a home, and that's what makes it dangerous. So that's why you have to be in the most interior portion of your home and know where to go during a tornado warning. So a couple are starting to pop up here and there across portions of Alabama, and this is for Washington County, South Central Clark County, and nothing confirmed here. So, this is just going to be the scene throughout the rest of the evening and even into the night hours. Download the MyRadar app. It'll help you navigate the storm if you have friends or family maybe in this area that speak Spanish. We're also keeping you up to date on our social media platforms. This information as well will be helpful for you in Spanish in the MyRadar app. So we actually do have, if you have your phone set to Spanish, some of these alerts that the rain is coming will be in Spanish provided to you, and you'll have these tornado warnings issued to you as well. So very important information that you're going to need throughout the rest of this evening. You already saw the power that these storms can produce. They've already produced several tornadoes. Tornado outbreak this afternoon, we saw that here on live. So you need to be prepared for these storms. They could pack a punch here over the next several hours. But yeah, new tornado watches issued for these areas for the overnight threat. Let's see if we have any new updates with these. So we just so far right now have 2 tornado warnings in Alabama, 1 in Florida. Not as much activity as we were seeing earlier, but it's still pretty active. Nothing confirmed yet. It's just really hard once these storms kind of go out of a radar zone, like the Mobile, Alabama radar. It's not picking up very well, but it's a very strong indication earlier that these storms were rotating. So let me see if I can get maybe a closer radar. I'm not necessarily sure if this is going to pick it up. You can kind of see it there. Maybe New Orleans radar will pick it up a little bit more. This is just kind of a zone that's within multiple radars. It's in a very rural part of Alabama, so this is why we're watching it very closely. Just 2 tornado warnings right now, both with rotation embedded with them. And that new tornado warning, a huge population, I would say, almost 5,000 people live within the zone. So this is from Deer Park to Sims Chapel, Seaboard, Waggerville, Rockville, Carlton, and McIntosh, Alabama. All of you guys, if I read off your city, you're under this tornado warning. This includes Washington County, South Central, Clark County, and this goes until 7. So you have about another 30 minutes on this storm. So this zone right here in south, so where you're seeing those tornado warnings, the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting this specific region because a couple of tornadoes could be possible over this in the next hour or so. Definitely watching very closely these storms in this region. So it's been a couple of minutes since we've seen a confirmed tornado, which is some good news. Still seeing a couple tornado warnings here and there, but not what we saw earlier in the afternoon. When we started the stream, there were dozens of tornado warnings issued, and already several confirmed tornadoes before even that. So yeah, so far right now, just 3 tornado warnings. I'm just looking on social media to see if we got any reports. I'm still seeing so much footage from earlier, all the damage reports. It's just so heartbreaking to see all of that. Especially in the month of December. We're about a week and a half away from Christmas. The holidays are here. It's just so sad to see. And of course, recovery efforts will be ongoing. We're gonna have to wait to see what the official ranking of this tornado, of these tornadoes, multiple tornadoes that were reported earlier from the National Weather Services in Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans, Mobile, Birmingham. So many National Weather Service offices. They're all going to be busy tomorrow surveying the damage from these tornadoes. And from pictures, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of these tornadoes being ranked a little bit higher than what we thought. just because of the amount of destruction that they've left behind. Poles snapped, cars pretty much turned over, lofted into the atmosphere and turned over here with so much damage there. So definitely thinking of any of you guys that maybe were watching us, thinking about you guys affected by these storms. I know it's been a pretty scary afternoon, and stay alert for the evening if you're in Florida. You've seen the type of damage that these storms can really leave behind in these areas. So definitely thinking of those communities tonight that were affected. Okay, so let me see if we got any new updates here from the National Weather Service. They're continuing to warn that tornado warning down there in Apalachicola, the lone tornado warning down in Florida right now. And we're starting to get into the evening hours here, so pretty dark pretty much everywhere. Maybe seeing a lot of lightning in your area. So yeah, we're still continuing with that radar indicated tornado warning until 7, so another 30 minutes on that one. 7:45. So this tornado warning in Florida has another 10 minutes here. Let's take a look to see if it's still spinning. Yeah, it's still spinning. So I wouldn't be surprised if they extended this tornado warning into areas to the north. It's coming into the Apalachicola National Forest. So it looks like there is a little water over there. So definitely interesting to see that coming in that region. Thankfully, not a super populated area. Less than 200 people live here. And if there were a tornado on the ground, it could still make way for damage. But I do like to see some of these tornado warnings over a low population area. Now, the ones in Alabama, there's a little bit more people that live there. So you need to be seeking shelter if you live in those areas. Again, it only takes one to really change somebody's life. So this is why we're streaming and making sure to giving you all the latest updates on these tornado warnings. But so far, so good. Nothing confirmed. Just 3 tornado warnings that we're tracking now compared to the dozens that we were tracking earlier. Doesn't mean that the tornado risk is 0. That's why they have that tornado watch issued, as you can see at the bottom of your screen here, until 1 a.m. Central Time, 2 a.m. Eastern Time. So let's zoom out here. So if you have any last minute questions, I think we are going to wrap this up pretty soon. So leave them in the comment section. Maybe we can time out the storms one more time before we essentially log off for the evening. But get your questions in now. We'll give you another 10 minutes and then we will track out the storms and end the live stream. Talk about that new tornado watch that's been issued, give you quick updates on what's going on with the current tornado warnings. But if you have any questions, make sure to get them in and then we'll try to answer them. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. If you're watching us on the app, thank you so much again for watching. If you want to leave any questions, of course, you can always find me on social media and even on the MyRadar platforms. We have a team of meteorologists that's there pretty much 24/7. And so they can answer your question at any time, at any moment. We are happy to answer any of your questions that you may have heading into the rest of the evening. So let's time out the storms here. Let's do WSI a little bit bigger there, Matt, and show, first of all, the storm reports from the last 48 hours. Of course, these storms are now in Alabama, so I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get more of these tornado reports in these regions, but this just goes to show this is from the last 2 days. So if you discount anything in Texas, that's from 2 days ago. Now, all the ones pretty much in Mississippi and Louisiana are from today. So that's how active today has been already. And we're expecting to see more activity in the overnight hours, but I don't think it's going to be as active as it was early in the afternoon. That's not to say that you're not going to get any tornadoes later this evening. And, the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting an area in Alabama where we might see some of these stronger tornadoes. But as you can see, tornado watch issued until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. If you're in Eastern time, it's until 2 a.m. And I'm mostly talking to you guys in Georgia and in portions of Florida there that are in Eastern time. So it's a very small area. But 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central, and that is because we still have the possibility of seeing a couple tornadoes within the zone. And so if we time it out for you guys there, let's time out the storms. And as you can see, so we're going to push this a little bit more to the east. These storms, you know, they're moving pretty fast. So this is looking at the next hour or so. Let's do this. So kind of want to follow. Yeah, so let's go back. I just adjusted that a little bit. But there you have that line of storms pushing into Mobile, Alabama here within the next hour or so. So you guys stay prepared, stay vigilant. These storms can still pack a punch. And you know, some of the good news with this is once this moves through about 11 o'clock p.m., you can see there a lot of that clearing for Birmingham, Huntsville, Mobile, New Orleans, definitely out of the clear. Anything in Mississippi as well. I'm not expecting that tornado threat to linger through 1 a.m. You guys will pretty much be out of it by, let's say, after 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. And you can see a lot of that storm activity starting to bubble up here. And this is into late today and into the overnight. And that's especially in the Panhandle. So that's where we're concerned for the potential of seeing tornadoes. And I wouldn't be surprised, maybe even some water spouts. But because it's dark, it's going to be really hard to see. I just want you guys to stay vigilant if you're anywhere in Panama City, possibly Tallahassee, into the overnight hours, Apalachicola, where we're already seeing tornado warnings as we speak, and a new extension of that tornado warning that we were talking about earlier. And then you can see as we head into the overnight hours, if you're in Georgia, pretty much north Georgia to central Georgia, you're going to see a lot of rainfall, maybe some gusty winds. Not really expecting much of a tornadic threat. It's pretty cold there, so you know, it's going to be a cold rain in that area. And then as we push this out to let's say 5 a.m. So maybe some of you waking up, have to commute to work, have to commute, take your kids to school. Here's where you can expect all of that rainfall across Macon. But I think really the most dangerous storms could possibly be in the Florida Panhandle, and that'll continue to become a little bit more robust into the afternoon hours. So this is looking at 8:30 a.m. Most of that storm activity is in portions of the Carolinas. So that's just rain. Again, it's pretty cold there. And then as we head into 10 a.m., it'll start to revive in portions of Jacksonville, Gainesville, Tampa. This is where we have the potential of seeing some of these to rotate a little bit. Not a big risk like we saw today, but it's still a risk of these storms. And then as we progress into really pretty much after lunchtime, I think that's when the storms will arrive. Let's say for St. Augustine, down to Daytona Beach, Orlando, that's where we are, Tampa. By 1 p.m., I think that's when the storms will start to move through. This will also make way for some gusty winds. And then eventually, as we push this out into the afternoon hours, most of the storm activity will be out of the way, maybe some lingering rainfall. But then after that, the cold air is really going to start to settle into portions of Florida. And, you know, I'm not excited for the cold, but, you know, we're almost into the winter season here. And as the storm pushes through, a lot of that cold air will start to filter. Even for you guys that just experienced these tornadoes, it'll be pretty cold heading in tomorrow for those recovery efforts. And then after that, the storm is out of the way. We're done with it, and it's out of here. So that's some good news. But what's interesting, if we take a look at what's happening up north, and we can give you a quick update on what's going on there, because look at all this color. This is no surprise that they're seeing those winter storm warnings in this area. So let's actually go back here and look at that. Yeah, this is a little bit of a mix that's going to happen here. And so you can see even in association with this same storm system. So this is the same storm that's making way for all of the severe weather. Just to the north of it, it's going to produce possibly sleet, a little bit of a mix there in central PA from maybe areas of State College. Maybe you'll get in on some snow, some of that freezing precipitation, sleet. You're going to get a little bit of everything, a mixed precipitation there. And then you can see just on the other side of that low, so that's that low, powerful low, blizzard conditions, winter storm warnings, significant amount of snowfall. And meteorologist Matthew Capucci did a great update on what's going to happen here. So make sure to check that out on our YouTube page. It's one of the latest videos that has been posted on what's going on here. And then, of course, the situation in the Northeast where you're going to get that possibly mix into the overnight hours and into the early morning, and then eventually coming into portions of the New England area, and that's heading into Friday morning. So that's really where the most storm activity will be as we progress into Friday. Pretty much the severe weather threat is over as we progress into Friday and into the weekend, but what you're going to see is that cold air. So be prepared for that. And yeah, hopefully if you're watching us from there, you're getting ready for these winter storm conditions to come into that area. And some of you, you know, watching there from Pennsylvania. So yeah, you know, you're bracing for this storm in central PA. Not so much in New York City or Philadelphia. I think you'll get more of that rain, cold rain, which kind of sucks there. And even in Boston, most of this will be in those higher elevations, in the central locations in PA, and even in portions of upstate New York, where you guys, you know, you're used to all of this snowfall, this cold air. It's just a season for it. So yeah, you know, the storm, you know, warmer side, severe weather, colder side, snow and winter weather. And this is common for these types of storms, especially as we get the clash of the seasons here. Very cold air behind this storm system, and that's why a lot of you guys will feel that dramatic drop in temperatures. So let's give you another update on what's going on here with and let's do that back here. Let's give you another update what's going on here on the MyRadar app before we log off for the evening. Thankfully, I think right now we don't have any confirmed tornadoes with these storms. They're all radar indicated, and these are coming in for portions of Florida, Alabama, and of course continuing that tornado warning in Alabama here, and that is until 7 o'clock. So this tornado warning, if it could still hold its strength, you know, really packing a punch there. So let's take a look at this. Give you an update on where the storm is, where it's headed. Again, these tornado warnings kind of overlapping. Let's see if that scan updates there. Yeah, so it's coming in between these two tornado warnings. So Jackson, Alabama, along Highway 43, you need to be seeking shelter as the storm is still rotating. It could drop a tornado at any moment. So that's the dangers of these storms, and especially with it being in the evening hours. It's going to be really hard to see. And this is that storm we were talking about earlier that was still clearly rotating. And then now it's coming over the Apalachicola National Forest. So not a big population there. You know, a little bit higher than we were seeing earlier. About 300 people live here. So a little bit more. And this is coming into Sumatra, Wilma, Vilas, Florida. So a population of 300. And I like reading the population because it just gives you perspective of where exactly this is headed. And the cities too. So Sumatra, Wilma, and Vilas, you're under this tornado warning. Nothing has been confirmed. This is for Liberty County and Franklin County in Florida until 8:15 Eastern time. So you have 45 minutes or so on this tornado warning. And that's definitely something that you need to watch here heading into the overnight hours. Okay, so I'm kind of just reading your comments here. One of you guys watching us from Pennsylvania, so hello. Enjoy the cold air that's up there. I know you guys are used to it. But I just want to thank y'all if you joined me this entire time. I think we're going to start to wrap this up. Thank you so much for watching. Really do appreciate each and every one of you, and also the ones who watch our videos, are constantly looking for our video updates. We've been trying to keep you up to date throughout the week, and we're going to continue to do so. So watch out for those. Make sure to hit that notification bell if you want to receive notifications every time we post a new video. Don't forget to subscribe. If you're new, you're watching us now, you happen to find our YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe there. It really helps us out. And don't forget to give us a big thumbs up. I want to see those thumbs up going up, that number going up there for this video. It really helps our YouTube channel grow and helps people find this information, especially on YouTube. If you're looking for weather information, it just helps us grow in general. So thank you so much for tuning in. I know we've been here for pretty much the entire afternoon, streaming for about 6 hours, talking about this crazy afternoon in weather, several tornado warnings, several confirmed tornadoes. Of course, we're going to keep you up to date as well as what they rate these tornadoes after they finish surveying. The National Weather Service offices do a great job at surveying the storm. And of course, you know, cold air is going to start to filter in after, let's say, Friday. I think most of the storm activity, at least in terms of severe weather, will be out of the way. So definitely looking forward to that. Just be prepared for the cold for some of you. And we'll see you back here on our social media channel. So follow us on there. We're going to continue to update you on what's going on for the rest of the evening. And we'll see you back here next time.